distraction. No, I don't wanna fall, I don't wanna fall away. I've been so scared, I've been so scared to get too close. My down and worry say you'll never get too close. And I wanna die. Sometimes I don't feel like trying.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up in. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave 'em with nothing. Come on.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day one here of Gamers8. My name is Bamel. With me is Steadfast, and we have 6 best of 3s ready for you here today. 4 that we know and 2 that we don't as we move through the Swiss stage. But Steadfast, it's day one here. It's 16 of the best players in the world. What are your expectations? How do you think about this?
Ooh, I mean, expectations fireworks. From minute one, everyone is going to be scrabbling for a playoff spot. And then once you make it into the playoffs, you don't really get a respite. It's straight into elimination from there. It is going to be constant action pretty much from the get-go, and I am so ready for it.
Oh yeah, it's going to be fantastic. And the best thing about this, and I know there's been a lot of discussion about, is Swiss good? Is it bad? Can you understand it properly? I love Swiss format, right? Because what that means is, especially here when we're looking at 16 players, which is, the best of the best, 8 players from the West, 8 players from Korea. Well, every single match matters. Every single one, even if it's just match 1 here and you're going to go 1-0-0-1, has an incredibly tangible impact on whether you're going to get out, whether you're not going to get out of groups, and even, maybe not quite as importantly, but how well you get seeded. You go 3-0, you get top billing. You have a really good opportunity to make sure that you run into someone that you think you can beat. But, you get out 3-2, you're scrabbling on 8-2 on that final match. That becomes a lot harder to deal with. And you might just run into Cyril or Maru or Rainer or one of those players very quickly, which Steadfast is not something that I don't know. I mean, I know we've had times in the past when players have picked Cyril into their group. Max Pax famously did it back, I think it was King of Battles 3 last year. But in general, there's not a world where you want that as your first round matchup.
No, there is not. But the beauty of, the Swiss format is that if you do run into a monster like Cyril, like Maru, like Rainer, I mean, honestly, all 16 of these players are kind of monsters in their own way. But if you do run into one of the superstars, the favorites to win the tournament, the beauty of it is you have other chances. And the thing about round robin is, everyone's complaining, oh, it's not GSL format, like just crying, but it's so silly. Like, come on, guys. It's much better to make sure that you have an opportunity to actually make it through on, equal footing. And I really appreciate that.
Yeah, it's pretty fantastic. But of course, as we move on, there's more to this than just, the players that are playing here, because some of them are playing for teams that are competing for their own big, massive award setup across StarCraft and Dota and Counter-Strike and all these other Gamers8 tournaments. So as we take a look at that, let's take a look at what the clubs are playing for, not just the players.
This year, esports will reach new heights. Welcome to the Gamers8 Club Awards, an unprecedented initiative that will determine the best overall esports club in the world and also support the entire global community. During Gamers8 2023, the world's best clubs will compete on 2 levels. First, in each individual tournament, and second, in the overall standings. High placements in every title will earn them ranking points, initiating the race to the top. After 8 weeks of intense competition, the winners of the Gamers8 Club Awards will be honored as the best and most successful multi-gaming club in the world. Competitors will fight for the lion's share of $5 million. However, it's not just about the money. On August 30th to 31st, the first annual awards ceremony will take place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The land of heroes awaits its new conquerors.
And now you've got a little bit of an idea of what is happening as a grander whole esports event. Of course, we are going to be seeing the whole thing kind of unfold and unravel before our very eyes. Now, we do have to mention that not a lot of the teams have multi-platform, but there are a few. And there are a few, for example, HeroMarine, who's been a part of MOUZ forever, will have, I believe, a CSGO team represented. Team Liquid, of course, just did very well in Dota 2, so they're going to be looking for, Clement and a Laser to maybe make that top 8, secure a few more points there. Classic recently joined the team Twisted Minds, so there is a little bit of cross-pollination. And these players, they're going to be really looking to make it into that top 8 and boost their overall team's whole performance. I think especially Classic. Twisted Minds is going to be looking at him and saying, all right, this is what we picked you up for. Can you make it worth our while?
Yeah, and certainly Classic is a player that has been playing very well as of late. You know, sometimes he disappoints, and sometimes we don't see him quite do as well as we would expect. But I think in general, Classic has been kind of on an upward trajectory pretty much ever since Katowice, maybe a little bit before then, as we see these runs happen, which is just awesome, right? To see him return to form. We saw Hero be kind of that first player to really tear it up coming back. I don't know, maybe Tasia had that solid GSL run or something, but really Hero is that first player to really come back from military and start to look well. And now we have Gumiho, now we have maybe Classic doing as well. But, you know, we talked about this overall thing, right? The clubs, this big meta story. We should probably talk about how the tournament itself is going to look here, because we start with Swiss Stage and then we're going to move on. So Swiss Stage is our first 2 days. It's 16 players. They're calling it triple elimination. You got to get to 3 wins before you get to 3 losses. But Steadfast, you know, it's a bunch of best of 3s. You move on. But after that point, it only just gets a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to attempt to coin a phrase here. Okay. I want to call this system the 3 in, 3 out. So anytime that there's 16 players, it's very simple. You win 3 matches, you're in. You lose 3 matches, you're out. You don't need to make it any more complicated than that. Your map score, it matters a little bit whether you get out 3-0, 3-1, 3-2. But ultimately, the most important thing is you're looking for 3 wins before 3 losses. And then, of course, from there, we go to a very traditional 8-player playoffs, single elimination bracket. Will be best of 5s for the quarterfinals and semis, and then into that best of 7 grand finals. Now, putting you on the spot real quick, what's your dream grand finals?
I mean, I don't think that's a fair statement, because I think we all know what it is, Steadfast. It's Cyril Maru. They're both firing on all cylinders. The GSL champion, the Yanchiping champion. You know, we've flirted with this a couple times. You know, we have had 1 or 2 actual Cyril Maru finals. You know, I think back to King of Battles too, but maybe that's just my bias because I cast it. But that was a fantastic series. That was online, though, for a $25,000 tournament, or $15,000 tournament, excuse me. Now we're looking at a tournament where top prize is $100,000. And we have Cyril, right, on top form. Maybe, I'm not going to say looking scarier than he won BlizzCon, because I think the gap was maybe a little bit higher. But still, Cyril's looking terrifying. Maru's won his 7th GSL. We've said this before. Every single time where we have these 2 players, these 2 potential goats on collision course, they end up on the same side of the bracket, or Rainer knocks out Maru, or someone knocks out Cyril, and it gets really painful. But Steadfast, you know, we talked about $100,000 for first place, 60,000 for second. I think in general, we should take a look at the prize pool a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. It is a big, juicy prize pool. $400,000 up for grabs. First place going to be taking home the lion's share of that. 150 grand for first place, 65,000 for second, 30,000 for that third, fourth place. And then you can see, obviously, going down from there, still a solid paycheck. If you make it through into that top 8, 16 grand. And then it does actually matter, you know, what you finish. If you go 0-3 versus 2-3, that's an extra 5 G's in your pocket right there. So the players, even that they're down to 0-2, we will, of course, be covering some of those matches on day 2. Look for them to do their absolute best to still recover. That's still a decent, you know, increase in their prize pool if they can even just get back to that qualifying match. So it's going to be pretty big. And just to speak on that prize pool once again, one of the things that has made like some of the other stuff a little bit less maybe engaging, I think, for some of those other tournaments is that they didn't have as big of a prize pool. So like at TSL 9, I know that Solar said some of the Koreans weren't practicing as hard. And that was the one where, honestly, Cyril kind of dumpstered Maru. But, you know, I don't think we're going to see that here. I think everyone who comes to this tournament is going to be giving it their all. But let's talk about this here. We've got the SC2 and SC Remastered Legends prize pool. Now, this is an amazing addition to the tournament. We've got $50,000 for 4 players in each game. And I got to tell you, If I got paid 10,000 to show up and get beaten up by, you know, Stefano or MC or whatever, I'd be pretty hard pressed to say no.
Yeah, no, it's going to be awesome. Of course, we will have StarCraft Legends or StarCraft 2 Legends on Saturday, the Brood War Legends, as we are going to take a look at that next prize pool on Sunday. Same prize pool, of course, same breakdown. So we're going to get to take a look here at these Legends of StarCraft, these Legends of Brood War. And, you know, Steadfast, I'm very excited about this, by the way. The fact that we're looking at that it's still going to get played on the current patch is going to be interesting for StarCraft 2, because they're going to play on old maps. We're going to have Daybreak in the pool. We're going to have these maps from, you know, back in Wings of Liberty, but they're going to be played on current patch StarCraft 2, which, how do you think that? I mean, I know we had the Dream Pool, right? Start of Legacy of the Void, what is it, 7 years ago, 8 years ago at this point. But how do you expect that to work out?
That is actually a really good question. And it actually raises another question for me, because I'm not sure about this. I think this is going to be something we find out while it's happening. Will it have the reduced minerals in like every base? Like, will there be, you know, will it be lower mineral counts? Will it be higher mineral counts and higher gas? Because the ability to take a third or fourth base on some of these older maps is kind of laughable. But the compensation for that is that you can sit on 2 bases for a very long time. It's going to make for some funky matches for sure. Now, I don't know about you, but the Dream Pool for me, it was more of a nightmare pool. Not my favorite time, but it did make for some interesting matches. And I think the players are going to be, they're definitely going to be able to adapt, especially someone like Stefano, who was, I mean, he was the best non-Korean StarCraft player for a very long time, really untouchable. So it's going to be cool to see.
Yeah. And as recently as 2 years ago, we had Stefano playing in DreamHack. We had him playing in these online tournaments. You know, he wasn't winning. You know, he was making like top 32, top 24 or something like that. But still, to have him come off whatever he was doing at the time and just like, yeah, you know what, I'll play. It's great. You know, I'll make some money. It's going to work out. Does tell us that, you know, at the very least, Stefano understands how Legacy of the Void plays a little bit. We should see that happen there. I think personally for me, he's my favorite going into that tournament, just because he has that more recent perspective. But of course, the other thing we have to talk about here is MVP famously retired because his wrists were shot. We are, 9 years after that happened, 8 years after that happened, and is that enough time to recover? Is he in a situation where he can kind of play the game he wants to play? I would hope so. But that's also, it's going to be interesting. And of course, I'm excited for the Brood War event, because I don't watch a lot of Brood War. I came in with StarCraft 2. So to see that happen, to see these goats of Jaedong and Bizu and Stork and these names I've heard of for years playing for such a massive tournament is just, and who, by the way, these players are active playing Brood War still in Korea through the ASL. That's going to be really awesome. I'm so excited for that on Sunday.
Yeah, that one's going to be really great. My pick to win the Brood War tournament, the remastered, I got to go with Jaedong. Raise your dongers. I think we're going to have a really fun event on that one. But to me, Jaedong has always been the second most legendary player in Brood War. I know some people are going to disagree. They're going to say, you know, Nada or Boxer or I Love Uv. But I gotta, for me, Jaedong holds a special place in my heart. The Muta Micro, even in SC2, I remember there was a game he came back from having 10 drones after a Hellbat all-in, and it was very cool. But let's take a look at the competitors as we get back to the, the tournament we'll be covering here, the quote-unquote proper tournament, because we've got a star-studded cast here.
Yeah, this is awesome. So we have 8 players coming in from Korea. And by the way, the players, of course, as they seeded into this, as they played through Gamers Without Borders, is that kind of double-headed qualifier setup that we had, were based on their IEM Katowice 2023 performance. So again, that's kind of how they got seeded in. But we have 8 players coming in from Korea: Solar, Beyond Dark, Maru, all the rest of them, Classic, Hero, and Creator, and then, of course, 8 from the West as well. And I mean, I struggle to find a player that is not in this tournament that I would expect to be in this tournament, right? It is just, I mean, maybe you replace Creator for someone, maybe Creator for, I don't know. but maybe creative for Gumiho based on like really, really recent results. But other than that, I mean, it's just la creme de la creme.
That's funny because the only person I would put in would have also been Gumiho, and I might have maybe subbed out a laser, but a laser would, you know, he would then smack me down because he actually beat Gumiho in the most recent Home Story Cup, and that was basically to make it out of groups. So it was the highest outcome or highest, I guess, impact match in that group. And a laser, he is super solid. So like you said, I don't think there's anyone that looks out of place. There's just maybe one or two players that you could be like, okay, I could see someone else maybe getting in, but no one is going to look at this and say, this person absolutely doesn't deserve to be here. They got in through some weird circumstances. No, everyone fully deserves to be here.
And in steadfast and fairness, we're talking about, you know, a laser for Gumiho. Here's the thing, right? A laser comes from the West. They come from European or non-Korean qualifiers. There's no way that Gumiho would have replaced him unless, I don't know, Gumiho suddenly has Finnish citizenship because he, you know, lost to Cyril, and that's the commiseration prize. You get top 2 at Jönköping, and you have that Finnish citizenship, and you're fine. But other than that, I mean, I don't even know. That being said, though, it's going to be an awesome day, and now we're going to start to kind of talk about what we're actually going to cover today, because we're going to talk about these 0-0 matches and some of the 0-1 matches. And Steadfast, as we kind of look at them, of course, there will be 8 1-1 matches. But actually, you know what? Before we talk about the players and the matches here, we should talk about the maps a little bit. Now, it's no surprise to anyone. These maps are the same maps that we've been playing on ladder. These maps are the same maps that we have been playing in tournaments. But, ooh, that's exciting. We got stats with them now. Granted, everyone's at, you know, a solid 20% pick rate because maps haven't been picked yet. But that's going to update as we move on. Look at this. Wow, this is an awesome graphic. I'm a big fan.
This is very pretty. It is kind of funny because it makes the maps like just the way they're shown. It makes like 6 of them look identical, which we obviously know they are absolutely not. But the big focus on this map pool is that pretty much every map is a pretty big macro map. I would say there's a couple of exceptions. You know, Babylon, I think of it as a smaller-ish map, but really it's not a small, like it's not a rush map. It just feels more cramped, which in one sense makes it better for turtling, which makes it better as a, you know, as a big macro map. Altitude, of course, is gigantic. Neo Humanity, it's got that trench in the middle, even though it's got the shortest rush distance. I mean, we've been on this map pool for a while, so we don't have to get into too much of the nitty gritty. But I think we can both agree, I think most people will probably agree, Gressvan is probably going to be the map that we're most excited about, because that has been the map, this map pool, that has produced the best games.
Yeah, Steadfast, I'm a little sad because I think Gressvan, like, objectively is the best map. You know, it is given us by far the best games, and I don't think that is, as you said, I don't think that is any way, shape, or form a surprising statement. But Neo Humanity, like, conceptually is my favorite map because it does things that we haven't seen in the map pool in a while. With kind of that middle gulch and the awkward third to take and a bunch of other ideas that are rather novel to the pool. So I was very excited when it got added. I was really hoping we would see some awesome games. And in fairness, we had some truly incredible games. I think back to like Hero versus Beyond from an EPT Cup that have just been one of my games of the year, moving on a little bit. But regardless, you know, we've had some awesome, really some awesome games. And, you know, as we talk looking back about what happened on this map pool, I actually want to talk about, I want to think about just the history of this 13-year-old game. And luckily for me, Gamers8, they put together a bit of a video about a brief history of StarCraft. So let's roll it.
A game that defined its genre and shaped esports as we know it today. A title that broke Guinness World Records and even went into space. A franchise that became a national sport and forged living legends and celebrities. It's not just a game, it's StarCraft. And this is its story. Let's go back to the late 90s when a financial crisis struck many Asian countries, including South Korea. At that time, many lost their jobs and were struggling not only financially, but also socially. Some took this opportunity and created places known as PC Bangs, a combination of internet cafes and meeting spots. Helped by Korea's exceptional internet infrastructure, these establishments quickly rose in popularity, and so did the 1998 StarCraft, usually already installed on most PC Bang equipment. It is undeniable that StarCraft took Korea by storm. But that might probably be an understatement, as by 2007, almost half of all game copies sold globally were bought in Korea, and that meant only one thing. Tournaments sprung up on a scale that Western players could only dream of, with the best players being treated like the biggest celebrities. Airplane hangars, TV commercials, 24/7 StarCraft TV broadcast channels, DVDs with pro strategies. The game was a cultural phenomenon that went even as far as Earth's orbit, thanks to astronaut Daniel T. Barry. Pretty cool, right? But what if we told you that StarCraft even broke a Guinness World Record for largest audience for a game competition, with 120,000 viewers attending the Sky Pro League season 2005? That's certainly something to be proud of, especially when you add all the legends that spawned throughout the years, like Jaedong, who in essence broke the game that was pretty much figured out. And speaking of spawning, after nearly a decade, Blizzard decided it was time to write another chapter in the great book of StarCraft, and in 2010 released StarCraft II, a proud heir to the great legacy of its predecessor. In time, it replaced Brood War as the dominant StarCraft competitive title, with the West also catching up with the Koreans. But it was also a time when other great esports titles began their journeys, like CSGO, League of Legends, or Dota 2, which combined with some balancing difficulties meant StarCraft 2 wasn't able to recreate the craze that surrounded the original game, despite having now a combined prize pool of almost $40 million. Nevertheless, the scene is still very much alive and vivid, with incredible stories being forged, like Reyna, who broke the 8-year-long Korean win streak record in Katowice, Cyril, the highest-earning StarCraft 2 player in terms of prize pools, or the recent Cinderella story in the form of Oliveira. Undeniably, it might have its years and younger generations may take most of the spotlight, but StarCraft is not going anywhere anytime soon, and will forever be the father of what today we call esports.
That was nice. That was really nice. Of course, everyone who's been around for a while. First of all, I mean, StarCraft 2, you've probably been around for a while, but that last little shot with Oliveira falling to his knees, that one got me in the feels then, and it still gets me in the feels now. And that's why we do this. We love the stories. And this weekend, I am very excited to see what stories unfold before us. But we're going to start things off with our first match of the day. Two players that would love to ink their names into the annals of history. Let's get the veto started.
Yeah, we can see right now Royal Blood and Ancient Cistern getting vetoed out. Cure and Spirit. And Steadfast, you talk about stories. Well, we have one tailor-made for us, because Cure and Spirit were one of the stories in Katowice before we had, Oliveira and his miracle run. We had Spirit finally showing that power that he's talked about in practice games, on ladder, on things like that, where he went and he took Cure to 5 games, and I think realistically multiple times there, he should have won that series on the play-in bracket on the upper side. So the fact that we get to see a rematch here is tremendously exciting. We start with Neo Humanity, we get Altitude. Dragon Scales is going to be that final one, but Steadfast, the sad thing, Cure bans out Grespon.
Yes, that is actually a little bit surprising to me that Cure is the one to ban that map, because that is a map that I think of as the player, especially in TVT, because it's rather wide open. I think of that as the map where the more confident player would be the one who would likely take it, at least if it goes to a macro game. That's really interesting to me because Cure historically has absolutely dominated Spirit. There's no getting around it. But a lot of those matches took place well before Spirit's recent ascension. And with that, well, we're going to get right into it right now. I am so excited. What do you say we get right into it?
Yeah, that's fantastic here. So in the upper left, in the red, he's playing for Storm, and he's looking ascendant steadfast in the last 6 months or so. His name is Spirit.
And his opponent, spawning down in the bottom right for Team Abydos, it is Cure.
Oh man, Steadfast, I've been talking about how good Spirit's been looking over the last 6 months or so. I mean, that Katowice run, everything since then, and realistically, he's gotten even better since Katowice. But that's not fair to Cure, because, I mean, the run that this man has been on, pretty much since Katowice was over, since he kind of maybe underperformed there, has been nothing short of just ascendant steadfast. Those GSL runs, everything else he's been doing. Cure it's feeling like Cure's starting to find his, what was that, his 2014 form, or his GSL form to make it a little bit more recently. This is a Terran that is, he's maybe not on top of the world, that's Maru, but he is, he's on that upward slope.
I would even say he's second, you know, like the only reason he's not on top of the world is because of Maru. He is a player currently who looks like the Cure that I remember watching and just being so bloody excited about, looking at his play and saying, this is the only guy who's beating Raynor and Serral right now. At a time when Serral and Raynor looked utterly dominant, Cure came out with this like fast Widowmine drop drilling claws build that absolutely stunned those two players. Was just a brilliant opening. And, you know, it was a little bit of a flash in the pan-ish, but he's always been such a solid, stable player. And we're seeing him get back up to, I would say, personally, I would say he's in World Championship caliber form at the moment.
Yeah, he certainly is kind of on, I'm going to say this and then I'm going to qualify it, because on the one hand, you know, certainly he's on my kind of sleeper picks. He's not Serral or Maru or Raynor or something as kind of a tournament champion here, but he's one of my sleeper picks to really make that deep run, maybe make the podium on that final day. But Steadfast, before we get into this game just a little bit too much, I do want to talk about the openers a little bit, because we have different ones. Spirit, of course, he took that second gas to late. He got his natural just a little bit faster. And of course, that's what we expect out of Spirit, right? He is going to, you give him an opportunity to greed, he is going to greed as hard as he can. And of course, due to the Raven change and some other changes that we had pre-Katowice, you can kind of get away with that a little bit more. There's a little bit more leeway in the openers. But how do you feel about it here, right? Spirit playing a little bit greedier, Cure playing a little bit more aggressive. What are your thoughts here?
Well, this is really interesting because they both went greedy, but Cure hedged his bets. So he went for the gas first reactor, or gas first one racks expand, and he built a command center in the main base. Spirit went Marine first, barracks gas with the fast expansion, and he's already up 4 workers as a result of that. It is significant. Now, as you talked about it, the follow through is very interesting. We are going to see a Marine tank. I was going to say it might be a Marine tank drop, but no, this looks like an actual straight up push. He's reinforcing with a Viking. This feels kind of like one of those HeroMarine Big Gabe-esque pushes, but in TVP, he normally does that. He's doing this in TVT. This is something we see Gumiho doing a fair bit recently.
So for now, Cure's going to siege at the bunker, and the bunker is going to buy some time. It should eventually go down. Key thing, though, Steadfast, is the Raven is here. Hellions are going to look for the shots. They're going to line them up great. And now, Auto Turret just gets dropped, so you can get on top of the tank here. And it seems like Spirit is just going to knock this. He gets the tank, Steadfast.
Oh, that's a big defense right there for Spirit. Now, Cure did kill 4 SCVs, and that is equalized things. But make no mistake, Cure was looking to get a lot of value with this, and he has continued to actually rally forward. Now, we got something very interesting. Spirit's going mech. He is going mech on this map. Oh, and a throwback to Gumiho. This is the position that Gumiho utilized against Maru that put him into such a great position. Oh, this is big. Cure is going to scout the second factory, and he's going to delay the add-on for it. This is really, really nice information. Cure instantly throws down a second starport.
Yeah, so now the tank, oh, that's actually a great lock-on right there, because now the tank can't unsiege, so it's going to be a second dead tank, Steadfast. And yeah, you know what? It's a scout. It shows that the second factory there. Cure, of course, reactively, I think this might actually just be 4 Viking all-in that we're going to see out of this. But still, 2 tanks go down here for Cure. He loses a lot of that pushing power, so for now, Spirit is actually doing a very solid job of making the defense happen, but it's going to be another 3 to 5 minutes maybe before Spirit feels really confident. So for now, it's a lock-on a Marine. That doesn't matter. You need more than that.
Yeah, this is really tricky. I really do think that if this is a reactive build from Cure, it's a great one, because getting air superiority this early on in a versus mech matchup, I mean, that kind of screws the mech player pretty hard. And Cure, he's already able to kind of set up a little bit of a camp situation. He's not quite on top of the starport with the reactor just yet, but he is dangerously close to, I know it's early to say, especially since the trades have been decent for Spirit, he is dangerously close to checkmating his opponent.
Yeah, and the cool thing about this as well, we're not going to see a second reactor on that second starport. This is not Cure going for some sort of like what we're used to seeing from the special, right? The 4 Vikings at a time. He just wants that +1 Viking as quick as possible to really lean on the neck of Spirit. So it's 3 Vikings at a time. And honestly, Steadfast, the fact that Spirit is making Vikings at all is such a problem, because he's just never going to win that fight. Now, the Marines, they run forward on top of this bunker, and their repair is just a little bit slow, so the bunker's going to get busted.
Oh.
Now, granted, tanks matter just a little bit more here, but it opens up the fight, and now the Vikings are going to land, so that's a dead tank, but Raven's coming from the right side, and they're just going to get gunned down. This is a disaster for Spirit here, Steadfast. This is not what he wants.
No, it is not. He was looking to take air superiority with that, but there's too many Vikings here for Cure. Cure's going to hold the position. Cure is turning this into like a soft contain, or I guess not even that soft. It's a pretty hard contain. I am really getting worried for Spirit here, because he just cannot compete with this superior Viking production of his opponent. Cure, during all this, the 3rd command center is nearly done on location. He's adding on just now additional production. But this is such a strong chokehold he's got on his opponent.
Yeah, now it really begs the question, like, what can Spirit do? What is Spirit's attempt to find his way out? Actually, this is kind of cool, right? You float the barracks, you don't really care, and that gets a tank for free. And theoretically, you can kind of use that to soak some Viking shots to maybe make it happen, but it still doesn't matter, because it's 6 Vikings to 2. That is, that does not spark joy. That's not going to work out at all. But now the Vikings are going to land, and here comes the break here, and that is a lot of tanks. That's a lot of everything coming on down the ramp. But the problem is, their tanks on the other side, even still, they're going to evaporate the tank line here from Cure. And this actually, it's a fairly decent hold from Spirit. I didn't think it was going to turn out as well as it did. But now you have these, what is that, 8, 9 Vikings in the sky. They can land on whatever they want, and they are just, they're not going to kill Vikings anymore, because the Vikings, of course, they're not flying. But they're an assassination squad. They're going to wipe out a mineral line. They're going to wipe out tanks. And Spirit, it feels like he knows he has to move out here. He doesn't really have much of a choice. And now the Vikings, what stops them?
That's the thing. There's nothing that stops them. This was, Spirit feels like it is a necessity that he must go across the map, and he's right. But he doesn't really have much to defend at home. Now, Cure does get a little bit surrounded, but man, those Vikings just shred SCVs. Oh my God, the mineral line gets gutted. Every unit goes down. Landed Vikings are jacked. And now on the other side of the map, even if Cure has to give up this base,
no way.
That's totally fine. It's totally fine.
Absolutely. It's four tanks do not win this game. There's a Liberator here. Like that is the final nail in the coffin. And I appreciate Spirit's idea, right? Get as greedy as possible. Moving a mech behind that. New Humanity, if you can get onto 3 bases, is a fairly solid mech map. But despite we're queuing this up, right? You know, that awesome 3-2 series between Spirit and Cure at Katowice, both players looking better and better over the last several months. That was a smashing Steadfast. That was I mean, Cure just got the scout he needed. He reactively dropped the second starport, built that third Viking every cycle, and Spirit just had nothing. He had no way to come back.
Yeah, no, it makes it so uncomfortable when you get sieged up like that, when you're trying to establish air control and your opponent already gets the leg up on you. And Cure, he was very patient. I do think Spirit, there was a couple of times where Vikings popped out and he continued to build Vikings, and I don't blame him for that, but he needed to be instantly landing those pretty much. Now it's easier said than done. Of course, you don't know when your opponent's going to dart in, but let's say he has maybe 4 or 5 more landed Vikings, maybe even like 3 more landed Vikings. Then, in regards to the counterattack that comes in, maybe he's a little bit less gutted by it. But unfortunately, things worked out the way that they did, or unfortunately for Spirit, very fortunately for Cure. And he looked super comfortable in that game number 1.
Yeah, I'm a little sad, Steadfast, because it felt like Spirit was making all the proper moves on the first couple holds. You had the Marine tank pressure that it got 4 SCVs, and I guess that is an equalizer. I don't guess that is an equalizer, but that is an equalizer, right? It's not putting Cure ahead, and then the tank drop on the right side didn't really get all that much. It delayed a reactor, delayed a tech lab, something like that, briefly. Really not finding all that much value. So Spirit was trading well. He was killing tanks, that really taking a lot of power out of that push, but he didn't have any idea that there was a third Viking on the way. And I think maybe if he does it a little bit differently, maybe if you just stop making Vikings in its entirety, you just obviously, Cure is going to have air dominance there. You really can't contest it. So you, on extreme, drop a third factory and start building cyclones out of it or something, which probably is not the best move, but you commit to the ground harder because your opponent's going to have the air. Maybe that's going to work out, but it sounds like for now we have game number 2 ready and on altitude on the bottom left here in the red. He's down a game. It is Spirit.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right for Team Abydos, looking to continue his success and put himself at that 1-0 position. It is Cure.
Certainly. That game 1 was the cure for all that ails him.
Yeah, this is interesting. It looks like we're going to see another 1-Rax expand from Cure. I wonder if he'll go high ground again. This time, Spirit saying, I'm down 0-1. I don't want to lose to a proxy 2-Rax. You are a Korean player. The Koreans are obviously very well known for cheesing at least once in a best of X series. I don't blame him for going double gas here, but that will mean that if Cure does go for that 1-Rax expand, especially if he ends up going low ground this time, it's going to set up the Blue Terran in a really nice position.
Well, maybe. There is, of course, the world where Spirit with this double Rax factory type of opener, right? Which, of course, you delay your command center a little bit. You can run across the map. You go up to 5 Vikings and 3 Hellions or something, and you dive in and you really equalize things. Granted, it's a big map. Altitude is by far the longest map in the pool. 38-second rush distance there, natural to natural. But certainly, Spirit. I mean, Hellions are fast. Reapers are fast. You can maybe make that happen. But this is also Spirit Steadfast. And regardless of whether Spirit opens aggressively, defensively, on top of this single gas, double gas type of thing, he's not one of those players that I think of when I say, oh yeah, he's going to run across the map. He's going to try to get aggressive. Spirit more likely is just going to use this opener to sit on his high ground and make sure he doesn't die, which, considering the fact that Cure has gotten greedy, that's maybe not the best move.
Well, and that's the tricky part of TBT, and that's why, players will, proxy 2-Rax in order to keep their opponent from doing the 1-Rax expand. It's very bold now. Okay, this is very interesting from Spirit. Very interesting. He is going to proxy a starport and switch the factory onto the tech or onto the reactor. Yeah, this looks like a Hellion drop. I am very interested in how, I don't know that I've ever seen these two builds interact, because this is 1-Rax expand into the quick reactor Hellions for Cure versus a reactor Hellion drop from his opponent. That is This is maybe the first time these two builds have ever interacted at the pro level. I don't know that they ever have. This is very uncommon.
Yeah, and like you would think, right, against a some sort of Reaper expand that we're seeing out of Cure, you would think, oh yeah, Hellion drops are great. You're going to be very diminished. You're going to be on a 1-1-1. You're going to have some Marines. You're going to have a bunker maybe in the natural. You're not going to have a ton of stuff. But the fact that there are 4 Hellions on the map, actually more than that, Cure's going up to 6 Hellions here. That actually makes this kind of rough for Spirit, depending on where Cure positions, because, well, Hellions are light units.
Ooh.
They counter each other a little bit. I was just going to say,
I saw that on the mini-map. I saw the SCV going down to the depot, and I was like, that's a clutch SCV.
Oh, it's
perfectly
great.
timed for Cure. It's going to see this coming. And that will give him a little bit of extra time. Raven is going to be able to drop an auto turret to potentially help clean this up faster. Spirit doesn't need a ton of damage, but he does need something with this. Oh, nice micro right there from Cure, baiting the Hellions around. And some good body blocking as well. 2 SCVs go down. Cure still comes out ahead. Oh, nice micro in the natural there from Cure, but Spirit will still get 1 extra SCV. Oh, and some nice juggling on the Hellions. Okay, yeah, that pretty much evens things out. But the starport is still proxied.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, you got 4 workers. He's up a worker now. That's great for Spirit. Fine. The starport's still on the other side. And is that...
Yeah.
Starport is building more stuff. Yeah, I got a tech lab. It's building Ravens out of it. There's follow-up here. Now, granted, this Hellion drop is optimistic at the best. There are 5 Hellions in Cure's main base. Your single Hellion is not going to do anything. But you add in a Raven. Maybe, just maybe. But Cure's... He's reactoring out Vikings. This is not going to work.
No, he's just building the Raven to have Ravens. Yeah, that's something you can definitely do. Spirit did get a little bit supply blocked at 54, cutting into his production just a little bit. Of course, losing out on those SCVs and losing out on those important factory units, especially when you have proxied something on the map, does make it a little bit funky. Cure, like you said, reactoring out some Vikings makes this very bad for Spirit. Trying to get in, he loses the medevac. Oh, that is brutal. Couple of Hellions go down, but that medevac is a lot more valuable, especially with all the Marines that were inside. And now these Cyclones are kind of trapped. They will grab a Raven. That is quite nice, but losing 2 Cyclones and maybe losing his own Raven. Oh, okay. It's 29 army supply to 5.
Yeah, I like the ideas coming out of Spirit here. You know, Hellion drop against a 1-rack expand seems brilliant, right? It seems like it would work out really well, but it's not. And now Spirit is in a really rough position. He's getting a bunker at his natural. That's a useful thing, Steadfast, but against, and in fairness to Cure or to Spirit, actually, this army from Cure is not the beefiest. It's not a sieging army. But even still, I mean, it's gonna be a long, hard slog if Spirit has any shot at coming back here. Now there's a tank on the map, so now we have our siege thing. Now we have something that can start to knock this bunker down. I'm not quite sure exactly what Spirit's supposed to do. Now he shuts down the tank briefly, but there's no break there, so that doesn't really do all that much for him now, does it?
No, it buys him time, but that didn't let him get a siege on top of his opponent. Cure, by the way, did get supply blocked at 76. Was it 76, 76? 78, 78. And that's why the supply is just equalized, because Cure actually lost out on like maybe a full round and a half of production. So that's why supplies actually are suddenly equal again. But the air superiority is a big deal. Now, we do have Spirit with a ton of Marines. If he can get the right interference matrices, he can potentially just murder this army. Ooh, Cure might think he's denying stim. Combat shields, it's good to get that. Really good. But he might overestimate his setup. Ooh, there's the interference matrices. Marines are going to stim in. Hellions need to be shooting at those Marines, but they're not. And that means that Spirit will get a cleanup. But Cure in the main base, he just killed multiple production buildings, I think.
Yeah, I think he just got a barracks, and he's going to get the reactor as well. So, you know what? Shooting that down, knocking that down is fantastic for Spirit. It really is kind of making the best of a bad situation. But losing your production, especially on this timing that Spirit had, where he does have stim faster, right? That was maybe something he was going to be able to play with. Now he's on 1 barracks. Now his Marine count is not going to skyrocket nearly as... He's building 5 barracks at a time. When was he's building 6? He has to, right? He needs this to make sure he can start to build what he has to build. But 6 barracks at a time is just not where you want to spend your money.
No, this has become a really funky game. Oh, the Raven. Oh, this double snipe. Very nice from Cure right there. Gets 2 Ravens that were left hanging. Oh my goodness. Well, that is, I was just going to say, this is really nice for Spirit. He's still got 3 Ravens, you know? He's got the faster 1-1. Even though his infrastructure was slowed down, he's rebuilt it at a very quick rate. And it's not like he lost that many SCVs, so he's still actually in a decent spot economically. Oh, and now he's going for a big Doom drop. Imagine this with 3 Ravens instead of 1.
Well, he's going to actually get past 4 missile turrets, and granted, oh, actually, not a full unload there, unfortunate, but even still, he gets in, and really, Cure was not expecting that whatsoever. So 14 workers hit the deck now. Cure not going to get supply block. Oh, actually, he is, but now the stim goes in. Tank gets targeted down here, and with no medevacs because of those missile turrets. Well, Cure is going to clean it up, but now Spirit with a market economic lead here, 69-70 to 54. Army of supplies, you know, not actually all that bad, considering we can assume Spirit has a decent tank out at home. All of a sudden here, you know, I'm not going to say he's in a great spot. Losing 3 medevacs worth of stuff is a little awkward, but this is a very playable game for our Polish Terran now.
Yeah, it certainly is. The main thing he's got to be worried about, only 2 tanks on the field right now, is until, for one, combat shields completes, because for now his Marines are going to be far inferior to those of his opponent, and additionally is the fact that he doesn't have a ton of tanks. Now, his +2 armor, he didn't have the gas for it right away, but quick into that 4th command center on location. I really like the way that Spirit is kind of playing this on the follow-throughs. Now, this double drop in the main base, oh my god, if he denies combat shields again, that could actually be, that could be such a gut punch.
Oh man, oh, he stims, no, he's just gonna target the command center down.
Oh.
Yeah, he's gonna force the reaction here, and I mean, Cure could have gotten combat shields, but now that's a meat grinder. That's horrible. So many Marines are gonna go down. And the 3rd base also heavily sieged your Spirit. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place at this point, Steadfast. I mean, he's gonna have to repair this 3rd base. He has to lift it. I mean, luckily he's got that 4th base on location, but what a move from Cure there. No missile turrets in the main because Spirit got greedy. Just trying to make the defense happen. And now, okay, that's a nice target fire. Denies the drop into the main. But now tanks are going to siege up the main base of Spirit again, and every little bit of something that Spirit has gained over the last 30, 45 seconds a minute, it's now just rapidly falling down.
Oh, and even the Liberator is going to get taken down. That is very unfortunate. It was a clever move from Spirit, but the fact that Cure kept that drop alive is very nice. Counterattack on the other side of the map, that's going to get met head on. It is not going to get what it needs to done. Not even close. And Cure, man, he is just so solid and stable in this matchup. He's so good. He's so good. The second Liberator for Spirit will slowly start to push this back. And we do have to mention that there is another base available. Oh, a little bit of an oopsie right there with the medevac. That's not ideal. And you know what? If Spirit can actually clean this up cost efficiently right here, right now, before the reinforcements get across the map, this could be an amazing position, actually. And he will kind of spread out the tank fire with a great set flank. That was an excellent cleanup from Spirit. And he says, no, Steadfast, I'm not out yet. You do not count me out.
Yeah, it was a little bit awkward, right? He triggered the nice attempt at a break before his army was totally in position, but you're right. He has 4 bases now, and here sims up the ramp onto the 4th. He's like, oh crap, there's a planetary here. Maybe I haven't shattered this economy as hard as I thought I had, but the big deal now. Here, first of all, +1 armor, or +1 attack for his mech units done right now. But more importantly, he's got his 3-3 about a third of the way done, maybe a quarter of the way done, something in that neighborhood. And Spirit hasn't started his, right? Because he's lost out on the gas on that 3rd base, because his economy, despite having that 4th, that's kind of that saving grace, really hurting. But for now, okay, army is in the middle of the map here. Cure stims onto the 3rd base. Liberator looks to get a little bit more, but again, Spirit, he's just he loses the 3rd base. All that we're talking about, okay, maybe this isn't as bad. He loses his 3rd orbital now. That is not nearly as nice as we could have thought.
That is a brutal setup here. Now, we do see the siege position from Spirit is dangerous for this 4th command center, but on the other side of the map, those Marines are going to be quite a problem to deal with. Now, Cure has enough. Oh, he's just going to move the tanks right up on top of this. The Marines are so choked up for Spirit. That is brutal for him, and that is going to allow Cure to take a commanding fight. And I think that might just take all the wind out of the sails of Spirit's push here. Oh, that was starting to look like maybe he could get something done. And he will jump these Marines. Okay, so he's going to be able to clear that up on the other side of the map. That's nice. And the supplies are still even, but you mentioned it a while ago, the 3-3 upgrades are a problem. Spirit, though, he's going to try and win this with Liberators, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, I like that fight that Spirit took on the Zelnaga, right? You had a little bit better vision. You are able, theoretically, to have your tanks firing a little bit sooner, but now it's just snowballing. Now it's a problem, and that last hold, right, where Spirit made it happen, he was equal on army supply, even as it got a little awkward, even as Cure. Oh, that's actually a couple great shots there on the tanks. He's going to get another one down, but there are not enough Marines to defend these Liberators, I don't think, but as Spirit down 20 army supply, down 30 army supply, takes a pretty solid fight. But again, he's down a base on Cure. He wasn't able to crack the 4th, and now it truly almost doesn't matter how good of a fight that Spirit takes, because his economy is just going to be such a problem that he won't be able to reinforce, even if he does take 4 cost-effective trades. As now Biostims in again. Liberators keep this alive, but keep your eyes on the blob on the right side, Steadfast, because that's a big army that Cure's getting ready to pounce with.
Yeah, it is. Now, there is that planetary on the 4th base, but Spirit, okay, he knows he just doesn't have enough. I think he looked at the upgrades and saw how late his 3-3 was and that Cure's was done. It might look a little bit underwhelming, but it was a 50 army supply advantage. Cure had all the momentum, and he takes the first series of the day. It's just another day at the office here for the stable, solid Terran.
Yeah, it's funny. I was looking at this, and it's like I had inside of me there were 2 wolves. One wolf was saying this is going to be a really, really great series, right? Rematch of Katowice. Look how good Spirit's been getting. But the other wolf was in my ear saying, yeah, but Cure beat actually Cure didn't beat Mar necessarily, but like Cure is having a really solid resurgence there in Korea. He makes top 4 of the GSL. Like, he's looking really good. And he almost beat Mara. There we go. And then GSL in the semifinals semifinals on Thursday. So the fact that I'm like, this might be good, but it seems like the other wolf was right, and Cure's looking terrifying. What can you say?
Yeah, no, that's it. He looks dominant. He looks dominant. I mean, for me, I mentioned it. Historically, he has been extremely strong against Spirit. Even though most of those games were before Spirit's, I would say, ascendancy. Even in the recent games since then, we still have Cure with a pretty solid record versus Spirit, and he continues it again today. Just very well played from Cure. Didn't really make any significant mistakes and kept the pressure on, unrelenting.
Yeah, it was. It felt like, Spirit would get away with whatever he wanted to in the early game. Well, maybe game 2 was rough, but like he had himself in a decent position, for the first 5 minutes, and then Cure would just turn it on and just absolutely start to smash. And it just felt like there was no chance after that. But you know what? We actually got an opportunity to take a look at what happened in those last games, because this is Gamers8 and we got highlights, and that's pretty awesome. We don't. We're back. Okay, there we go. Maybe we'll get highlights.
That's my alter ego. That's Crazy Fast right there. He is my different but same, different but same. But yeah, no, I mean, talking about that series a little bit, we did see in that game number 1, Cure was very comfortable to go for just that brief contain. And now, there we go. Now we'll take a look at it here.
Yeah, and I think when we talk about this, Steadfast, I think this kind of is emblematic of what we looked at, because that was a great hold from Spirit at the start, but then Cure just realized what he had to do, and all of a sudden, even these solid early games, they just fell apart so quickly to Cure's just unrelenting pressure. Because I guess right now it just feels like he understands TVT maybe just a little bit better.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of so game one especially was Cure playing very different from we're used to seeing him play TVT in general. That's not to say he can't play this style. It's that we don't often see him play that. Kind of channeling Gumiho a little bit. Of course, the landed Vikings, that move to crush the first tank that was in the natural expansion, we saw that about 30 seconds ago. That was such a solid move. Spirit tried to break with the auto turrets, and that wasn't the play because he needed those interference matrices. In game number 2, we're seeing, of course, just the big fights taking place. But I do think that one early interference matrix from Spirit was a little bit of an oopsie. Didn't really achieve too much for him. But that's the thing about Cure 2, is that he's just so solid at every stage of the game that you really can't make any mistakes at any point if he's firing on all cylinders. Otherwise, he is going to punish you for them. And we saw that kind of throughout, where, you know, even right before the very end when he sniped the 3rd command center, he scanned the main army. His army was only not even a full screen away. It was just out of vision. He's just like, don't mind if I do. And he just takes the free 3rd command center. And it's like, Cure kind of in a weird way lets the match come to him. And that's exactly what we saw there. And he just looked so solid. And it's kind of what we were talking about. He looks good.
Yeah, he did. I think we also can't underestimate how big, I don't know whether it was 1 or 2 barracks. I'm not quite sure how much was removed from the map from that push in game 2. But we can't underestimate just how important that was. Losing combat shields is rough, absolutely. But with the stim timing that Spirit had, if he'd been able to produce out of 3 barracks instead of 1, with how good that break was, because he knocked all the tanks down. He knocked a lot of the tech off the map from Cure. And by the way, Medivacs died on the follow-up drop, like everything died. That could have been a powerful reprisal. You know, you run across the map there, I think he actually could have broken the 3rd. Instead, he had to triple drop into the main, and he gets 14 workers, and it's maybe a bit of an equalizer there, but he loses the entire thing because there are 4 missile turrets set up at 7 minutes into the main. And it's just like, oh, God, man, imagine you had the production to really sustain that push. But that is our first series of the day. Spirit 0-1, Cure 1-0. But we have 3 more, 0-0 matches on the way. Of course, Creator and Cyril are in game 3 on the mainstream right now, which is means Creator took a game off Cyril, which is massive, by the way. But we're going to have our own second series ready after the break. It's going to be Hero and HeroMarine Steadfast. But for now, go to a break. When we're back, it's going to be that PVT.
challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
We've had one best of 3, but more is better. And Steadfast, this one is designed to make us as confused as possible because it's Hero versus HeroMarine. And, you know, that's, they share a name right there. And obviously it's different races. It's Protoss versus Terran. It's arguably the best Protoss player in the world right now versus a Terran who delights in killing Protoss players. So we got all those storylines. Now, what's your favorite?
That is a good question. These two players have not played a whole lot, but when they have played, generally speaking, the matches have been quite close. And they've almost only played, despite, you know, minus a weird 2-week stint where Hero decided to play the ESL EU. Besides that, they've only pretty much played in big tournaments. Now, granted, you know, Team Liquid map contest, not the biggest of deals, but this is going to be really interesting to see because, like you said, they're both really good at what they do. Now, Hero, I do think he's struggled a little bit in PvT recently, relatively. He's a little bit wild and all over the place, kind of like a, you know, kind of like an untamed Bronco. Whereas HeroMarine, I mean, he is a ladder hero and a really smart player. And I mean, for a very long time, the European ladder was so heavily Protoss focused. And so he just turned into the ultimate, like you said, Protoss killer. And it's set us up now for this very cool match.
Yeah, and of course, we also have to talk about that we're playing on a version of the game where the bug is fixed. So Extended Thermal Lance Colossus, they have 9 range playing on this. And that means that, well, so we got HeroMarine and Showtime, I guess, is the match to watch, which is going to happen later, I assume. Okay. But again, we're talking about Hero versus HeroMarine here. And the thing, again, with Colossus having 2 range, right? That's super important. That does mean that these kind of Colossus openers might not be as powerful. And Steadfast, you were talking about the fact that this is, you know, this heavily pushing Terran. Well, this patch works really well for HeroMarine because it's Protoss that have been struggling from like 6 to 8 minutes, and that's where HeroMarine has been by far the most dominant player.
Yeah, that's where he gets a lot of his wins is, you know, kind of before the 11-minute mark, before Protoss can establish that 4th base. That doesn't mean he's not able to win past that point. It just means that's where he's at his deadliest. Mm-hmm. And I think we're absolutely going to see that once again. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens between these two players, and I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, and apparently we're getting ready to get where we're in the game right now, which is really awesome. So on the upper left, in the red, on somewhat of a Terran map here, he's from Ouz, he's HeroMarine.
And his opponent, spawning down in the bottom right for Dragon Kitesy Gaming, it is Hero.
And so we talked about, okay, you know, big gate pushes. Well, Babylon is probably one of the better maps. Maybe not the best, that might more be a Dragon Scales or something, but this is one of the smaller maps in the pool, right? It's, I think, a 34-second rush distance. It's a map that does allow for that Terran aggression as quick as possible. And Steadfast, you know, we're talking about, okay, you know, that Colossus range. I know we talked on Real Talk Strategy about how it, you know, it probably was a good thing, even if it was a bug, and we did start to see more Phoenix Colossus type of styles off of that. But again, this is +2 range on Extended Thermal Lance that has been fixed. So where do you think Hero goes here? Probably not Phoenix Colossus, maybe not against the HeroMarine. Like, what do you expect to see out of the Protoss player?
That is a really good question. I think there's a lot of options. I think that Hero is the kind of player that will do literally anything. He will do 2-base storm drops. He'll do, you know, blink openers. He will do charge lot openers. He will do that Phoenix Colossus. He'll also do the new Robo first into Phoenix with a quick War Prism. He is really just a wild card out there. And I'm I'm going to be keeping my eye on things already because the openers for both players are already a little bit interesting. We got Reactor first out of HeroMarine, whereas Hero elected to go for the Gas first into Nexus before Cybernetics Core. So really banking on the fact that his opponent won't go for a Proxy Reaper, and even going Sentry first here, getting that new Ferrari Sentry with the speed boost and the fact that it builds faster. And because he went Gas first, he's able to get a quick Twilight Council as well and still continue to build that second gateway unit. Very interesting opener from Hero. And yeah, I like that he's busting out something a little bit different.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like a lot of this is playing the player, like maybe not the race, because HeroMarine, he's got his timings. He's got those the 6 to 8 minute pushes, right? Obviously, that's what he's known for. And then he's got like a 1.5 base, right? This kind of Cyclone 1-1 anti-Stargate kind of type of timing. But if you're not going Stargate early, and he's probably not going to hit you with a proxy because that's just really not how HeroMarine plays for the most part, it makes sense. Play greedy. Get that Nexus before core. Get that quick gas there. Move into Twilight. Get your Robo eventually. But the Hero is playing like distinctly against how HeroMarine tends to play, which is kind of cool. Now, of course, HeroMarine does want to make something happen. He's got 6 Marines on the map, rallying maybe 7 or 8, and certainly he doesn't have stim. And I don't know how much this is going to get done here. We have an Adept. We have a potential force field. There's a shield battery. Yeah, I mean, HeroMarine wants to put pressure on, but there's a full wall Steadfast. This build works for HeroMarine if there's no wall, which is not all that uncommon, but there is one. And on top of that, it's going to be Dark Templar on the way here. Hero just pulling out all the stops in this first game.
Yeah, the only thing Hero really needed there to stop that push was the shield battery. And of course, he did see the push coming with that Phoenix. And he, like you said, had the wall, so there was no opportunity for HeroMarine to run by, even though there wasn't that many units. Yeah, just a solid start overall. Now, scan coming in from HeroMarine. Okay.
Ooh.
All right, I love that.
Go.
God, that is so smart. Oh man. As soon as the scan expires, he cancels the Dark Shrine, goes for the Templar Archives. Oh, that is cool.
And that's something Hero's been playing with recently. Against TY in the GSL, he played, I think against another Terran as well, he played Storm Drops, which is not something that you see all that often, for good reason. It's expensive, it's easily countered. But if your opponent's not expecting it, and if they're expecting Dark Templar, well, all of a sudden you drop storms on their head, it can be very powerful. But for now, it's a Warp Prism. It's just a couple of Adepts, 3 Adepts. They one-shot SCVs. HeroMarine maybe not prepared for this, maybe dealing with something else. So he's gonna lose just a couple SCVs there, and well, actually, I guess 2 Adepts and a Stalker. But at this point, I mean, yeah, he's getting a lot of workers. HeroMarine can't easily deal with this. He can shut down the Warp Prism, but there's no anti-air. And there we go. Storm and Charge on the way. And if HeroMarine drops that Lightning in the positions that he wants, I mean, HeroMarine is not, this is not a quick ghost build. This is gearing up for that timing, for that +1 stim timing. And that is just not something that HeroMarine is kind of building into defending, although getting the 2 Adepts is really nice.
Yeah, the first phase of that, though, was an uncharacteristically slow reaction from HeroMarine. He kind of just left the SCVs there for a little bit. Lost a few more than he should have. Now, Hero doing, unfortunately, what Hero sometimes does, where he sticks around and tries to get a little bit too greedy. Zest used to do this all the time, too, where you're like, you go a little bit too far, and it kind of ends up looking silly sometimes. HeroMarine, by the way, did get supply blocked a little bit at 76, I believe. Was that the 78? 70? I wasn't paying attention to the exact number, but he did get supply blocked. High Templar going down to an auto turret. That is never supposed to happen. Oh, and that is a gigantic pickoff there. That was one of the early High Templar. Oh my goodness, you do not want to lose that. And now HeroMarine will know about this. And now the question is, do you go 3rd Command Center? Do you go 5 racks with a Ghost Academy? What do you do? I think you just build the 3rd Command Center, continue with your push, and just be more mindful of the storms. Get some mines and go from there.
Yeah, you're right. It's not only is it just that powerful defensive tools. Oh, he's got, I love this, though. Look at that. HeroMarine's not ready. Now, it doesn't get every Marine, but it softens the hell out of all of them. And there are no medevacs with that army just yet. So that is a massive move coming out of Hero. But now he's going to get, I think he gets the Archon. No. Okay, the Archon is going to get saved in the last second. No shields, though. Even still, the fact that, Marines on the Warp Prism there. Archon's dead. You got to get the Warp Prism out. And it seems like he will be able to do so. Gee, that Warp Prism barely stays alive. But now the problem is, right, you've spent 2 Storm. Actually, a lot of this is going to get healed up now because there's a medevac here. And those High Templar, you lost one of your defensive ones. Hero's goal was to have 2 High Templar and a Warp Prism across the map getting damage. And then 2 at home defensively to make sure the push didn't happen. And now this is a much dearer position for Hero to have to fight into. So he's counterattacking, it looks like. Actually, that's not a big flank. That's just running across the map because HeroMarine is sieged up in a position that he's not likely to get much done.
No, he is not. Now, Widowmines, ooh, they go off, not doing a ton right there. He needed those to do more. This is looking very dangerous. Hero targeting the missile turret for some reason. Storm does come on in. Big Gabe is hesitating in the middle of the map. I'm not sure if he's thinking about going across or not. There we go. There is the double drop into the main base. Recall does come on in. It's a very weird scenario where they both kind of hesitated a little bit, but it will be HeroMarine coming out of this with a decent supply lead. He picked off 9 probes. The 3rd command center was not canceled, and Hero really didn't get any meaningful damage while having to use his recall. And yeah, he's kind of a little bit on the back foot now. That was a nice, I would say, 45 seconds, maybe even 30 seconds for Big Gabe right there, despite a little bit of hesitation.
Yeah, it really was. Now he's going to reap that bounty. The Cyber's going to go down. The Gateway's dead. Might even be arranged in the pylon, I'm not sure. But now Storm gets dropped on the tanks, but who cares? Here comes the army, though, from the north side. And that's going to be a pretty solid Storm as well. And that Storm actually should clean it up at the end of the day. But there's a drop in the main. You got to deal with that one, too. Hero cleans this up, kind of, but it doesn't feel like it's all that. He's going to get an Immortal as well. This doesn't heal, even as much as this is a cleanup for Hero. It doesn't feel nearly as clean as it could have been. Like, yes, okay, in fairness, HeroMarine now only up 20 army supply, not 30. Hero sweeps HeroMarine from that side, but I don't know, it still didn't feel all that great.
It was pretty decent for Hero, I think. It definitely looked clunky. It failed the eye test, but HeroMarine just now landing his 3rd command center. Hero was mining on 3 bases for that whole time, and now he goes for the double Robo Colossus transition. I do think Hero could have done a little bit of a better job there. You know, maybe he juggles the Immortals a little bit more, and he survives with like 4 Immortals there instead of just the 2 that he's got left over. Maybe he could have targeted the tanks down more quickly with those Immortals, but that's the thing about what HeroMarine was doing, is he was kind of everywhere. Storms, all the SCVs are all stacked up. Huge Storm drop. Grabs 13 SCVs. Now on the other side of the map, 5 probes do go down, I think, to the auto turret, but that was definitely better for Hero. Now, he is still in an awkward position where his tech transition has not yet paid off. I think maybe you just go double Disruptor to try and get those units out quickly. Let's see, Hero. Okay, it is going to be Colossus.
Oh, man, and Vikings are I don't like this Viking or this Colossus transition right now. There are already several Vikings on the map. HeroMarine can make more, so this doesn't feel all that great. Great feedback there on one of the, it doesn't matter though, because the EMP goes down anyways. And this army from HeroMarine, I mean, great moves on the Storm drop from Hero. Absolutely, it buys him time, but you just got to give this 4th base up. It feels like that Storm is solid, but the Warp Prism is going to find itself shut down, so no more Storms where that came from. Ooh. There's another one, but it just doesn't matter. There's too much beef here, Steadfast. This 4th base is just not going to find anything. And again, High Templars get sniped. The Storms are nice, but there's no follow-up damage. So this army, it forces the cancel. And HeroMarine, at this point, Hero may have bought the time, right? The Colossus are out, but he found his value. He found what he wanted.
Yeah, that's those Storms were way more effective than I feel that they maybe should have been. But still, it wasn't quite enough. Like you said, losing that base is tough. Oh, man. Oh, the probes. Okay. Oh, they didn't. Still loses 10 of them. Very cheeky move from Big Gabe. He put 2 of those Widowmines down, faked sending the other 2 to the natural, and then dropped a 3rd to try and bait Hero back in. If that 3rd Widowmine shot had been about maybe 3/4 of a second later, he gets a huge kill. Now, this is actually really nice. Finding 5 Marauders in the middle of the map, that's very, very nice. It will be a disjointed fight to start things off. The one Raven that was low on HP, extremely low, did survive and it will be able to potentially drop some interference matrices. Ooh, but Hero's gonna step into his opponent. Zoning Storm. I mean, it allows him to disengage after the one interference matrix came down. This is messy, though. I think HeroMarine's really gaining momentum.
Yeah, it really is. That fourth base, there's no way it survives. There's now attempted Storms here, but EMP's blanket everything. Storm, actually, it gets a lot of Vikings, but doesn't get much more than that. And, well, only one class is firing anyways. It's a massive surround from HeroMarine. But even still, with the Storms and just the random splash damage, it seems like Hero is gonna be able to fight back again. And Steadfast, I didn't see. Do we have extended thermal lance done? Because it doesn't feel like it. No, we don't. Okay.
We do not.
I mean, it's not +3 range, but I mean, even still, that's a massive thing that Hero's just missing.
Yeah, that's a really big oversight, and that's something that happens sometimes with Hero's gameplay, is that he is a truly chaotic player. He takes fights that a lot of players don't take, and he will micro his way through them. Hold that thought. We do see an attack coming in through the middle. Vikings snipe one of the Colossus. War Prism gonna go down. Disruptor shot. It's massive, but is it too little too late? It just might be. HeroMarine still maintains a 40 army supply advantage.
I mean, I can't believe that Hero's still in this game. It's so many disasters, so many. Like, he's lost his fourth base 2 times now. It's so rough. But it seems like every time something really wrong happens, he's able to find some value. And actually, you know what? That fourth base was actually never canceled. I thought it was going to be, or never killed the second time. So that's still live. That's not in production. His HeroMarine, he's got a drop getting ready into the main base here. 3 medevacs full, and the cannon is not going to buy all that much time at all. So this is a base killing force here. This Nexus is dead. There's no recall. So yeah, fourth base, technically it's dead because it's in the main base now. The fourth base goes down here as well. HeroMarine only has 2 bases, and it doesn't feel like he can easily win either fight anyway. So now the medevacs, they get out. It's another dead Colossus here. Still battery overcharge, can't keep you alive. There's no anti-air, Steadfast. It's gonna be everything. At least the Colossus will fall eventually. Hero, it feels like finally we have a dead Hero in this game.
Yeah, some big disruptor shots there at the end. It's too little too late at this point. Losing 2 bases. HeroMarine has 4th base done and is about to land. The only thing Hero has is this big clump of disruptors. And, you know, if there's one unit in a game that can do something for you, it is disruptors. But we've already got some Liberators coming out. There's 4 at a time, and Liberators are going to deal with that very well. Hero trying to snipe the one Liberator. Good disruptor, well, good disruptor attempts, but even on the other side of the, wow, they're pretty decent disruptor shots. But here is what I was about to mention, is that drop on the other side. That's going to get in here. That is going to crush the natural expansion. There's basically just 1 mining base for now. Well, HeroMarine, though, not paying attention. Oh, my God. It's another massive shot. It's only an 8 army supply lead now. 11, as I literally say that. But, hello?
Okay, so Hero has 1 Nexus. He's got a second one on the way. He's not mining at all. It doesn't matter. Like, he has no money. But he's got a pretty decent army. That being said, I don't think he's got a lot of stalkers. And with Liberators now, he gets some medevac. That's nice. There are so many Liberators on the map right now, and HeroMarine continues to build them 2 by 2. These disruptors are not nearly as powerful as they might otherwise be, so you just can't get him in range of anything. HeroMarine, though, does commit. That's a couple more disruptor shots. He gets Ghost, he gets everything else. HeroMarine doesn't have to take that fight. He can just slow siege. He can take this game slow, but seems like he's just injected a little bit of that disease that has infected Hero. Just aggression. And for the most part, it's worked. But that is also how Hero may find his way back into this game if HeroMarine overextends himself just a little bit too far. But Steadfast, that overextension is going to have to be so far that I don't even know that Hero could do that.
It would have to be a huge mistake, especially with the Liberator transition. Now, yeah, HeroMarine, it does feel like he's feeling maybe a little bit of this weird pressure. Oh, he's going to jump on 2 disruptors. Third one does get a decent little connection. And I mean, it just feels like Hero's been dead for so long, but he's like making it. He's keeping himself alive. Something we haven't mentioned, though, is that it's 3-1 upgrades versus 1-1. It is a big upgrade advantage. Ooh, Liberators do get caught out a little bit here. 3 Liberators going to go down for very little. And disruptor shots. Oh, nice dodge from Big Gabe. HeroMarine will get out of there with that little medevac. I mean, the upgrades, disruptors don't care about the upgrades, but that's a big army.
Yeah, that being said as well, I appreciate the idea of the Colossus, right? It's Liberators against Colossus, but again, there's no extended thermal lance, so you don't have that range advantage that you might otherwise have. Colossus are nice, certainly, but they're not nearly as good as Liberators as they might otherwise be. That being said, HeroMarine's going, that is what, like 30 armies play, that's just not there. That HeroMarine's gonna find. Now, granted, you kind of wait. You have Marauders, concussive shells are great, but those are more dead medevacs. And every time I look at this, I'm like, there's no way Hero wins this, right? It's just absolutely a problem. He's going to go for it. Now, these Disruptors aren't really going to land. And now, well, it's +1 Colossus versus +3 Disruptor shot. That one's going to be nice, though. But now cutting down the ramp here, Steadfast. HeroMarine feels like it feels like this has got to be it. But Hero is still going to fight here. He's still got 2 Colossus. Stalkers are going to blink backwards. There's a second Colossus. Wait, is he going to win this fight? Barely no. Barely not. HeroMarine finally pushes it in. But I was believing until the last second. What?
That was...
What?
Jeez. That was a situation where he was dead for like 7 minutes, 8 minutes. And Hero nearly just dragged his own corpse through sheer force of will into space. Not even across the finish line. He nearly went into space with how bloody impossible that was. And he almost made it happen. That was a nutty game. And you could see that HeroMarine was starting to get a little bit frantic with some of his moves. He moved out of range of the Liberators, ate some big disruptor shots. That big flank attempt got stopped and stymied. If there's like 2 more disruptors at the very end there, and HeroMarine tries to take that fight, and the second Colossus shows up, I think Hero might just crush the army, kills every medevac. And then all of a sudden, we're talking about how Hero has the comeback of the tournament in the 3rd game on the Beast Stream.
I mean, maybe, just maybe, we're going to have better comebacks than that. But man, I don't even think he needs 2 more disruptors. Just give him another round of Warpins. 8 more Zealots, and he smashes that fight. Let's just like slimmest of margins. And this was a Hero who had 4, 5 Nexus sniped over the course of the game. He had 2 more canceled. It was down a solid, what was that? Down a solid 2, 3 upgrades. Everything was going wrong for him. And somehow he almost makes the comeback happen. And if I'm Gabe there, I don't know how I'm feeling about this now, because it's like I have done everything. I've done everything that I should have done to make this happen. Like, oh man, and yet somehow still HeroMarine barely makes that game happen. On, by the way, a map that is a solid Terran map. When we talk about Babylon, we're moving into, I think it was Altitude next. I forget exactly what map 2 was, but certainly it was a bigger map. This is what it feels like, a Pyrrhic victory. It feels like something where it's like, yeah, you know, HeroMarine, you won that game, but good luck on the rest of them.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too. That definitely felt like a losing win in a weird way. But we have spawning down in the bottom left. He did still take the map. Can he continue the momentum? It is Mousesport's HeroMarine.
And in the upper right, in the blue, almost making the most incredible comeback in Game 3 of the tournament. He is for Dragon Kites of Gaming, Hero.
Yeah, that was genuinely wild. That was we just saw a tiny little taste of the magic of Hero, where you're looking at the army supply and you're looking at him and you're like, he's dead. He's down 30 supply. He's dead. He's down 40 supply now. He's dead. He's like, he can't possibly hold this push. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Wait a minute. He just killed 20 supply. Wait a minute. He just got huge disruptor shots. Wait a minute. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And he does that. And he's literally doing that for like 8-9 minutes of the game. And he gets within an inch of actually bringing it back, only for it to fall short. Oh man, this is a big test of mental resilience. Oh, and look at this, HeroMarine. Okay, he does open up double gas, but he did not scout. Hero saying, I don't care. And look at this. He went for the early probe scout, so he forces the barracks out of the wall. Oh, this is dangerous right now for HeroMarine.
Yeah, and on top of that one, this is okay. So we're gonna see the factory in the wall. Oh, probe!
Oh no!
It goes down anyways. The massive thing about this that we're seeing this build from Hero. This is not the max specs build that you may remember, where it's all about the zealots. And he's building a zealot right now. I understand. This is about the stalkers, right? You build one stalker at home, you build one stalker on the other side, you rally them across, and it's actually a lot of pressure early on. It almost always denies the natural. It makes it really hard. You can get a supply depot if the repair's not there, if there's not a bunker. And against a heavy Reaper commitment, we got a second Reaper on the way. This feels like it wants to be kind of some sort of Hellion Reaper idea. The fact that it's actually going to be a depth steadfast. That's against Reapers and Hellions. That's pretty solid.
It's Adepts or Stalkers. It's kind of dealer's choice. The big thing is that it is unscouted for now, and it is a reactor behind this. There's no bunker, and okay, the depot lift does come up. That was pretty important. Command center will get canceled, as you alluded to, and that needs to happen. But I think we need to see a bunker as well on the high ground. He's gonna try and get away with one without building one. And that is a little bit bold. There is a gold base behind it. Ooh, nice grenade for HeroMarine. He needs to keep these Reapers alive. If he loses even a single unit before the Widowmine is out, things get really sketchy.
He should, right? The Zealot tanks a little bit, but with this wall and the ability to kind of head backwards and forwards. Oh, he's going to get the Widowmine, maybe? Oh, wow, man, misses the shot. But now you just sacrifice the Zealot. And Zealot was not all that useful anyways, and the pressure continues. Hellion, lots of damage there. And this is starting to feel pretty good for Hero, and all he has to do, by the way, is just keep his opponent at home, because you talked about it. There's a gold base. That's very vulnerable. But if you can kind of keep this position alive as it is right now, if you can keep HeroMarine at home, that can buy you time to recall it, to start to find value to that one. But the moment that pressure is released, it becomes a problem. Now, though, Hero, I mean, okay, that is greedy from HeroMarine there to get the tech lap, but he's going to get away with it.
Yeah, if the Adepts had shaded in right at that moment, that could have been pretty unfortunate. It could have been really tough. Oh, Widowmine will be forced to unburrow, so he trades the lowest HP Adept for it, because the Adept did still go down. Now with the Stalkers here, this is starting to get really troublesome. Nice usage of the shades right there to provide a little bit of extra high ground vision, and this is why you need a bunker. You really do need that bunker even now. The just continued unit production has become a huge problem. The fact that the Widowmines went down is what is allowing this to continue to find value. Hero's doing really well with this. Now, I do think we've seen a recall onto the gold base, I think.
Yeah, there's like that. The economy really starting to go up for Hero here. Now, the tank stops steadfast, and that should eventually be kind of the end of this Stalkers on the ramp, right? You don't want to be a bunch of Stalkers on the ramp against a siege tank. It's really rough, but now we're moving into round 2 of what Hero wants to do here. He's got Blink a third of the way done. You're right, he has that recall on the gold. And if you're HeroMarine, I mean, how in the world do you bust out of this? Medivacs, you got to go for some sort of like pressure relief drop, but he's got a tech club on that starport. He's got a Raven. It's going to be a long time before he makes that happen. That being said, the prospect of a 3-1-1 type of push here is powerful. Hero is going to struggle maybe to hold that gold. So what do you do if you're Hero and you got one gold base steadfast? You take a second.
Yeah. The one thing I will say is that Hero's game plan on this map is super telegraphed. And I really hope we see something different. I don't want to be predicting the future. I want to be wrong. But what I've seen a lot from Hero on this map specifically is he takes the double gold, he gets a ton of charge lots, and then he YOLOs into 2-base Terran and throws away his army repeatedly. Now, I really hope that is not what we see. But as soon as I saw that gold base, that memory flashed into my brain. And I really hope that he can chill a little bit. Now, this is a really nice scouting probe right there. Spots a Banshee. There is a shield battery at this base, so it's actually going to be relatively well prepared for this. Ironically, you don't want to move away from the base. Oh, and that's going to be 2 dead probes. It's already not bad for the Banshee. There's that charge upgrade coming on in. HeroMarine, he'll have studied his opponent. He'll know that this is how Hero tends to play this particular map. I really hope we see Hero able to temper the aggression.
The fastest Hero. you're not going to see him temper the aggression. He's going to go, like, if anything, he's just going to get even more aggressive. Here's the auto turrets on the right side. Probes, actually, you know what? They're doing a fairly good job there of trying to be as greedy as possible, tank some shots, and then, you know, on the shield battery, but still, 3 workers go down. And the problem with what we're seeing here, Marine, showcase the problem with this setup, if he's ever allowed on the map. Because look at the positioning from Hero right now. He's got 1 base on the far left of the map, 1 base on the middle right of the map, and then 1 base on the top right of the map. You can't cover all 3 bases. There is no way that you can defend all 3 against concerted aggression. So we're seeing damage happen. 3d4 workers go down, and granted, Hero is up 7 workers. He is mining off the gold base. It's actually, the damage is not there yet, but we can very easily see a world where all of a sudden HeroMarine is able to start to really find that value. Nice stalker positioning. He's the Widowmine Falls. But now, you know, we have upgrades ready for HeroMarine. I believe Stim is done. Combat shields are done. He's got this 3-1-1 setup, and the army's just not quite ready for Hero yet. I think he might have to give this gold up.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for him. And you notice that HeroMarine has gone so heavy on the Marines themselves, knowing that if his opponent plays heavy charge lot, mass Marine with Widowmines is going to be so good against that. Now, Hero does lose the gateway there. He's going to try and use the Zealots, but look at how quickly they get gunned down by man with gun. Oh, and Stalker's on the other side, also getting taken down. HeroMarine is really getting a lot of work done.
That he is in the shield battery overcharge. Okay, it is going to hit every stalker, but it's still just an awkward situation. And now the Robo goes down. +1 is done here. I mean, it's a nice concave for these stalkers. Absolutely. They blink on top of the tank, but the Marines are just going to start to gun them down. The tank finally falls steadfast, but I mean, you said it. The man with gun, powerful story indeed. The Raven drops an auto turret for even more power here. And it feels like just barely. No, actually, no. Another round of stalkers here. And HeroMarine is not going to bust the base. I really thought he was going to, but that stalker, even as the stalkers went down, it actually works very well. And he gets the Raven too. You know what? That looked rough for Hero, but he kind of makes it happen. He's still fine.
We did lose a stalker there to a Widowmine, bit of an unforced error after a nice little cleanup. Now, HeroMarine is kind of stuck back on 2 bases a little bit. Oh, great scan right there, finds the Observer. And that's a big problem because, like you said, Hero is very stretched in terms of where he is on the map. He can't be everywhere. So he needs to know where his opponent's army is. I love that HeroMarine has been trying to send little small harassment setups to each base. Widowmine. Oh, unburrowing. Well, I guess you aren't expecting the stalkers over there, but now he knows the stalkers are over there, and he knows that this army is pretty exposed. Battery overcharge gets popped very early. Oh, Hero, he's going to be forced to recall, and that's going to make the mobility a big issue for the future.
Yeah, I guess the other way to say that is he killed a Widowmine drop, took very little damage, and has his response on the other side, and is getting a little bit of the army here, but the stalkers have to blink backwards. So, yeah, he loses out some of the mobility, absolutely. But on the flip side, like, he does a very good job of making sure he really takes no damage anywhere, and those Widowmines, they're also going to get triggered. So now, HeroMarine trying to push in. We have no splash. I mean, Archon, sure, fine, but Archon's a tanking unit against Terran. It's not a splash unit, not really. But these stalkers on the backside, like, I really like what they're doing. They're making it really hard for HeroMarine to full send commit on the push. And that's just buying more time for Hero. But I mean, even where's his splash damage going to come from? How is he going to deal with this just massive bio army as HeroMarine gets to 150, 160 supply on all of his upgrades, on all of his just madness and insanity that he's trying to build? His Widowmine drop, it's going to be handled well. Like, again, we're going to lose 1-2 pros.
Yeah, Hero is doing such a good job of dealing with these Widowmines, and I think you hit the nail on the head there. The way Hero used those stalkers to kind of interrupt Big Gabe's push was extremely nice. And this gold base, it will go down, but Hero is going to go straight up the gut. Is it the right call to go into the natural? Ooh, I don't know. Huge Widowmines hitting a lot of Zealots and a lot of SCVs. Hero is going to break right through. And now this is where the fact that he's spread out is good, but also the fact that his recall is on cooldown is a problem. So this is a very weird situation that's going to be difficult for both players.
I think the recall is going to be ready pretty soon here, actually. So force field on the Ram size. Steadfast, there are okay, medevacs are there now, but they were very slow behind. And now we're going to see that orbital maybe go down here. Stark split on top of the medevacs. How many are there going to get? Seems like none for right now, but the Archons are actually firing for once. They're starting to find some value, but now it's just mission get out of dodge here. Force fields are nice. Archons finding value as well as they can. It's 42 dead SCVs steadfast. The Stalkers, they can just blink on the low ground. You're going to lose a Sentry. You're going to lose a Zealot. But it's going to be a dead orbital here. This is incredible for Hero. Sure, he loses a gold, but it's a gold base that has paid for itself. That was, I think, 3 mineral patches remaining. Hero had almost mined it out. He kills the third base. He does heavy damage to the natural. Blinks on top, gets the Liberator, and Hero, steadfast, it feels like he's just done it here. The Archons are finding value. Medivacs are just flying on top, looking to soak damage, and Hero plays an incredible game 2. We're going to game 3.
Oh my God. Hero does it in the most Hero way possible, doing absolutely bonkers, wild, crazy aggression, but microing his way through it. What an absolute god of StarCraft he is. And Big Gabe at this point, oh my God, I can only imagine what's running through his head. He's got to be feeling just terrible, considering how game 1 ended, the last like 4 or 5 minutes of it, and how game 2 goes. At this point, you got to be feeling like, because HeroMarine's game plan was really solid, but Hero just out-executed.
That he did. And the fact that Hero won that game, I think as the GG was typed, I think he was still down army supply. Now, granted, 10 army supply was in medevacs or something like that, and obviously army supply doesn't tell the entire tale of the tape, but he was down pretty significantly the majority of that game. You know, just very, very, that was the most Hero game I've ever seen. You know, you take both golds, you go for a base trade, it's fine, it's dandy, you micro around, you dance around, and you just show this incredible ability to skirt the edge of how aggressive you can be. And sometimes Hero, maybe a more Hero game would be going too aggressive and losing his entire army, but it's the most Hero winning game that we've seen.
Yeah, and he got the job done. That's all it ultimately boils down to is he got the job done. Now, obviously, we actually did see an interesting reaction. Funnily enough, Hero looked more upset after that win than HeroMarine did of losing, you know? Now, I know, for example, well, I don't want to be too speculative, but I'm pretty confident HeroMarine is still reacting in his head. He just didn't show it on stream. I'm still thinking he's like, oh my God, this guy, like, you got to be kidding me. But let's see. This is a hell of a series already. And we have got 2 monsters spawning up in the top left. Monster number 1 for Mouse Sports, it is HeroMarine.
And in the bottom right, in the blue, Sparta skirting, just treading on that thin line between victory and disaster over and over again. For Dragon Kites the Gaming, it's Hero. Steadfast, it's Grespon. It's the map we talked about, the map that we love, and we're gonna get it here. Now, granted, just because it's Grespon, just because it's this awesome map, these are 2 very aggressive players, and it's not necessarily a guarantee that we're gonna have that expansive 20, 30 minute taking the entire map, incredible macro game. But as game 1 showed us, even if it's not an expansive macro game, because neither player is able to kill each other, because they're that good, we can have those crazy games anyways. So as we move into Grespon, as we move into this big map, how do you expect things to change? We're gonna see Nexus before core again, it seems like, from Hero, so leaning into the big map.
Yeah, and HeroMarine, for his part, going for the double gas opener once again. Now, the funny thing about it, and we did see it in game number 2 a little bit, is even against something like a proxied second gateway, the double gas opener is not a guarantee. You still need to see it coming. Now, granted, HeroMarine, he did a good job. He went for the cancel on the command center, which was, and he didn't hesitate. He didn't try and hold it. He knew there was no way. But the lack of a bunker did make things a little bit tricky for him. And something else that we haven't talked about at all during this series, and I don't want to harp on it too much, is that the ping that HeroMarine is used to playing with, he only plays EU ladder, only plays on the EU server. It is consistently the same ping every single game for him in his practice. So for him to even play with even like 10 different ping would make things very complicated for him. But apparently you were saying probably closer to about 80 ping. So this is like a 50 ping difference from what he's used to. That can definitely throw you off when you're really, really used to playing a certain way. So I think that might be why we're seeing a couple of the missteps from HeroMarine.
Yeah, that actually is an advantage that we don't talk about enough for Hero, because Hero plays EPTNA all the time. He plays in all of these tournaments across the world. He has a ton of experience playing on, suboptimal, not just playing, winning on suboptimal situations there, and kind of adapting and dealing with it. So you're right, that may end up being something that works out for Hero just a little bit. But for now, HeroMarine's going to run across the map, 2 Reapers at Hellion, an expeditionary force. Get a probe or 2 if you're really lucky. Maybe you get something more than that. But the interesting thing here that we see out of Hero in this game is the fact that for the first time in this series, he's gone Starport or Stargate, and he's got to beat Oracles. But out of this, do you think we see Phoenix out of this, or is this just, hey, it's Oracles, it's tempo, it's map control, and behind that standard kind of Oracle into Blink type of idea?
That is a really good question. Oh, Hellion. Oh, the scout does get denied. Okay, this is actually a pretty... Oh, okay, well, he shows the Oracle, but getting all 3 early game units for no damage, well, that's pretty nice. That's worth showing your Oracle for, I would say, and wiping off the scouting information. And because Hero, like you said, went Cybernetics Core before... Nexus before Cybercore. This is actually a really nice economic position. He's already up 10 workers, and HeroMarine will need to get something done with this Cyclone Marine drop. As far as the follow through, I think we see it already, but Phoenix Colossus just is the way things are played now in this matchup. HeroMarine is going to sneak in here with this. Hero does not anticipate the drop, and he's got no shield battery. He's got no units in position. This will be a couple of dead probes. This is actually not as bad as I thought. Only 2 dead probes. Yeah, that's kind of fine.
Yeah, the big early as we talk about this build, I'm really excited to... Oh, I thought I saw an Immortal on production. Anyway, the big issue with this build is that Big Gabe has so many pushes with on like a base and a half, 2 bases with Vikings and Cyclones and a bunch of other stuff against specifically Stargate openers. And we're seeing HeroMarine do that, right? The Vikings onto the other side of the map. You add a Raven now eventually. You add tanks and Marines, and he just doesn't want to let Hero get in his happy places. Now, he's going to get... Actually, good. This is a great move from Hero. He's going to get 2 Cyclones. And that is so much of the power of this push. That is so much of the ability for HeroMarine to shove down and knock all these Stargate units down. And now, this is Hero that is pushing onto the other side. Now, don't run into the high ground. Don't run into the tanks with so much anti-air there. But even still, feels like the legs of this push from HeroMarine have been just cut out from under them immediately. Hero knew what the mission was, and he's been very successful in defending that.
Yeah, this is a really nice start for Hero here. Obviously killed those first couple of early game units quite quickly and cleanly. And now he's looking really solid. And we're going to be seeing a 5 racks out of HeroMarine. But Hero is already getting into Colossus. And this time he does not forget his extended thermal lance. He's got the 3rd Nexus on the way. I've got to say, as far as setups go, this is looking about as ideal as you can get. And he even gets in before the missile turret completes. Oh, man, getting SCVs in a situation like this is so nice for Hero. Oh, but he is going to lose the Oracle. That is less nice.
Oh, is he?
Oh,
no, he's not.
No,
he's not. It's calculated steadfast. He gets out on
God.
8 HP.
And the scan sees it and it's like, nya, 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 nya.
This is when, if you're on ladder right now, by the way, for those of you that are not aware, Oracles have probably the best dance animation in the entire game. They turn on the disco ball. It's fantastic. That's, if you're scanned like that and this is a ladder game, slash dance that.
Yeah, you dance
look,
that.
My Oracle's alive. Like, mental breaks.
Oh my God. That is really frustrating. Now, okay, HeroMarine has recognized that it's going to be Colossus, so he is going for Vikings. No add-ons on the barracks right now. Hero is trying to get into a Templar Archives. He will not have charge for a very long time, and he doesn't have a lot of gateway units. We can see on the units tab, there is a ton of Marines. There is a Raven. This is going to be tricky. It will be a big deal whether the Phoenixes are able to snipe that Raven before the Colossus come in. And will Hero somehow be able to buy time for charge? I'm assuming he's got it on the way. But this is a very dedicated 2-base push from HeroMarine. He will need to make it happen with this.
Yeah, and the problem is Hero, it's going to be hard for the Phoenix to get the snipe, right? Because they're sitting at home. But actually, as I say that, Hero wants to get a little bit just exploratory on the middle of the map here. He knows that HeroMarine's army is on the... These Marines are so exposed. A couple Colossus shots are going to be beautiful here. The tank's not firing. They're just not in position. I thought it might have gotten a little bit more there. Of course, Hero doesn't want to move too far forward. But by itself, these shots from these Colossus are just wreaking havoc on this army of HeroMarine. And if Hero's allowed to do this 1 or 2 more times, the push from HeroMarine is just... It feels in risk of getting stalled already. So many Marines are dead, Steadfast. This is not how HeroMarine wanted to play this.
No, it certainly is not. He wanted to take a much stronger position without losing anything, but he's already in some big trouble, and Charge is getting really close and bleeding. But the Raven does still have full energy. Oh, the feedback is huge. That is such a clutch warp into that high tempo for the feedback. And now he's going to be able to morph an Archon as well. That's going to be a high value unit. The tanks are a little bit far back to cover the Vikings. Hero going very far forward, does lose the Disruptor, but this is looking extremely good for Hero to start things off. He will lose... Did he lose a Colossus there? I think he did. But does he still have battery overcharge?
No, I believe that was spent, but the big deal there, we saw the Zealots. Yeah, they're ready, Steadfast. Great, fine. They run around a corner, they get siphoned off, and they die immediately here. And it looked like it was going to be a great fight for Hero, but HeroMarine still has that push ready. The Vikings now, they're a little diminished a little bit, but HeroMarine continues to run forward, and that missile turret makes it so hard for the Phoenix to join the fray. So this third base is under heavy threat now. The probes are going to have to get pulled here, and Hero has to break this right now. No Zealots get on the left side. They're going to start to knock these tanks down. Bile, they'll get on top of the last of the Colossus, and the Disruptor shot gets saved here. All of a sudden, HeroMarine's pressure still finds value. The Colossus are down, only 1 Viking here. And now HeroMarine, you set back up for a second. You get maybe another tank. You get another round of production. And this actually doesn't look all that bad for a German Terran.
It's weird. It's kind of a full reset for both sides, and this game is still very much up in the air. We do see big attacks coming in from both sides. The drop in the main base, that save where he got the hot pickup against the Disruptor shot was big, but the Zealots on top of this army, that's a huge find for Hero. Getting a siege tank, and he's going to be able to run down a lot of this bio. We see Hero trying to rally in on top of it. Meanwhile, the Phoenix is going to find this fully loaded medevac. Oh, that's a big find, and all of a sudden the supplies, they go from very even to, well,
very even.
Actually, yeah, very even again. It was a big swing. I still think Hero is in an amazing position now.
Yeah. If HeroMarine had been able to keep that tank and keep those Marauders and keep the medevacs and everything else, I think his follow-up timing could have been very powerful. But as it stands, it's 2 tanks instead of 3. And by the way, you want to talk about breakpoints. 3 tanks are where you really start to wear Colossus down, even through shield battery overcharge, because of the change made up right before Katowice. So the fact that we're only looking at 2 tanks there, that's pretty significant. That being said, though, we're getting 2 Liberators on the way at a time here for HeroMarine, and Blink is a third of the way done, right? Blink is far off. For the most part, the Phoenix have been dealt with. I think they're like 2 on the map right now. I don't think any more were made. So the fact here that HeroMarine has this kind of overlapping zones of fire, right, of tanks and Liberators, all of a sudden this army is maybe even more powerful than its supply says it is. And by the way, this drop has kind of pulled Hero out of position. That's a lot of the army in the main base outside of the 4th that is not going to be able to deal with this pressure onto the 3rd, and this is yet more economic damage.
It is more economic damage, but this is also a lot of HeroMarine's army, and he can't afford to lose it. He is going to try and out-multitask Hero a little bit, but he loses the medevacs on the top side. The bottom side drop will get recalled against, and as you mentioned, Blink and +2 are on the way. Those are big timers for HeroMarine. HeroMarine is running out of money. He's landed his main command center at the 3rd. This is still a 2-base all-in. He is still not on a great economy. Hero's been outmining him by a lot for a while, and now Hero will get a little jump on these medevacs, and he's going to get one of them. It's honestly getting the medevac is almost more valuable than getting the Marines at this point. Like, every medevac is so important.
Yeah, and now at this point, HeroMarine is just, he's got his 3rd base. Yeah, oh, not really. It's the main base over to the 3rd. He's still on 2 orbitals, but it almost feels that despite that, you know, generally floating over. It says, I need to go. Yeah, I'm gonna hold that thought here because here comes Hero. There are 4 tanks here, but the Phoenix, they just lift them all up. And now Marine's find a great position actually on the Zealots as they charge in, and it doesn't matter. Despite that position, despite hiding behind the tanks, there's so little army left for HeroMarine. And with this Colossus here, it's a one-base turn right now. You gotta lift up, you gotta run somewhere else. And Hero, he just needs Blink to come off cooldown, really get on top of those Liberators, knock them down. The Disruptor just barely doesn't land. And is this HeroMarine's timing? I don't even know what it is. Now drop with it. The probes are getting pulled and they're handling this to some extent. And that just, that doesn't feel good.
Yeah, no, at this point, HeroMarine needs more than a miracle. He needs a triple miracle. It's not going to happen. We do see a blink forward into the Liberators. Not the best move, but it doesn't matter. Hero's got overwhelming supply, and he will take game number 3. And with it, he will move up to 1-0. It was a messy series, a scrappy series, but I am so glad we got to cast it because it was a very fun series.
Yeah, and Steadfast, would you say that HeroMarine needed an incredible miracle to take that 3rd game?
I would say he needed a Dragon Kitesy Gaming.
Well, of course, we do have, a bunch of former incredible miracle players playing in the StarCraft 2 Legends tournament on Saturday. I am MVP, which is very exciting. But yeah, that was a fantastic game coming out. And by the way, as we come back to ourselves here, I want that Dragon Kitesy Gaming jacket. Like, that's actually one of the nicer bits of like team gear that we've seen kind of in recent memory. Hero's looking good, like in game, but also out of game.
Yeah, it's it looks nice. I like it. It's sleek. And nice to see him at the very end there. As I think that was Maru who came over. Somebody with an onside gaming jersey. Doesn't really matter too much, but we did see him smiling a little bit there, showing his namesake as the smiling assassin. And I mean, for most of that series, he was definitely more assassin than smiling because he really had that killer instinct. And, sometimes it didn't work out for him, but it's weird to say. I feel like he almost won the series when he was losing game 1.
Yeah, certainly. So let's take a look at it. You talk about winning games, losing games, and everything that happened. Let's take a look at what happened in that series, and particularly the insanity that was game number 1, because I want to, these highlights are great, right? We can see the push here from HeroMarine, the drops, all the crazy storms, everything. I'm just waiting for that final fight because I kind of want to take a second look at it. It was so close.
It was a surprising setup here. We saw some really big storms coming in as well from Hero that got a lot of work done. That Raven surviving with like 1 HP. That would I don't know if it became a factor later, but we did have some really big disruptor shots. I've just got word, by the way, that we will we will be having an interview with one of the players after this, which is pretty awesome. You mentioned it before, those 6 or 7 stalkers that kind of intercepted a little bit of the reinforcements. I feel like that was the game-winning move in game number 2. There was a lot of moves that were made and countered and was kind of punch and counter punch. But I feel like those stalkers, you really pointed out perfectly, they were so clutch because they actually disrupted things and then caused HeroMarine to kind of slow and stall out his push at a really critical timing when it felt like Hero was really weak. And if that doesn't happen, maybe we're looking down the barrel of a 2-0.
Yeah, it was such a dearly fought series. And I mean, I don't think that should surprise anyone, right? Hero is, again, he's the best Protoss player in the world, but HeroMarine in this matchup on these timings that he's able to hit he's not the best Terran in the world, right? That is Maru, but TVP, 6 to 10 minutes maybe. I would argue that HeroMarine is actually the best player in the world in that specific slice of the game. So we got to see that happen. It was fantastic. I mean, we've had 2 series, but of the 2, certainly the best series we've had thus far.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it's not like the first series was bad. It was just that Cure kind of popped off super hard. And Spirit struggled a little bit. So it sounds like actually we will not be getting an interview for this match, but we will be having, sorry to lie to you there, folks. We will be having some interviews in the future for sure. Definitely that will happen at some point. I say that, and now I've got another promise that I can break. So broken promises, #esports. But no, we will be getting into another series shortly. But for now, yeah, it's gonna be one of the most anticipated series, I think, of the day. What do you think about Solar Oliveira coming up?
Oh man, I don't know how I feel about Solar. I mean, I'm excited about it. I'm certainly here to see the reigning world champion finally in LAN again after he missed Yanchiping. It's very exciting. But as I look at these two players, I mean, Solar's looked good. He made the round of 8 of the GSL. He ran into Maru again in the final match, and there's Maru in the GSL. You're not going to beat him. But I don't have a solid read on where Oliveira is right now. We haven't seen him in offline play. He hasn't been playing quite as much in online play as we may have seen in that crazy run up to Katowice. So I'm excited. He looked fantastic in the month after Katowice, playing in the WTL, everything else. But I don't have a solid read on how we expect this series to go. All I know is I bow down to the normal man. Like, the best story we've had in StarCraft in years. I was in the crowd at Katowice. I was crying. You were crying offline or crying from back at home. I mean, just the story is fantastic. I'm excited to see whether it happens again or whether Solar, continues this run of ZVT excellence. But for now, Steadfast, we do have to go to a bit of a break. After that, though, it's going to be Oliveira. It's going to be Solar. It's going to be a fantastic matchup. I'm so excited for it. But see y'all shortly. Welcome back to Gamers8 and Steadfast as we get into our third series of the day. We set it up before the break. This is Solar. This is Oliveira. This is, in my mind, at least as I look at this, one of the matchups I am by far the most excited about. It's the normal man versus the man who's just, he's toiled, he's slummed in the GSL, has not had those results that we once saw in the SSL. And as we're going to take a look at the vetoes here, Steadfast, I think we kind of have, you talked about it, we've had kind of understandings on what's going to get vetoed. Zerg's going to veto Neo Humanity. Terran might get rid of Altitude. They want a shorter map, which means, of course, that we're going to see Gressvon in that final pool. We're going to see Ancient Cistern in that final pool, Babylon. Anything surprise you?
Actually, yeah, both Ancient Cistern and Babylon not getting vetoed by...
Yeah.
I would have expected that Oliveira would have vetoed Ancient Cistern. I would have expected Solar would have vetoed Babylon. But, I mean, Royal Blood and Dragon Scales, they both kind of make sense to me. Royal Blood is it's got a lot of different attack paths. Dragon Scales has a lot of good tank positions. You know, I think they're both kind of valid, but they are a little bit different than what we might have expected.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think maybe we can look into things a little bit. You might say, Oliveira might be a little bit more okay with playing a longer game, playing something maybe a little bit more drawn out because he lets Ancient Cistern in versus a Terran that is like, I don't know, a Clem or a HeroMarine, someone who wants to just push and shove right through. But enough talking about the maps. We're going to get into game number one here. It's Ancient Cistern. And in the upper right, he's the reigning world champion for Dragon Kites Gaming, the normal man, Oliveira.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left for Onside Gaming. It is the Zerg player from Korea, Solar.
By the way, I love that as we look at kind of the player interest here, you can kind of take a brief look at whatever nickname they're choosing to go for. And on Oliveira's, they didn't have just a normal guy. Like, that's the thing. Love it. Because, you know, there were other things during his run. We saw, we spam this Oliveira to support Oliveira, you know, the Olive Tree Terran or something like that. But no. The normal man, the normal guy. Oh, man.
Yeah, it's so funny because I feel like Oliveira obviously he's a player, and this has nothing to do with the game, but it's standard openings so far. We don't see a proxy racks, anything like that. But it's funny that for me at least, when a player changes their name, so of course Oliveira used to be known as Time. When a player changes their name, there's oftentimes a lot of like pushback, but Oliveira kind of like stamped his name and said, no, I want a world championship with this new tag. That is my name now. I am now Oliveira, to the point where, yeah, there's now copy pastas about it. It's kind of fun. And then something else that's a little bit funny about that is that we've had a couple other players go through name changes. Specifically, Vanya became Rattata, and then most recently became Wayne. And since changing his name to Wayne, has had some pretty great results relative to what we've seen from him. So kind of funny and neat.
I just think it's neat.
I just think it's neat. Exactly. Yeah, the Marge Simpson.
But you're right, though. I mean, it's one of those things where sometimes what you're lacking is mentality. You know, you see these players, they do great offline, or they do great online. They stories, we hear of them, of how well they're doing in practice, like it's awesome. But they just can't get over the hump. And in tournament play, it's just a little bit rough. They're just, there's some things lacking there. So sometimes changing your name, reinventing yourself, changing your identity a little bit can by itself be enough to really go and maybe make you feel a little bit better here. And well, we saw that with Wayne. We saw that with Wayne. We've seen that absolutely with Solar, or with Oliveira, excuse me. But look at this coming out of Oliveira here. We talked about him maybe being okay with going for maybe a longer game. Well, this is a TY 211, right? We have a third command center on the way. We have the 211 as well. He is gonna, I mean, obviously this is not your 4:30 on the map, 5-minute sim timing, but he's gonna try to leverage some aggression here. This is not just, hey, 3CC play, fine, let's go into the mid game. This is gonna be great.
Yeah, this is absolutely a little bit of map control going to be trying to get taken here, and it kind of makes sense on Ancient Cistern. It's not the easiest map to, you know, dominate with the with the early setup. By the way, wow, a little bit of a supply block at 44 from Solar, a completely unforced error. It's one thing when you get supply blocked, you know, in the mid game. Let's say a lot of chaos has happened, something has kind of happened that causes that, but that was just a completely unforced error right there. And it wasn't the biggest of deals, but it is worth noting.
And it's one of those situations, Steadfast, where in a normal game, probably not that big of a deal. When we're looking here and saying Oliveira is hitting in a minute with 16 Marines, or a minute and a half, right? 16 Marines stim timing. The earlier aggression happened, the more important these kind of early game mistakes are. But Ling does not find a scout onto the main. It sees 2 Marines. That's just about it. That being said, Steadfast, Oliveira, or excuse me, Solar, should have some understanding of what's happening here. Maybe not that it's a 3cc 211 or whatever it is, but the Reaper's at home. There are no Hellions on the map. We haven't seen a Banshee on the map just yet. The Solar should know that this is some semblance of likely going to be some level of kind of Marine pressure. Maybe not the flavor, but certainly kind of the idea. As another Ling tries to find its way in. Again, no scout, can't find its way up that halfway point on the ramp where it would see the command center. So Solar, again, should have some understanding, but not quite enough to know that just how greedy this is or what the timing's going to be.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. He is still pumping out drones, and the first 2 medevacs are hitting the field very shortly. Actually. Like, that is a lot of Marines. And I feel like he did see most of those Marines shooting. Like, he should have been able to see that. Solar, for his part, is going for a very quick double Evo here. So we will actually have similarly timed upgrades to Oliveira. And Oliveira actually does need to start up that +1 armor. Very important that you don't forget that. Otherwise, that is going to make things very difficult for you in the mid game. And I do want to point out as well, Solar, again, like, I don't want to harp on it too much, but he might be feeling a little bit shaky because he did get supply blocked at 58 of 58 and then built 4 Overlords. But this will be the first test to see how he's looking. Oh, and a nice little counterattack. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, but it's not going to stop this pressure from finding its way in. So Queens, they're transfusing for now, and that actually will force Oliveira back here. I thought we might have seen 1 Queen go down, but medevac very low here, and with the Lings in the main, yeah, Oliveira gets nothing off of that pressure. He's not beyond. Oliveira is very good, but he is not this momentum Terran. He's not this beyond that's just going to go in on an opportunity like that, snipe every Queen, and just win the game off of it. So he doesn't get much done. He sees that there's a 4th base on the way, loses a couple workers, maybe. Here comes round 2. Lings aren't here. There's not as much energy on the Queens right now, but he's just gonna try to tap the base down. Doesn't get it, Steadfast. And now, you talk about Solar feeling shaky, fine. He's in a great spot. His 4th base is just about done. He really has taken no damage from this 2-1-1 pressure. The 3rd base, he killed a couple SCVs. Solar and his upgrades are just faster. And Solar's very happy with how this game is going.
Absolutely, yeah. That was the thing. It was a couple of small missteps, but the first real test he did certainly pass, and with flying colors, absolutely. Very nice stuff from Solar, and now he's going to get away with the fast 1-1 upgrades. They're going to complete. The fact that the armor was a little bit late could actually hurt Oliveira a lot. And this counterattack, will it get through? Yes, it will. The depot was down, and that is going to be a huge problem. Already so many SCVs going down. That's going to force Oliveira to take a really aggressive fight here, potentially.
Oh, he's going to try to target the base down. Not going to get it just yet. Bailings are getting great connections, and they don't even die to the tanks. There was a world there Oliveira targets a little bit better that most of those Banelings fall to a couple tank shots. Didn't happen. So again, Oliveira here is kind of in a rough spot. 57 SCVs after losing, what was that, 11-12, half a mineral line. He eats a lot of Banelings on those Marines, and he doesn't get the base. Now, that's going to be a free tank. Lings on the backside are going to get us around here. Oliveira is getting smashed in this game. This is not working. None of his pressure is working. He's taking damage on the other side. Almost loses every single Marine to those Banes. Wasn't quite able to pick up, but the pressure doesn't work. The defense doesn't work. And he's delayed on his +2 armor. Like, supplies are somewhat even here, Steadfast. But
that was actually an amazing engagement from Oliveira on the tail end. Even though the tanks got caught unsieged and he lost them, the Marines he recognized correctly, the Marines were able to fight the Lings. They did win that fight. And then there was about 4 or 5 Banes that he clutched target fire down in order to get out of there. And that turned what was otherwise a disaster into a palatable situation, and that's why the supplies are now a little bit more even, and actually pretty much dead even, and he's even got a small army supply lead. But the upgrades are a problem.
Upgrades are a problem. Layers halfway, or Hive is, you know, a quarter of the way done here as well. So, I mean, I'm looking at this, it's not that bad, but now queens are going to go down. That's a little bit nicer here. He gets 2-3 queens, shuts down some of the creep spread, and now into the main base here. The Lings were just there. They were defending the third, so this is a lot more potential damage. Meanwhile, on the left side, this is going to get jumped on. Solar finds the value there, but this dropped the main. Look at this. He's going to get so many Banelings right there, but he is going to lose the medevac. The Spore off screen does so much steadfast. And, I mean, Oliveira is starting to, you're right, he's starting to trade a little bit better, but it feels like every time he does something good, it's kind of balanced out by something that's maybe a little bit rougher.
Yeah, exactly. This has been a pretty decent sized test in terms of the multitasking between the two players. Oliveira, his upgrades being delayed, and the fact that Solars were so fast, it makes this even worse. And in fact, the Hive is now done. Oliveira going to try and target down Banes, but there's too many. Won't be able to get them all. And that's going to force the hot pickup. Meanwhile, on the other side, another nice little find for Solar. And despite that very good engagement that Oliveira was able to get on the tail end, Solar is starting to take big control of this game and really showing why Ancient Cistern is an uncomfortable map pit for Terran.
That being said, as this one tank goes down, I mean, the supply for Oliveira, the army supply is pretty, it's not as big as you would like it to see. Generally, in this stage of a game, a Terran wants to be up an army supply a little bit to really take that fight, but off creep with tanks here and in this defensive position, when you have defender's advantage, I mean, Oliveira, we saw he was able to defend fairly nicely, and now he's got his fourth base done. It's on location. Planetary is halfway done here, but we are lacking those upgrades you keep harping on. +2 armor is just about done here. It's not ready yet, but there's no 3-3 on the way, at least no +3 attack. So again, Oliveira is going to have to back up here. His pressure on the map is lacking, and this army from Solar is going to try to catch these army in the medevacs. Doesn't quite find it, but even still, Solar's first to max. He's first to Adrenal here. Terran doesn't have Adrenal, but he's getting Adrenal. +3 armor on the way, +1 attack, Hydra range, and more importantly, Lurker range. This army complexity that Solar's building for himself. Oliveira doesn't have tanks on, or he doesn't have a second factory. He doesn't have a Ghost Academy. He's not moving into that next round of tech that you want to deal with these Lurkers.
Yeah, that's the big thing that I wanted to mention as well. Now, this is a scary position to attack into, but Vipers are fully charged. Blinding Cloud's going to come on in. It's a big flank coming in. Huge Blinding Clouds. There is still some Marines in the backside, but I think this is going to be plenty good enough for Solar. He crushes the army, and that will absolutely secure him I think it's going to secure him game one pretty much. We might see Oliveira stay in the game for a little bit longer, but the supplies, they really do tell the tale. 91 drones. Creep, it's not perfect, but it's more than enough. And once again, the ghosts, they're not out. We're going to see Lurkers hitting the field very shortly. And honestly, if he just recharges on Hydraling Bane, makes a bunch of Banes, there should be no way that Oliveira can hold that fourth base.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're talking about no ghosts. You don't need you don't need Lurkers in this army right now. It's just all about that Hydra, Ling, Bane. And going back to that last fight, it felt like Oliveira absolutely had an opportunity. A lot of Banelings hit tanks, and then the Marines, they kite backwards, but the kiting just wasn't quite there for Oliveira, and you're right, he lost that fight. So now here comes Solar. Blinding Clouds are great, and it actually gets the Planetary as well. So this Planetary is gonna get busted down so quickly. 20 workers go down. And at this point, there is not a lot left for Oliveira anymore. There are a couple tanks on the backside, some Marines as they kite away, but the economic damage by itself is going to be enough here. Oliveira falls down, and Solar just absolutely swarms in game number one. And you're right, Steadfast, it all really goes down to that fight on the bottom side. But I do think that's a fight that Oliveira could have taken if he micros, if he kites like the second half of that fight just a little bit better. That being said, didn't happen. Solar takes game one.
Yeah, and the Blinding Clouds, they really made it difficult. There was a pretty good tank spread from Oliveira. Like he pre-mitigated those Blinding Clouds as effectively as you could expect him to or ask him to. But Solar just had such a significant economy for so long. Even though we did see, a nice little engagement from Oliveira when things were starting to turn against him, the fact that the upgrades were great for Solar, the fact that he was pretty much undeterred, it meant that Oliveira really couldn't find the momentum that he needed to in order to make something happen. But once again, Ancient Cistern, it doesn't have the best tank positions, for example. It's a very wide open map, a lot of counterattack paths, which we saw Solar utilize not once, but twice to pick off a couple of SCVs multiple times. And then even coming back home with those lings that he used in the natural to, even though the engagement didn't go as cleanly as it could have, it was still a good idea. Solar's kind of firing on all cylinders, and it'll be up to Oliveira to turn things around on his map pick.
Yeah, and I believe it's Babylon, I think, for our for game 2. We'll see when we get into game number 2. But you're right. Like it's almost maybe a bit surprising that we saw Oliveira go so heavy in the tank count, considering how few good tank positions there are and how many counterattack potentials there are. When you could go buy a mine, and you could have a lot of widow mines in the mid game against this very heavy Ling Bane composition. Yeah, Hydras make a difference, but those Hydras were much later into the game. But we're into game 2. It's Babylon, and in the bottom right, he's down a game for Dragon Kites the Gaming. It's Oliveira.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left with a really solid showing in game 1. It is Onside Gaming Solar.
So that game 1 Steadfast was, yeah, we can talk about the last fight, we can talk about whatever else, but it was a game that realistically, Solar made some mistakes early, right? He got supply blocked twice, but in general, it was a game that we just saw Solar carry from start to finish. You know, he got the run by, he had the first run by when the 2-1-1 happens, he takes literally 0 damage from the 2-1-1, and then just from there on out, it continues to snowball, and Oliveira continues to not get damage, and Solar continues to get damage, and Oliveira continues to not get damage, and eventually you're just at this point where Oliveira's locked into a game that he can't really play. And on top of that, Oliveira's upgrades were messed up. He pulled a Beyond. He forgot his +1 armor. He forgot his +2 armor. It just felt really bad all the ways around. So as we look at game number 2, obviously, okay, we want to see Oliveira maybe play a little bit cleaner, but how do you want to see him play? Is it a 2-1-1 again? Is it something a little bit more standard? What do you want to see out of him on this map?
I mean, this is a map that is much better for Terran pretty much in every way.
Yeah, that's fair.
I would say he can play the exact same way, just needs to tighten up the little missteps. So, you know, make sure you don't forget that armor, make sure that you close your depot, make sure that, you know, you're just keeping on top of things and doing all the little things right. Because one of the most difficult things in that game, in a game of StarCraft 2, is, you know, like splitting Marines or target firing Banelings. And he had the Baneling target fire in that one fight, and that was when things started to look pretty good for him. Now, I'm not saying he necessarily needs to do that throughout, but yeah, just focus on not making those mistakes and make sure Solar can't pull a fast one on you, because Babylon, I do think it's a pretty solid Terran map in TVZ, especially if you get into the late game on even footing. Oliveira, both players have shown that they're very comfortable going to the late game in this matchup.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. And you talked about it, much better tank positions, things like that. As we get into this game, though, the other kind of thing I want to touch on, or more like touch on the lack thereof, is the fact that we're not seeing Oliveira go for that 2-Rax wall, 3 Reaper opener that we've seen. Bjorn was doing it, right? Bjorn was the player that was doing it every game for quite a while. But at this point, it feels like we're seeing every Terran in Korea do it. We're seeing it really start to shape the meta. But we're not seeing that from Oliveira. Oliveira going 3CC. He's going, you know, that he's going a very greedy build here. So do you think this is a case of Oliveira playing on the Chinese, or Chinese server doesn't exist anymore, but, you know, playing from a different meta here? Is this, where do you think that slots into things?
Probably just comfort. Probably just a comfort play. He's like, I'm confident in my play style. Solar, I think maybe he's looked at something Solar's done against it and has said, you know what, I don't want to play into that because Solar looks solid against it. I don't want to do whatever. Honestly, it's probably coming down to his own comfort, though. And I think that is important, especially when you get to those big tournaments. Even though we expect the players to be strategically diverse, I still think it is best to play what you're good at for the most part.
And that's fair. I mean, Oliveira's run was based off the style. His Katowice run was based on the style that we're seeing him attempt to play right now. Hellion Banshee, kind of mid-game, late-game focus. As a Ling looks for a scout, doesn't really find all that much. But this is a much more standard game, right? It's not a TY211. It's, you know, sometimes you see it, sometimes it works, but it's not the standard. It's not the build, the style that has defined TVZ over the last couple years. So for now, Oliveira, you know, he's got the tempo. He's got Hellions on the map. That's going to deny some map control. Banshee's on the way. He's getting a Raven. Well, this actually might be fake. This might just be a scout denial thing, but taking it at glance value here, he's going to go Hellion Raven. So that's a lot of creep control, Steadfast. And we've theorized that this might be something that you might start to see because Ravens are worth, you know, they cost 50 less gas now. We still don't see it a ton. This is going to be, how do you feel about this?
It's very interesting. He did get the single Banshee, no cloak, which is somewhat funny, I guess.
Yeah.
Solar, I think, did Solar get far enough in to see that there was no cloak researching? I wasn't actually, my brain wasn't switched on for that.
He saw the starport, he didn't see the tech lab on the starport.
Okay. So he might have been anticipating Liberators then, based on that positioning of the Spore, but it's actually going to kind of work out for him here. One drone does go down. That's not too bad. Good scouting Lings here from Solar, though. He's being very active with these. And once again, Solar going very quick into the double Evo chamber here and really making that his first prioritization with gas. If you can get away with this, Zerg, this gets you into the mid game in such a nice position, as we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, just the ability to fight head up, straight up against a bunch of Terran bio is fantastic. And maybe even get ahead on upgrades a little bit, depending on just how greedy the Terran's being and how much pressure they want to put on. So for now, Oliveira, he's just on the edge of the map here, trying to deny as much creep as possible. And the key thing, Steadfast, that we have to talk about here is that this Raven has poked a little bit, he's prodded just a little bit, that's great. It hasn't taken a lot of damage. It's very easy to lose a Raven against these queens that have such long range. So the fact that it has taken a grand total of, I don't know, 50 HP or something, like really not a lot here, is really, really nice. It means Oliveira is going to have more power in the mid game. He doesn't have to babysit the Raven as much. Doesn't even have to spend as much money to maybe repair the Raven later on. And because of this creep denial, he's opened up for himself a really nice pushing position here in the middle of the map on the north side, which realistically, it's going to be where Oliveira is going to want to push through anyways, on the high ground. And the fact that there's not a lot of creep here, that it has been so heavily denied, really enables the next 3 to 5 minutes of Oliveira's gameplay.
Yeah, exactly. You get tanks in position. This is one of the positions on Babylon. There's a fair number, but this is one of the positions that Zerg really hates dealing with, is that position around the pocket third. And there is a little bit of creep here, but it's just one set of tumors. It's going to take very little time to clear that. Oh, did he not bring the Raven with this push? No, I guess not. So he does drop this. No, he did. Okay, that scan was kind of unnecessary. But it's you know, force of habit. I get it.
I think even more than that, he just wanted to get there ASAP because he understood that his opponent was maybe just a little bit out of position. So now, auto turret spam gets dropped here. This is a queen assassination attempt, and the queens don't have a lot of energy now. Bailing speed's only halfway done. Solar's trying to buy time for that one now, but this hatch is under heavy fire. That being said, Steadfast, queens have enough transfused energy for now to make this happen. Target fire on the bait is going to be really, really nice. And now the Lings are going to try to find their way in. Hellbats go down. The tank gets great shots. But Solar is going to be able to clean this up. It's expensive, though, for Solar there. Bailings get targeted down. Lings fall. Oliveira didn't get the hatch, you know, didn't get the 4th. He didn't get the 5th, but that with the Hellbats just kind of sitting there killing Lings, that was still a pretty nice move for Oliveira.
It was, but I think it was still a better situation for Solar. It was expensive, but he could afford it. He has a great economy. It was a really, really nice defense. Now, this double drop on the bottom side will catch Solar a little bit out of position. Can he gun down the hatch? He's ignoring the Lings to target it. Yes, he will get this 5th base. Very nicely done from Oliveira. Okay, and just as things were starting to look pretty good for Solar, Oliveira finds himself a great little pickoff, and he's going to be able to secure his 4th base. But we do see a significant amount of Ling Bane on the bottom side. Solar doesn't know that there's no tanks here, but if he tests this front, he might decide to go for something. No, I think he's going to look at the sensor tower and assume that Oliveira has enough to defend, which, to be honest, he probably would if Solar decided to go deep. So I like that Solar doesn't. Yeah. All right. I think we're pretty even now after the death of that 5th.
Yeah. I mean, there was a bunker there. There was a bunker there. There were like 24-ish Marines. It was a well-defended, no tanks, yeah, but still a pretty well-defended position there for Oliveira. And now he's taking the salient point on the right side again. Queens have had a chance to regen some of their energy, but not all of it. Ling's on the surround, and as the Banelings arrive, Oliveira, he's going to get forced back again. And now we're tracking Hive, right? Now we're tracking Solar moving into the mid game, moving into the late game as quick as possible. Other thing I want to point out here, by the way, granted, Oliveira forgot his +2 attack just a little bit. It's a little bit slower, but for everything else, I mean, these upgrades have been timed up within like 2 seconds of each other, which is not something that you see all that often. That being said, Oliveira's maxed out here, Steadfast. This is a big army, but Solar's going to try to jump on it before the tanks are ready, and Oliveira kiting backwards. The tank line goes down so quickly. Oliveira wasn't ready for this. The vision was there. Overlords were there. Solar saw it, and Oliveira gets punished so damn hard. At this point, this planetary might even just go down, but I guess with the Liberators and the reinforcements, Solar's gonna force it back. That was a disaster for Oliveira. He just wasn't ready.
Everything about that was brutal for Oliveira. You mentioned that the +2 attack was a little bit late. It wasn't done in time for that push. The tanks were unsieged. Solar just absolutely brought the hammer down on that Terran army and crushed it. And the cardinal rule is always engage only on creep. But that's not necessarily, it doesn't have to be that way. If you find an army unsieged, if you find it all spread out like that, and you can just smash into it broadside like that, absolutely take that fight. Solar, reading the situation very correctly, jumps his opponent's army and just crushes it. And now Oliveira has lost most of his momentum, but he is playing a very mid-game oriented setup. We've got heavy Liberator production, we've got Marauders, we've got a lot of big beefy units, but hold that thought. Oh, okay, no, it's gonna be enough to discourage him. Yeah, you don't really want to go up the high ground not knowing where the tanks are, especially when you're in such a good position that Solar is. But yeah, Oliveira's on a pretty focused mid-game composition. He adds the Ghost Academy now, but he wanted to get a lot more done than he has.
Yeah, just losing that one army is just such a massive issue for Oliveira in this game. And now, well, he's got his 5th base on the way. You know, he's maxed out again. He's got his 3/3 on the way. He's going to add Marauders here to just tank for the Banelings a little bit more. He's getting concussive shells. Talked about that Ghost Academy. I mean, he's putting himself in a decent position, but this run by is just not where Oliveira is. He's just going to move forward. He says, okay, if your army's there, it's not in the middle of the map. Blinding Cloud is only one of them, and there are so many tanks here right now that even as that Blinding Cloud hits, it doesn't hit well enough. And by the way, somehow, despite everything, only 3 STVs have gone down. I thought this run by was going to be disastrous, but Oliveira pulls out in time. He has to lift his orbital a little bit. It's not that bad. And this tank pressure moving in with the Liberators, with everything else, this is a problem. That being said, though, Oliveira supply block 163 army supply cap here is a rough way to play a big push.
It certainly is, and Solar has such a big bank. He's still maxed. I was gonna say I didn't like the Blinding Clouds from him unless he's gonna take the engage, but I like that he goes to the abduct there, abducts the Liberator. I also like that he gives up this base. Oliveira is moving. Look at the mini map right now. There is a lot of Zerg in a lot of places set up to get massive surrounds on this Terran force. Meanwhile, the depots that are going to be rebuilt, they might just get all killed off again. This is that going to drop him below the supply cap again? Yeah, it will. Okay, that's very unfortunate. Another 7 SCVs going down as well. Is Solar going to finally pull the trigger? He's got these Vipers ready to go. But that, like you said, there's a lot of tanks here.
Yeah, not only that, they're well spread. So we can see that nice abduct as well. But you're blinding the first two.
The
they're like
don't make any sense if you don't engage.
Yeah. This, though, is the problem here. Orbital, it's actually going to start to burn now. 7 more SCVs go down. But the thing is, at this point, I mean, Oliveira is on 5 bases. 7 workers dying here or there. It's not great. Don't get me wrong. We're kind of at the point now where Oliveira, he can reproduce them. He's above 60 workers. It's not quite as bad as if he was like losing 21 of them at once. So that's something, but even still, this just drips and drabs of damage. It's not making life comfortable for our Chinese Terran right now. Not at all.
No, it is certainly not. Oh my God, Lings are going to kill a planetary on the top side. We got Oliveira. He was trying to target fire the big center groups of lanes to maybe keep it alive. Losing that 5th base is really painful. I was just going to say, if it's a Terran player on 5 bases after denying a base of the Zerg, and, you know, things are uncomfortable, look at the creep. It's starting to actually semi-surround this Terran army. Like, the Terran is starting to become an island in the middle of this map.
Yeah, that's. I mean, these are great snipes out of the Ghost. They get a couple lurkers. They're starting to find value, but oh, the Ghosts are so low here. How does he commit to that? He does, but where are where the Medivacs steadfast? There are 2 or 3 Ghosts that are a ling. They're a little nibble away from death, which is just not. Ghosts have to be tanky. I mean, they are, right? They have high HP. They're not light units, but running them forward like that on so little HP is kind of rough for Oliveira. Where is Medivacs?
I was just gonna say, what's his medevac count? It's got to be so low.
It's 0.
He's building a couple more now, and he recognizes he needs them. Man, these counterattacks from Solar have been really good. But I got to say, Oliveira's been dealing with them quite well. But they are continuing to be a nuisance. There's the abducts I was looking for. Grabs 3 of them. The EMPs were not in time. Solar is playing this so patiently. They're both displaying the patience of saints right now. And finally, some medevac's going to be able to heal up these very tanky, very low HP Ghosts. But we are seeing inevitably Oliveira is breaking through. He's killing lots of lurkers. There's not enough to defend him. And if Solar, he's going to need to go very soon. He's going to be sieged into his own natural very shortly.
God, this is such a problem because if you go into the natural like this, if this bulkhead continues to get established here by Oliveira, he can cut off the top side of the map from the bottom side, and the Zerg really will struggle to find something, but that's a massive run by 12 workers go down. Oliveira down to 49 here as the Baileys are going to try to run it. This is Solar's chance. This is his attempted break, but it doesn't work. Not at all, and yeah, that run by is great. 20 workers go down steadfast, but it's 104 army supply to 40. This army from Oliveira right now is just not something that Solar can deal with at all. And now Oliveira is into the natural. It's been rough. He's been just, his bell has been rung over and over and over again. But the longer this game goes, steadfast, the closer it feels to a rope-a-dope. Solar, where does he go from here? He can't bring his army together.
No, he cannot. This is feeling like the slowest, most... This is the oldest, most lethargic anaconda you've ever seen. It has been slowly constricting Solar over the course of like 7, 8, 9 minutes at this point. The bathing nest goes down. The natural expansion is dead. He even killed the 4th base. He's going to get in here with another drop. Oliveira, he is doing it here. Solar's bank is gone. This has been off of 4, really 3.5 bases with how much that 1 base has been denied. Oliveira is playing this so well.
There are, what is that? We have 5 hatches remaining on the map, but pretty soon it's going to be nothing. That being said, Blinding Clouds are going to be fantastic here, but there's just not enough army anymore. Bailings and Lings go down the ramp, and now, here we go. You snipe the Hydras, they're dead, everything's dead. In fact, I think there was maybe an infested there regardless. Oliveira, what a great... He pumps his fist. That was a hard-fought game, but what a great game, too.
That was so sick from Oliveira. And that is a well-deserved pop-off right there. He played so damn well there. After how the game started and that one army that just got smashed, I thought there was no way. I honestly thought there was no way. I've seen Solar from that position so many times, and he just does not lose. But Oliveira just kept the integrity of his army intact. Solar, I really feel like he had a few opportunities to clean that up. And I was mentioning the Blinding Clouds. There was like 6 or 7 Blinding Clouds that he cast on those tanks that did nothing during, like as Oliveira was just slowly establishing the position. And if those are abducts instead, even if he gets 4 or 5 tanks shaved off from that push before the Ghosts come out, I think we're looking at a drastically different game. But Solar makes a couple of mistakes with the spellcaster usage. Not even the units he built, just the usage of the spellcasters. And Oliveira takes advantage of that. He slow plays it so cleanly. Man, the common man, he's here amongst us.
Normal guy. I do have to question. I understand the lurker idea, right? Because obviously you're quick to transition, you're quick to hive. But once the ghosts go out, like I feel like you just want to be on Lingbane Viper, you know? Take away that power, because ghosts are great against high supply units. They punish you. They kill these very expensive units. But I mean, yeah, ghosts are good against lings, but you build a lot of them and it doesn't really matter all that much. Banelings get on top. So build the lurkers, force that out, go back into Lingbane, but Solar just really didn't have that opportunity. And Steadfast, the best news about this, we're moving on to game 3. That's exciting news. We're moving on to Gressvon. It's a TVZ on Gressvon. This has been some of our best games, and to do it here in the bottom right in the red, he's looking to go up, well, 1-0 in series. It's Oliveira.
And his opponent, can he recover after that game? For Onside Gaming, it is Solar.
Steadfast, you know, there's a little bit of a competition here because the mainstream also is playing a TVZ. It's Dark and Clem. And they're in game number 2, and they're also on Gressvon, and they're 29 minutes in to a game that I'm seeing people saying this actually is really, really good. So now it's all up to here. Oliveira and Solar, they got to do one better, right? They got to give us a better Gressvon game than what the A stream is getting. But also, look at this. Oliveira, the meta has not left him unscathed. We do have that barracks on the natural here. We should see a second one. He's doing it. We're seeing the evolutions in real time.
That we are, and it's going to be cool to see. Oliveira, I'm glad to see him going for this. I do think on Gressvon, it is probably the best value play. So for anyone who's not familiar with this new build that has made it into the meta, there's a few things about it. So it's a 2 barracks, 3 Reaper opening. And what that enables you to do, you can 2-shot lanes, you can 2-shot drones, you can sometimes deny the 3rd base. If your opponent's queens get too, aggressive trying to defend that, you can sometimes pick 1 or 2 of them off. It just gives you a lot of options. But what it also does is, 1, walls the natural, as we can see right here, which is great on a gigantic natural map like Gressvon. So even if you're not as big of a fan of the build overall, it's still good. And then 2, it transitions into like 7 different builds. You can do a 4 racks all in. You can do a 3rd command center with it. You can do a 3 racks into an eventual medevac. You can do 4 racks into like a 2-base tank push. You can do cloak banshees. There's so many things you can do.
Yeah, you talk about new builds out of this. I had a lot of fun the other day. Cure played this, but he did it into an 8 racks, but it was a weird 8 racks, right? So normally when you think of an 8 racks, you're building 12 Marines at a time. You're building 16 Marines at a time. Like you're really, or 50, I guess 15 Marines at a time. Like you're really committing to that Marine pressure. But instead we saw Cure go, and he built 4 tech claps. So he was building 4 Marauders, 8 Marines at a time, and he had Hellbats on production as well. And it was all on like the 2-2 maxed out. 8 racks timing was really interesting. Now, granted, that's going to be further into the game, and I don't know that Oliveira necessarily plays that. But point being is like this has, I mean, you can go into anything from this. Now, Oliveira is not being super aggressive, right, with the Reapers. It's only 2 of them right now. Now he's going to add the 3rd, but there are plenty of lings on the high ground. He's actually going to dive in. Just, he's going to reap his reward, get a bunch of lings, and now does he go for more here? This is aggressive from Oliveira here.
Yeah, but it's pretty nice. He knows that ling speed shouldn't be out before 3:30, and he just gets some good pickoffs. And that means, the funny thing is, by being aggressive, as long as you keep the Reapers alive, you're keeping them safer later by diminishing the ling count. Either Solar builds more, or you lose a nice 4-crawler trick right there. Oh, as I say that, he does lose one of those Reapers. So it looks like with this move, he's just looking to maybe sack them and get as much as he can. He's going to try and get out now, but it's a little dangerous. But oh, well, okay, there it is. Yeah, losing those Reapers here, that's a little bit painful.
Yeah, this really, again, oh, yeah, up. Again? Okay, there we go. This does show a little bit of maybe discomfort, lack of experience with the build, maybe compared to just like a Beyond, who does this literally every single game for the last 3 months. But anyway, like I feel like I would have liked to see, especially as you start to get 3 minutes, just put the Reapers on the 3rd. Get the 3rd down to, you're not going to kill it, you're not going to cancel it, but get it down to 30%. And then that really opens up a nice pushing position later on as you hit with this 2-1-1. But I see you saying, oh, Steadfast, their Widowmine's on the way. We're gonna have a Widowmine drop as a follow-up here into whatever sort of 2-1-1 shenanigans happen after that. This is a result, and actually, I think Maru did this. Maru did this in the GSL. I think he actually did this in the GSL finals against Dark last week.
I think so.
Yeah, it's a new iteration of it.
It is, and it's a really weird one. But to be honest, Zerg players are not particularly used to dealing with Widowmine drops. Like it's a weird thing. It's not common that Zerg players have to deal with Widowmine drops. And that doesn't mean Solar's not going to be able to deal with it. He will absolutely be capable of it. But it could be the kind of thing that might throw him off. Now, okay, he did see this. I think he saw the third and fourth mine load up into that because, yeah, with that Spore Crawler coming up, that is going to be quite good. What can Oliveira find with this is the big question. We do have a Baneling Nest before the layer, so it looks like Solar was a little bit concerned about the 4 racks. He was trying to get information on it, and he wasn't able to figure it out. Oh, this is cute. Oh, I love this, actually. I think this is great. Yeah,
it's fantastic.
Yeah, kill the Overlord. That's good. There's value.
Especially if you know you're probably scouted at this point. That's awesome. Now, of course, when you talk about value, the value that Widowmine drops against Zerg often find it's not. I mean, they get drones maybe, but it's about you kill a bunch of links that are trying to deal with it, and that actually can be more of the value than anything else. But for now, the Widowmine drop on the north side again. It got an Overlord. Hey, there we go, and we still have that 2-1-1. We still have 15 Marines in 2 medevacs on the left side of the map here, and Oliveira is trying to pin them together. Widowmine's Carpet Bomb here, Solar. He's just not reacting, and that's going to be 16 dead workers. And no, Oliveira doesn't have to do anything with this at all. He can maybe put pressure on if he wants, but that's an entire mineral line dead, and the medevac stays alive.
Oh my God, that was devastating. I really didn't think Solar was going to take that much damage. But apparently, yeah, he's really not used to dealing with Widowmine drops because that got catastrophic damage. Oh, now if he kills the... Okay, that was a little bit sloppy from Oliveira. He didn't need to do that. He honestly could have just sent the medevac home and just used the Widowmines with the push, or just spotted the Spore Crawler and gotten away anyways. Like, just run back to the top left. So that's a little unfortunate. And actually does kind of give Solar a little bit of a respite. But creep clear going to come through the left side, and the thing is, on Gressvon, it's not easy to push unless you go through that middle position, which Solar's got a lot of creep, and Oliveira's not setting up for that.
I mean, yeah, Oliveira's got his 4th base on the way at this point. Like, yes, he got a lot of damage done. Yes, this is technically a 2-1-1, and therefore wants to be somewhat map control-y, somewhat aggressive. But Oliveira is getting himself solidly set up for the next 10 minutes, the next 15 minutes, really moving on to the mid game. And that's a lot of creep that he just denied in that pushing position in the middle of the map that you were talking about. There are queens there, and most of it should be replaced, but we are starting to see him at least get himself some way set up for that. But again, Steadfast, this is about the next 5 minutes, the next 10 minutes of this game. 2-2s on the way, +1 mech attacks on the way. The 4th base is done. He's on double factory here. Oliveira is very happy to let this game continue on, especially with the value he got. I mean, you get almost entire mineral line worth of drones. That means the Zerg can't get up to Hive quickly, means that they can't build a big army, so you can get away with a smaller army and still find value. But Oliveira, he's very happy with this. I mean, great target fire. That's 3 or 4 Banes that he gets before he gets out. So at this point, where does Solar go here? I mean, his Hive is very late in this game, Steadfast.
Yeah, relative to the previous game, it is, well, the previous 2 games, it is much, much later. Much more, I would say, normal than it usually is. It was faster, same with the upgrades, than the previous games. And this game, he hasn't even started his 2-2 yet. Solar, who has been enjoying an upgrade advantage in many critical fights throughout this series, now will be looking down the barrel of a big 2-2 timing. And I think that this time, I think Oliveira is going to do for a similar push to what he did in game number 2, where it was kind of this like heavy mid-game oriented, big tank focused army. He's got that double factory set up. It's only 5 tanks for now, but this feels like I want to hit you in the face really hard with a lot of big stuff.
Yeah, and you talked about that pushing position. I mean, in the last minute or so, Oliveira's done a great job of really not allowing it to go too much further forward. So Scan gets dropped here. That's like 5 or 6 active creep teamers there. And now Oliveira, he's pushing effectively as he's maxing out. He's pushing with this 2-2 timing with +1 tanks. as well here. So for now, he's going to hold the high ground. You know, he's doesn't want Solar to go for a big run by. He wants to maybe catch that run by, but it's the 2-2 timing that he really is going to be looking for. In fact, he's going to give position up a little bit, maybe a little bit worried about that army on the left-hand side. But for now, he's going to be able to intercept it here. He's going to try. Does he get it? No, he backs up too many banelings, I guess. Doesn't really want to try to go for that game-ending play that, realistically, Steadfast, if you take that wrong, that can kind of end the game for you too.
Yes, I think if there's no creep there, he might feel a lot more confident to try and pinch that off. But that was like 30 supply observed, 40 supply observed, maybe. A lot of Banes. Like, if he could have pinched that off, would have killed off the 6th base, or 7th base? 6th base. 6th base. Would have denied that, would have been really nice. Now, Solar has done a great job of stalling out Oliveira's push with his positioning, and that's causing, that's getting Solar enough time to get up into Vipers, which were the missing key that he needed. Oh, target fire on the Banes with the planetary. Oh, he does go for it, but does he have enough to defend now? Yes, that will diminish things enough. He loses 15 SCVs. Oh, the Lings might follow through on the kill, though. Just barely getting that 4th base, but there is another command center there that he can replace that with.
And the big deal on top of that one is, yeah, Solar, you got a planetary. Good job. You're losing 2 bases on the bottom side here. And I was just about to say, I love Solar's expansion pattern. He's not taking that high ground base. That it's so much easier for the Terran to push. He's playing on the edges of the map, top and bottom side, but because of this position here, because he committed so much to kill Oliveira's base, he did still lose the bases on the bottom side. He still goes down 2 bases to 1 in that trade. And now this push from Oliveira, we saw how he just put the ratchet straps on Solar in that game number 2, just cranked it down over the course of 5 or 6 minutes. And he's starting to do that now once again. 3-3 on the way, +2 in tank attack. Ghost Academy just done. This is a nice run by, though. The Lings are going to get on top of the tank, but the Marines and the SCVs are going to do enough, I think, to defend this. But the Banelings are going to arrive in. SCVs, for the most part, they're going to get out, though. And now this feels like, unless Oliveira doesn't split, but this army, for the most part, that didn't get a single SCV. This is just expensive for Solar.
Yeah, Solar ends up losing a lot right there. And like you said, he lost 2 bases. Oliveira was able to keep the 5th command center alive, replace the 4th, build 3 CCs while he was doing this, and transition to Ghost. He's got his 3-3 on the way. His +2 vehicle weapons is getting close as well. And Solar is, despite the fact that they're both maxed out, I feel like this was a really good exchange for Oliveira. Now, he does need to heal up his bio. It is very overstimmed.
Oh, that's a big Bailey connection right there. That actually might unlock the planetary again, actually. Is a lot of bios in the sky, a lot of bios very low, but Solar's not going to jump on top of it immediately, so that's going to be fine.
Oh,
now,
great
as we move into the late game Steadfast, you know, 3-3's done. Sure, for the Terran, Blue Flame on the way, +3 mix. Solar really, or Oliveira really getting ready to move into that Blue Flame, that late game. Viper? Snipe? Oh, he's going to get that. No, he gets out of range. Okay.
No, it did not.
It did.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
It's just an overseer. It's just scouting. It's just okay.
Oh man, he got away with one, not losing that Viper right there. Unfortunate for Oliveira. I think he like panicked to try and kill it. He just stimmed in and didn't move the Ghost right in. Oh, now attacking into this would be very bold for Solar. He is going to try and go for the Nidus Worm, but I think this is going to settle into a very long game potentially here on Grespon. Solar, I don't think he really has an option to break his opponent at this point, but he might try.
No, and if I'm looking at this here, I'm looking at how game number 2 went, right? And Oliveira is just so incredible at this late game and this Ghost mech idea that I start to get a little more and more worried for Solar as the game goes later and later. I think back actually to kind of the first game that I was looking at going into Katowice. I think it was like in November of last year, where you're looking at this is like, okay, Oliveira, we didn't have an inkling that he was going to be the world champion yet, but okay, Oliveira is really turning the corkscrews here, turning the screws on. And that was a game on Waterfall, back on the previous map pool. Hold that thought here. Solar moving in. That's a great Blinding Cloud. No army can fight. And he's going to get Banelings in, but even still, this tank line and Blinding Cloud on the bio, sure, the tank line doesn't find much of anything. And now Solar is going to, I don't think he loses this base necessarily, but it's still heavy pressure. Going back to that previous thought, though, Oliveira and Solar played a game. It was on an EPT Cup, it was on Waterfall, and it was just this game where Solar had no room to play the game. Oliveira took his side of the map, just didn't let anything happen, and that was really, really problematic. That being said, though, that lurker just got 11 12 workers because pulling SCVs in a single line into into a lurker spine steadfast is the best way to play the game.
It is not exactly optimal. Now, I think we just saw Nidusworm get up in the main base. Solar, I said he couldn't break his opponent, but Oliveira kind of letting a couple of cracks show in his defense, and things really becoming a problem. Now Solar, he will go for a big hammer blow across multiple fronts. Blinding Clouds are going to be very good here. Ooh, but the pullback's pretty good. However, Command Center will go down, and that is going to be a value play from Solar. Oh man, I think we really have to go back to like a minute and a half ago with that Blinding Cloud that caught like 6 ghosts or 5 ghosts against the third base location. And now the Nidusworm will get up in earnest, and Oliveira is feeling the pressure. He's going to go for it. He does finish off this base on the top side, and Solar, that actually knocks him back down to 5 bases. Oh, there's lurkers in there. Oh my God, please unload them.
And they're focusing elsewhere there. And oh man, the army is not on move command, so even if you can't save it, you know, Hellbats with +3 with blue flame, they one-shot Lings, so cut down something. Still no value here as Lings find their way in. Now the lurkers are out of the main, all 6 of them, and this is not a fight. Oliveira's just dead. He taps out immediately. And what a game. Like, what a swing in that game number 3, Steadfast. We went from, wow, it seems like Oliveira, he's ratcheting it down. He's got 5 bases, he's got 6 bases. He's getting this damage done to, oh, Solar just won the game. Okay, well done. You know, he found the one break, he found the 1 or 2 fights, and we turn it around so quickly.
Yeah, I think the problem right there was Solar didn't see any of those attacks coming. Unless I'm mistaken, he didn't have any sensor towers on that 3rd or 4th or 5th base. They died? Yeah, did it die? Did it die when he got hit with that big blinding cloud? Because that was just like, that was what like opened the armor and gave his opponent the opportunity to break through and get something done.
Yeah, I know at one point he had a sensor tower on the 3rd. I don't know at what point that sensor tower died or not. But for now though, that was a fantastic series. That was a lot of fun. It went to 3 games, which is just always what you're looking for. So Steadfast, we're going to take a look at what happened in that series once again, looking for any, I guess, key moments. Certainly that blinding cloud in game 3, but first couple games now. What do you think?
Yeah, here we see probably the best engagement Oliveira took in that game number 1, but it was a bright spot in an otherwise very dark game. And even, yeah, the tail end there, that was the decisive engagement that kind of ended things. This Planetary Fortress, this was mop-up duty at this point. But I think a lot of this came down to it being the map. Ancient Cistern is a very good Zerg map. If the 2 players are, you know, like very evenly matched, and yeah, I would say for sure.
Yeah, certainly. And man, that pressure from Oliveira in game 2 on Babylon, I don't think we're quite there yet. This was actually the fight that should have lost Oliveira that game, and then we finally move into this with the tank line and the ghost, and there's this choke that Oliveira found, this chokehold that Oliveira found. Man, I'm ashamed of myself for not seeing it. Anyway, it was a thing of beauty, and it did such a good job of forcing a Solar out of this game that we're like, okay, you know, Oliveira's found his footing. He's really started to, like, this late game seems to be Oliveira's. And then we moved into Gressvon Steadfast. It really felt like we were getting there despite this planetary falling and this damage that Oliveira took kind of in the, like, a 10-minute range. But then it just changed around. Then it just was that the Nidus started to find some value. Was that blinding cloud on the ghost that prevented the nice, easy defense on the 3rd that, hey, you know, worked out a little bit better.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. I think there was a sensor tower up around that 3rd base. So just looking at things, but a really unfortunate scenario right there for Oliveira, because and I don't blame him for the decision. It's Gressvon. It's a great map to take late, but he finds a bunch of value. He kills off 2 bases on the bottom side, and then just pulls completely off the map and takes all pressure off of his opponent. and then switches to defense, which is fine.
Yeah.
If that's good for you. But we do have an interview coming up with Solar.
Yeah, we can talk about the game all we want, but there we go. So,
Hello.
Solar, congratulations.
Hello.
You're 1-0 in series right now,
you.
putting yourself in a solid position in the group stage. But I want to go back to game 2, right? It felt really good for you. You get the tanks, and then there's just that slow push from Oliveira going up the gullet. What does it feel like? What kind of went through your mind there? Is like, oh, I'm in a good spot suddenly. I'm not. Like, how do you respond to that?
Yeah, I feel like I'm on the loser spot, but like the Babylon is a really close map, so his tank was like I can't go to the like some big rumbites because the map is really close. So I was worried about his one push just killing me. So I was just trying to save. I think it's kind of oversafe. So I think I should have fight earlier with the Blinding Cloud. Yeah, that's pretty bad game for me.
Gotcha. And then I have one more question for you before we move on over to Steadfast. It's a more general one because we saw Oliveira do the 2 racks opener in the wall that I think Bjorn's been doing in game number 3. We've seen more and more Terrans do it. For a while, it was just Bjorn, and then adopted a little bit more. As a Zerg player, how do you feel about that? How are you responding to it a little bit? Like, what are your general impressions about that kind of meta evolution that we're starting to see?
Reaper openings are really good, but like I feel like Oliveira is not kind of expert of this, so I didn't expect he's gonna play this. So I was very embarrassed. But I practiced a lot games against 2 Rex, so it was pretty good for me.
Gotcha. Steadfast, what do you got?
So then, once again, congratulations. Very well played, especially in Game 3. Things got a little dicey for you. But in regards to the Reaper opening, as a follow-up, who do you think is the best player at doing that 2 racks Reaper right now? Who do you think is the best in the world at this moment?
Obviously, Bjorn. Obviously, Bjorn.
Obviously, Bjorn? Okay, fair enough.
There's no one even
Not even close?
Yeah.
All right. No one even came close to how good Bjorn is with that 2 racks. I can believe that, and I definitely, from what I've seen, I agree. And then in game 3, so things got a little bit weird there. You guys played like a pretty standard series, but he chose a lot of weird attack paths, kind of non-standard. After he killed the 2 bases on the bottom side and you blew up that planetary fortress, he kind of like pulled back. But you didn't let him. You were like, no, you just like grabbed him by the throat and just, kind of went ham on him.
Yeah.
What kind of triggered that like full send moment? Were you just like, I don't want to go late on Grespawn? Or were you like, I feel really confident in my ability to break him?
Like in CVT situations, like if Zerg only defenses, like you without map control, it's really, really tough. So I was trying to get some oversteam. Also, like he back forward his army to also not focusing on the main fight. That's what I was supposed to. But I think if he's keep attacking me, I think I was pretty hard to defend it. But I think the map is not bad as Babylon, so I think it was really nice run by for me. Yeah.
Awesome. And one last question before we let you go and let you do your shout outs. With Gamers8 being kind of the biggest collection of like the best players in the world, obviously you think you're going to win the tournament. I think you should be confident, and I think you definitely have the ability to do so. But if you took yourself out of the equation, who do you think would win this tournament? Who's your favorite to win it?
On my head, Cyril. On my heart is Maru.
I like that. Head heart. All right. And then before we let you go, do you have any shout outs you want to give? Any practice partners you want to thank for this series or anything like that?
Yes. Thanks. Shout out to all the Korean Terrans who helped me a lot. Really, thank you. Also, Maru gave me a lot of advice. So thank you. Big shout out to him.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And we'll let you go for now. Good luck with your next match. Thank you very much, Solar.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. That was Solar. It was great to get. How awesome is it that we're on the B stream and we have a direct feed into Riyadh, into Gamers8, into doing these interviews. It really just it adds so much to the broadcast, especially when you have someone like Solar who can expound on things and really has these awesome interview questions or answers. It pretty fantastic. But we have more games on the way. Steadfast, we have more things to talk about. We're going to get into our final series here of the round 1 of the matches we know that we're going to do. It's going to be Beyond and It's a Laser, but, you know, again, I'd love to talk about that as long as the day is long, but we have to go to a break before that happens. So our final set of our round 1 matches to determine who goes to 1-0, who goes to 0-1, or vice versa, whatever, you know, hands are hard. Regardless, we got that one after the break.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
Welcome back to our final series here of round one. We have more games. Don't worry about it. But this is our final series of round one as we determine who goes to 1-0, who goes to 0 or 0-1. There we go. That's the hands. And it's going to be Byun and it's going to be a Laser and Steadfast. We left that interview with Solar saying, you know what? Byun is the best player in the world. On this 2 racks opener, he's fantastic at it. He knows all the branches, all the trees, all the different, I don't know, world trees, whatever it is. Moving out of that. But a Laser is a player that also kind of marches to the beat of his own drum, plays his own brand of Zerg. How do you think we're going to see this matchup happen?
That is a good question. I think there's going to be a lot of focus on early game and mid game units. Obviously, like you said, I think Byun is definitely going to bring the heat with those Reapers. I would almost be surprised if he doesn't 3 racks Reaper in at least one game. We will see, though. We do have the vetoes here as Altitude gets taken out by Byun. No surprise. A Laser vetoing Dragon Scales first, and then Gressvon. So he actually lets Neo-Humanity and Babylon through. Byun vetoing the 2 Terran vetoes, I would say, with, Ancient Cistern and Altitude. But a Laser taking a very different approach here.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, a Laser is not a late game Zerg. You know, a Laser is not cut from the same cloth of a Serral or a Rogue. Of course, he's in military right now, but one of these players that is very happy or just even wants to play in that late game. Once you get 5, 6, 7 bases, a Laser is going to hit you with timings. He's going to hit you with 1/1 Ling Bane. He's going to maybe hit you with a Hydra Ling Bane off like a 2/1 something. He wants to go and end the game earlier and build an advantage early. So we're going to have to see if he can do that one. As in the upper left on New Humanity on the most interesting map in the pool for Team Liquid, it's a Laser. Power of Liquid.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right for the Shopify Rebellion. Give it up for the man with the moves. It is Micro Byun Jackson.
A one-man army. On the scale of nicknames, Steadfast, you know, we've had just a normal guy. We've had the Smiling Assassin. We've had the one-man army, as Byun is so apparently known. How do you feel? Like, on the scale of nicknames, how are we looking at the Power of Liquid, one-man army? Where's that rank?
I mean, the Power of Liquid is like, it's kind of generic. It's kind of meh for me. But the one-man army, that's pretty cool. And that like really fits with the narrative when Byun won that. It was the World Championship, I believe, despite the fact that he was teamless. And he kind of did it on his own during a period of time where that was kind of unheard of. And you know what? I think that in the context of that, it's pretty freaking awesome nickname.
Is it better than Micro Jackson, though?
I mean, I'm a little biased because I used Micro Jackson just now. So, I mean, obviously not. You know, like Micro Jackson is the better one. But no, I think they're both pretty cool nicknames. I think we don't do enough to like create lore for the players. I think that's something that really creates character for the players, and I think it's really fun.
Yeah. You talk about things that are really fun, though, and interesting and different, although at this point it's not. Byun is opening with the 2 racks once again, but Steadfast, the good news for Byun, if you're a Byun fan, is the fact that Byun spawned on the right side of the map. Byun has not played, and I swear this happens like 80% of the time, where Byun will actually spawn on the left side and he'll do it anyways, and then his add-ons are exposed, and it gets a little awkward sometimes, but Byun doesn't even have to worry about it this time. He's got the right side, he got the proper spawn. And that means Reapers are going to be able to do whatever they want. You don't have to worry about add-ons. And this Reaper is going to be able to deny the 3rd base for forever now because the Laser wants to take the gold one. And he didn't send a drone out early. This is, I guess he gets the last mining shot out at this point. But I mean, this is awkward now for a Laser. Taking the 3rd is going to take forever now. This is rough.
It is very uncomfortable for him, that's for sure. But he does have a situation where he can send the drone down whenever. It feels like he is kind of delaying it, I guess, a little bit on purpose, maybe in reaction to this 3 Reaper play, because there is a danger of taking the 3rd base too quickly and having problems. But beyond behind this, he got a quick second gas. He's getting a factory, and he takes the 3rd command center super quickly. That's the other problem with this build. Is it can pivot either way, and Byun basically was able to do this reactively pretty much, like upon seeing what he saw. Like this is this is just a great situation for Bjorn already, I feel like.
And Steadfast, you know, you talk about Bjorn's builds and Bjorn's opportunities. Bjorn and a Laser have played each other fairly recently. They played in Jönköping in the I want to say in the one of the elimination games there. But they played a best of 3, and rarely have I seen Bjorn stomp someone as bad as he stomped a Laser there. He won a game on Ancient Cistern by building something like 16 Reapers and putting them in medevacs.
Yep.
And off
15
the
Reapers medevacs. Yeah.
Yeah. So this didn't happen this game, but I'm not too surprised to see Bjorn build himself a pretty significant advantage off the Reaper play early on. Just again, given recent history.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about Bjorn, right? Like we talk about it all the time, offline versus online Bjorn. When offline, if he can merge those two personalities, if he can merge offline and online Bjorn into one player, he will win 3 of the next 5 world championships. You know, like he will do it. It's just, can we see that continue? And at the very least, versus a Laser, we saw that version of Bjorn. We saw online Bjorn. And I mean, as a Laser, that's got to leave a mark, you know, with how the way in which he was beaten 3-1, the scoreline did not reflect how much of a drubbing it really was.
Yeah. And I think the other thing we have to point out here, Steadfast, you talk about offline versus online Bjorn. Well, first of all, Bjorn's on the B stream right now, so he's not in front of it. He's not on stage. But there are 2 other things, and that it felt like even as Bjorn did have to pause the game against Stray in Jönköping due to his wrist issues. I think in general, he handled those wrist issues a lot better in Jönköping than he has in pretty much any recent tournament that's not the PSL. So seems like he's maybe able to handle that a little bit better. And on top of that, this tournament, you know, the stage is fantastic, and we've seen all the production value here, but the actual number of seats is not all that much. It is rather, the crowd is going to be smaller than something like DreamHack Atlanta or something where it's just going to be this massive crowd. And I wonder if that is going to, again, I don't know what it is that triggers online versus offline Bjorn. Is it just being in a new place? Is it having different desks? Is it playing on stage? Is it playing on stage in front of a crowd? Is it playing on stage in front of a large crowd like a DreamHack Atlanta crowd versus a GSL sized crowd? I don't know what the inflection point is. But the crowd, again, the number of seats is smaller in this event, and that might just be something that can help out Bjorn just a little bit. But for now, Steadfast, there's a push.
Yes, there is. We got a fair amount of creep getting cleared up. Didn't get every single creep tumor here. Medevacs are going to rally forward. It's a kill, not a cancel on the 4th base for a Laser, and this is already a brutal situation for a Laser here. By the way, I do want to mention, yes, this cloaked Banshee. So a Laser saw the Banshee. Bjorn has used Cloak Banshee follow-up against this setup. But in this case, he only got the one, didn't get Cloak. It keeps tabs on the 4th base, but more importantly, it forced out the spores. We're going to see another cancel coming on in here. And this is getting brutal right now. That's the 3rd, 4th, and 5th barracks, right? Not the 6th, 7th, and 8th? Not an 8 racks yet? No, yeah, that's way too early. Oh, wait, 5 barracks? Those just finished, though, right?
Yeah.
Production tab.
But I mean, the thing we got to talk about here, you talk about timing and you talk about what exactly Bjorn's going for. His 1-1 is so far in advance to what a Laser's doing. I mean, it actually might be done before, give him a 10-second window when he has 1-1 and there's no Bailey speed. And now there's Banshee. There's no, Laser's not reacting to this. I don't see any Queens on the map responding to this until, I guess, right now. So heavy damage on that perspective, 4th base. A Laser on the other side is going to, I think, very quickly is going to lose the north side. And Bjorn defense is 3rd. I mean, Bjorn is everywhere where he needs to be. He's not anywhere he doesn't need to be. And at this point, we got to be asking ourselves what a Laser's kind of, I don't know that we say win condition yet, but kind of the pressure release valve. What forces Bjorn back home? What allows a Laser to play on the map and start to play the game that he wants to play and not the game that Bjorn is forcing him to play?
Well, I mean, it's the trademark a Laser move, and that's probably going to be Burrow. He loves his Burrow play. By the way, Bjorn immediately started. Did he immediately start? It looks like he immediately started his 2. Wait, no, did he? Oh, maybe 2-2 was a little bit late. But it's timed up nicely. He didn't do the Bjorn thing. We are going to see the Lings. Oh, nice little Burrow play. Scan comes down on the other side of the map. Will once again finally. Actually, no, there's still some creep. He missed a tumor early, and that actually does cause some problems. But it's going to be another kill on this 4th base. It is so difficult to take this base on Neo Humanity.
Yeah, well, it's funny. I looked at this map, and then when we first started casting, it felt very Zerg favored. You know, it's hard for the Terran to take the forward base. It becomes a little bit awkward. This run by is actually going to be
shooting
really
the
nice. The tank gets targeted down, and the Marines, they just get surrounded here. Beyond's not ready for this. And on the other side, Bailey's are going to get great connections as well. All of a sudden here, Oliveira, or not Oliveira, a laser finds a lot of pressure. 30 workers go down all of a sudden. And as long as he can deal with this push from Beyond, he's going to be in a great spot. But this is a lot of bio steadfast. The Queens fall down. Bailey's aren't ready yet. Even still, here come the Bailey's. The target fire's great, though. Yun is gonna break this position wide open, I think, but actually, reinforcements on the backside, on the reinforcement line here. Here comes a laser. The tank's gonna go down. Eventually, a laser has a fantastic 30 seconds.
Yes, he does, and Beyond made a tragic misclick there during the defense. The defensive tank was shooting at that little pillar behind the high-yield gas base. You can see it's yellow right there from the damage it took. It soaked maybe 3 or 4 siege tank shots that did nothing to help defend, and that is a big reason why a laser was able to find a lot more damage than maybe he should have been able to. But he got it, and it was really good. He is still on a pretty low economy for a Zerg player at this stage. 60 drones is not a lot. Beyond was able to pick off a few of them during the follow-through on that push. And the 2-2 versus 1-1 timing is going to be massive.
That it is. It's just a long timing that Beyond has to deal with. And I think realistically, you know, I got excited. I'm like, wow, 30 workers go down. A laser breaks the push. That's an equalizing force. That was an equalizing move more than it was a game, an advantage finding move, a position that would have put a laser ahead in this game, because you're absolutely right. A laser's economy, not all that great. And part of that is just a laser being a laser and wanting to play this mid game and wanting to have a bigger army than he might otherwise have. But now we are absolutely starting to see that. Yep, you know, a laser, he's on 5 hatch. He's on 5 bases. Great. He's not mining out of them. And now he's going to lose a bunch of queens here as well. Or not. You know, Burrow's going to drop, but the queens will die anyways. So now Beyond kind of unfettered access to this base here until the Lings arrive. But he's got 2-2 versus 1-1. He can just sit here and take a fantastic raid until the Banelings arrive and is forced back. And now left side, I mean, again, a laser had that great 30 seconds steadfast. The other 10 minutes and 30 seconds of this game, they still have really all been Beyond.
Yes, they certainly have. And we are seeing the continued pressure really pile on up here. And even the mid-game play from a laser, where he likes to be very aggressive, he wants to be on this drone count. He wants to be on like 76. So the fact that he was on that relatively lower drone count, even after finding the damage, yeah, it does lead to an uncomfortable position. Now, for a laser to come back in this game, he is going to need to, I think he's going to need to find a big Baneling trap. And the problem with playing Baneling traps just about every game is that your opponent is going to expect them. And that's going to make it very difficult here. Now, a laser, he is adding on the Hydralisk 10. He's finished up his 2-2 and he's getting it a +1 missile. But I think any hope of ending this game in the mid game for a laser is like, I mean, it goes up in smoke once that 3-3 finishes for the Terran.
Yeah, that being said, Steadfast, the other benefit, right? You talk about Baneling traps, you talk about Baneling landmines. The other big bit of value there that a laser may find is the fact that because they're going to be burrowed Banelings theoretically all over the place. And that's something that Beyond is going to be aware of, something he's going to have to be scanning for. And he's going to be forced to scan more often than he might otherwise do, which is, you know, in and of itself, a little bit of economic damage. You're denying the muling quite as much as you would like, but if Beyond continues to find value, maybe not like that. I thought it was actually going to be better than it was. But if Beyond continues to find value with these drops and continues to develop his economy, he's got 3 orbitals or 3 command centers on the way right now. He's adding the Ghost Academy. He's continuing to build himself up into this game. Dropping a mule here or there because you have to scan more. It is something. It is a non-zero effect of the way that a laser may choose to play, but is it enough? That's the better question. That's something I don't really have the answer to. As a laser, by the way, it's 13 minutes in. He's only just now dropping the infestation pit. This hive, we talked about, Solar's third game was maybe a little bit later of a hive than the first 2. This is eons later on a laser's part. He doesn't like to play that late game.
Yeah, this hive is as late as I am to work when, you know, the boss passes you over for the 3rd promotion. Like, this is a very late hive. This is not when you want this to be built here. And to your point, he is scanning quite a bit in order to check that a laser's got that. And that's kind of why why a laser plays this way. He's mentioned it. Oh, nice little clean on the couple of units there. Nice job from a laser to actually burrow the Ling that was on the watchtower. That's cute. I mean, 25 minerals is 25 minerals. Yeah, you save it. It's better than nothing.
He has to play that efficient style with his economy not being all that great, and realistically, resources lost hasn't been all that great. Hey, that's great. Medevac falls down. Now, the unfortunate thing for a laser, of course, you talk about saving 25 minerals. Burrow the Ling don't contest Del Naga towers. So, unfortunately there, Beyond still has that vision. He still has that significant advantage. And he drops a scan, so that Ling that was saved is now dead. But again, scans off creep. It's always going to be value there. Problem for a laser, actually, he's got a couple Baneling landmines that, because his creep spread has been developed fairly nicely, are suddenly on creep. So they're going to be a little bit easier to find. And hey, there we go. Beyond quite not paying attention because there's a big fight on top of the 4th base here. This tank line, though, is beautiful. And a laser, the first part of that fight seemed beautiful. It seemed fantastic. Second part, though, steadfast. Not quite as much.
Yeah, that was a very expensive push in right there. That cost a laser a lot. He does have a big bank. Oh, and these random 2 ghosts. That's a nice donation for to team a laser. He's gonna be happy about that. 2 ghosts for free is nothing to shake a stick at. But yeah, this didn't achieve. It didn't achieve enough for a laser, and you cannot play altitude this way and hope to win on a split map scenario. You need to find better ways to trade, and that's part of the reason why altitude is not a big fan, or Zerg players are not a big fan of altitude, is because it is really difficult to do so in really in any situation where the Terran is going to be as good as Beyond at setting up a defensive line.
Yeah, I mean, that being said, a laser is, I mean, he's going to have this hatch canceled briefly, but a laser is solidly on his side of the map. Like, look at the creep here. He's got 3 distinct lines of creep that are over halfway onto the other side of the map, which is actually, given the pressure and given kind of the issues that a laser has faced in this game, not bad. Like, that's fairly good for a laser. And he is on a 3-3. His adrenal is just about done. He is developing himself into the mid game, maybe a little bit better. That being said, though, Beyond knocking these rocks down is massive, and we're going to see a laser target that down immediately, because what this means now is that Beyond has 2 distinct pushing lanes that are nigh impossible for the Zerg player to go and respond. But if Beyond's going to push through, drop a Nidus, or like, and give yourself more attack patterns, and this one won't work, but you got to figure that eventually maybe a laser is going to find one head that's going to be able to complete and poke up.
Yeah, and that could give him some opportunities as we go in towards the later stage of the game. Well, actually, a laser might load up for a huge Hydraling Bane Viper drive, just kind of drive through the middle. He's got a lot of larva, so if he can find a little crack in the defense, maybe he can reinforce really quickly. But I don't know, this doesn't feel like the start. There's the Blinding Clouds finally coming in. Beyond with some good splits back to his tanks. There's just no momentum, though. That was so expensive. He didn't even get that 1 command center on the right side. That was so expensive for a laser. He really didn't make a ton of progress. 100 Lings being rebuilt on the production tab, which is impressive to look at, but isn't going to necessarily win him this game. However, the Nidus one on the main base, did that just... Okay, no, it did get denied. Good job from Beyond. Oh, that is a big find, though. 6 ghosts. Getting surrounded. Oh my goodness, Beyond. Okay, well, I said the 100 Lings wasn't going to win the game. I was assuming they wouldn't get 6 ghosts for free. That is really good. And Beyond, he actually doesn't have a huge bank. That just made this game very dangerous for Beyond.
Interesting about this Nidus is interesting, though, Steadfast, on the bottom left side, because the gold minerals are still there. A Ling run by is not going to do... This Nidus is not going to do... I could understand Lurkers, right? Lurkers with range, you're kind of... You can siege up and start to maybe knock the sensor tower down, something like that. But these Lings aren't going to do all that much. Certainly, though, this one, though, is maybe a little bit better position on the north side. As now here comes a laser. That's going to be a free tank now. And Hellbats, they have +3 attack, but they don't have blue flame yet, so they're not one-shotting the Lings as the Banelings find their way in. That's a dead planetary as well here. And he's that base you talked about. Never mind, it's not going to go down second time. It gets so low, but it will not fall. And now the snipes on the Hydras. This one, this time, this push feels like a laser might have gone way too far, and Gun finally should knock this base down.
Yeah, this I mean, we've got Blue Flame coming in behind us, as well as Smart Servos. That's going to make those Hellbats a lot more useful to Beyond's late game composition. He doesn't have... Oh, no, he does. He's got +3 mech already. Yeah. And he's already got 1-1 for the air as well. A laser, he's just reloading on Hydraling Bane. And, I mean, he's a man after my own heart. It's, you know, love the mid-game oriented setups, but it's just so difficult to break a Terran on altitude. And he's going to try once again, but this is a lot of Liberators and tanks protecting those ghosts.
I feel like that's just a distraction for us, actually, because we saw that army on the north side. It denied, or it delayed at least, the upside base, but there's just so many planetaries on the map that it doesn't matter. And now this ghost snipes go down. A laser's army supply also just continues to plummet. And finally, this forward base will now go down for a laser as he tries to find more, tries to run forward, but at this point, the ghost count is unmanageable. There are so many ghosts on the map right now, despite the nice catch that a laser had, and it's just these two Hydras, they are optimistic, to say the least.
Yeah, that they are. And at this point, we got to take a look at the units lost, Tab, because it's a resource lost. It's got to be something ridiculous. Oh, a laser accidentally just denied his +3 missile charging Vipers. It flashed up the denied message on the side. Oh, that's sad. And at this point, a laser's broke. He's got so many bases, but he has thrown away so many units trying to attack. They're not going to get the job done. And I really feel like if you're going to play this way, you have to win before the Terran gets their late game tech up. It's just not going to work. And Beyond puts together a brilliant defense on the map, and yeah, just never leaves the door open. A laser? I hope that we see something different in game number 2.
Yeah, and part of the problem was, right, as we talk about new humanity and talk about Hydraling Bane and whatever, if Beyond had taken the forward base, if he had taken the middle of the map base as his 4th instead of his 5th, maybe that's a little bit more reasonable. But that's not what happened. And now, I mean, we just see here, it was, Beyond had, like, a laser had some good moves. He had that, we see what happened right here, where he had that, like, solid 30 seconds. But in general, the game just went more like that. A laser running into these massive concaves, and yeah, maybe it kind of worked once, but you don't fight into a Terran like that. That just doesn't work.
Yeah, as someone who's fought into a Terran like that many, many, many times this similar composition, there is very little that you can do without the Broodlords, without the Vipers, without Infestors for either fungal growth or neural parasite to turn the ghosts on themselves. And the other thing is, if you don't have those, you can sometimes do it with Hydraling Bane, but you need a big wraparound. That's not going to happen on that map. You just can't do it. And that's why it just doesn't make any sense that a laser didn't veto the map to me. Like, I hate to say it, but it almost feels like he lost on, you know, like, what's the thing? Lost on draft or lost on, like, character select? I don't think that it's unplayable. I just think that a laser style really struggles on that map.
And it's funny, Steadfast, because I think early on today you were talking about how, you know, map picks and bans, they don't really matter all that much. It's still similar enough, you know, it works out. And then now we're here talking about how, yeah, a laser failing to ban this map is actually probably the reason why he lost on this map. But again, I think that's the point, right? You're talking about, for most players, map pick ban, they can kind of play on every map. It's going to be okay for the most part. A laser, though, with this just intensely stylistic play that he goes for, with the mid-game aggression, you know, channeling his inner Sue, the Peter Pan Zerg, there is a very specific subsection of the maps that a laser wants to play on. And that means that, you know, in a best of 3, he has to be very careful with his bans. A best of 5, best of 7, he's got opportunity. The less maps get banned, he can kind of get the maps he wants. But in this best of 3, in this Swiss stage, he has to be very selective, and not quite selective enough in this set, I guess.
Yeah, it's if he had something like special planned, like maybe he'd done some kind of proxy utilizing the back minerals. I would have loved that. Would have thought that was pretty cool. But coming in with just like the stock standard stuff, Byun was expecting that. He was prepared and kind of worked out the way we expected. Now, I assume we'll probably be getting into game 2 in a little bit, but not for the moment, I think. Yeah, that was... I don't want to harp on it too much, but like... That feels like it was a little almost self-defeating.
That's fair. But then begs the question, though, like, what would you have preferred to see differently in that game? Maybe a roach style? Something
just
like...
veto the map.
That's fair.
Literally just veto the map. That's it. Don't even mess around. Just play a different map.
I'll buy that.
That's the only thing that I like. Yeah, if you're gonna play it, yeah, like maybe 1/1 roach, or I don't know, maybe like some weird Ling Bane all in. But I was wrong. We're getting right into game on Babylon here, and let's see if he can make some adjustments on this map. Spawning down in the bottom right for Team Liquid, it is a laser.
And his opponent in the upper left in the blue. He's looking fantastic in this series already. For the Rebellion, it's Byun.
And yeah, I think the biggest point there is just like, it's just Byun is very comfortable sitting back and just, you know, like setting up a big solid defense. Maybe a laser was hoping Byun would go hyper over aggressive, and that he could do some kind of big counter punch, or maybe he had a different game plan set up and Byun's build caught him off guard. That is also possible. I don't want to be too critical. I can't. I'm experiencing my own frustrations with the map. You know, like I do not have fun on that map, and I play a similar style to the way a laser does. Obviously, just about 1,000 times worse.
That's very fair. Steadfast, you do in fact play 1,000 times worse. I kid. I'm not that. Huh.
No, I mean I said it. This is really interesting. This is not a 2-Rax. This is a 1-Rax Marine expand. Very funky here. A laser might go a little deep with this. Byun's gonna kill the first Overlord, I think. I kind of like this. Byun, it's funny, he's a player that will do so many weird mind games, despite the fact that oftentimes it feels like he can kill players with just his micro.
Does he lift the barracks for this?
Yes.
Because right now,
absolutely.
Yeah, he does. Okay. Man, imagine if a laser. So Solar in the GSL has started doing the Eric build a little bit, right? Which is 15 hatch, 15 pool, double gas cancel. Imagine if. Well, maybe not even that. Imagine if a laser had gone kind of pool first off this. Obviously, you don't see that in the meta much right now, but 6 Lings running on the map, right? As this kind of first Marine pops. Yeah. I mean, imagine that happens. Suddenly, Byun's not in the best position, but instead, you know, he gets the Overlord snipe. He's able to get his natural at a nice timing. It's single barracks into a factory, into, I assume, a starport behind this. But this was a fragile opening from Byun, and it really does a good job of playing against the style that Byun had been playing. Like, who in the world would go pool first against Byun? He's going 2-Rax Reaper. Like, you know that. It's just not worth it.
Yeah.
You're going to lose your Lings. Just don't even try. So you're talking about mind games from the perspective, oh, he's going to get the Overlord. But just in general, this is a great example of Byun playing solidly against the perceptions we have about how Byun normally plays.
Yeah, that is a really solid, important point to make, is that this was like, and to your point, people may not understand that, like, okay, because like what the interaction is with that 6-Ling opener. So Dark is a player that loves going 16 pool 6-Ling. He'll do it into roaches. He'll do it just 6 Lings and play macro. He has done that build ad nauseum. Byun has basically bullied him out of doing that build on a consistent basis, because every time he did it against that 2-Rax Reaper, it would usually end disaster. Even when Dark would have like unscouted all-ins, Byun would make the defense work with some really sharp micro, clever play, cool bunker positioning. So he's discouraged probably the most proficient player in the world from doing that. So why would a laser ever do that? So I just wanted to like really highlight it. It's a good point you made. Like, the one like fragility of the build is something that Byun, his normal way of playing, like hard counters it.
Yeah, and man, look at this build, by the way. So Byun goes Barracks first. Like, he goes Marine Expand, effectively, but it's on the low ground. It's a little bit weird. He gets the Overlord Snipe. Behind that, Byun is going for a... behind that, Byun gets Banshees, right? Because Roaches could be good against this, so you want to keep yourself safe, and it's some pressure. And behind that Banshee play, Byun's going for a +1 stim combat shield timing. Like, there are so many mind games in this build order that Byun is going right now. We talked about the early ones about why would you go pool first? Because there's this, and then he gets the Overlord Snipe because of that mind game. And now he has so many layers deep in this specific build order on game 2. Steadfast, I almost wonder whether it's worth it, because this is match 1 of our round robin of our Swiss stage. Like, this is against the Laser. You don't have to go this deep. Byun, save your weird builds like until you're into Dark, until you're into Serral, until you're into someone that it maybe makes more sense to really try to twist their brains out. I don't know that it's worth doing this against. It's brilliant and it's fantastic and it's making me excited. But from a tournament planning perspective, I don't know that this is the game you pull this out.
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But in addition, the fact that he went single Banshee in the first game and now went single Banshee in the second game, but did get Cloak, he completely bamboozled the Laser. And I get it, yeah. But like, damn, that just bamboozled the crap out of the poor Polish Zerg. And oh my goodness, Byun, okay, he is taking the 3rd command center behind this, but he will still have, because he's been producing off 2 barracks for so long, he's gonna have a strong little push. The only thing I'll say is that a Laser is building a lot of units, and if he can crush this, he might be able to leverage the game back to a position of even, but as it stands right now, he needs to crush this, and anything less is a pretty bad situation for him.
I mean, yeah, Steadfast, +1 is done in 9 seconds. There's no combat shield, certainly, but it's stim +1 for Byun here. There is no Baneling Nest. This is gonna be just Ling Queen, and with how many Marines there are, with how many tanks there are, that is a hard ask. Even as you're like, okay, well, you know, a Laser has been pumping all these Lings. This is still incredibly difficult for a Laser to fight. And by the way, combat shield is not that far off. It's like 20 seconds, maybe. But I do like this from a Laser, right? You put the Lings on the right side. You do make it a little bit harder for Byun to reinforce. But now that's a dead Overlord as well. So a Laser's lost creep. He's lost vision from the Overlords. Luckily, a Laser has a Laser overlorded himself and is capped at 160 supply right now. But this timing that Byun's hitting, despite the fact that a Laser's been building all these Lings, I mean, there's no splash. There are no Banelings. A Laser's missing that most powerful tool that allows him to make this hold.
Yes, and another important thing to note is that Byun read the game correctly. He knows how much damage he did, and he knows that for a Laser to have this many Lings, he had to cut drones in a big way. So he didn't just force the issue after getting the damage done that he did. He's just chilling. He's clearing creep. He's building. Well, at this point, he's not building SCVs. He is focused on the attack, but he continued to build SCVs. He continued to add on infrastructure. He's got the 3rd command center done. Byun is he's got himself in a great position, and he hasn't done what would have been the only, I would say, real way for a Laser to get back into this game. Now, a Laser does have a lot of different setups on the map. He's got 2 different other sets of lanes, but Byun is just playing this slowly very nicely. Oh, and he even finds a couple of queens. That was like 3 high-energy queens. Oh, that's so painful. A Laser thinks this is a 2-base all-in, I think, too.
The bait that there from Byun, right? He stims onto the rocks. Like, the Queens want to get that because you get the medevac. Suddenly the push stops, which means the Queens expose themselves. And a Laser, I don't know that a Laser realized just how many Marines Byun had. So elegantly orchestrated there from Byun. He gets 5, 6 Queens. And this is before the timing. Now, that being said, Lings, they try, but Byun finds his way up onto the high ground here. Now Byun is going to micro this one as well. Tanks on the other side. There are so many, but this surround from a Laser is going to have to do it here. And you know what? Despite the target fire there from Byun being fantastic, a Laser will clean this up, Steadfast. And Byun eats some pretty significant bailing shots. It's not enough to put a Laser in a good spot, but it does at least slow the pressure down.
That was a brilliant engagement from a Laser. I still think he's in a really tough position, but That was the best engagement he could have possibly taken. Even sniped down one of the medevacs from beyond the rocks there with the queens. He kept Beyond from securing his third base for a while with his Ling presence on the map. But even with all of that in mind, Beyond gets into 2-2. He lands his third command center. He's got a solid worker count relative to his opponent, and of course, he's ahead in army supply. A Laser, though, I really thought this game was over after the Banshee found 11 drones, but he's given himself the best opportunity in this game. Still, just as I say that, Beyond does it again and finds a cancel on the 5th base. That's really nice.
Yeah, it was one of those things where it's like, you know what, a Laser takes... I feel like we had this happen in game 1 as well, where, again, the Laser's going to knock a medevac down. But it's one of those things where, like, a Laser has 30 seconds of brilliance, and it's great. It's like, wow, you know, you got a good run by, and he killed an army, and wow, fantastic. But the other, you know, I feel like minus 30 of the game is like, well, that's actually not going that well for your Lasers. So, like, it's a start, but you need more than that.
I feel like this is a little different from game 1, though, because in game 1, part of the reason that worked, Burrowed Banes in the middle. We got to watch those in a little bit. Part of the reason that worked for a Laser is that Beyond made a bit of a mistake. He made a mistake targeting the rocks instead of... It was a small micro misstep, but it was a bit of a micro on that. In this case, it was a Laser playing a really calculated, patient setup. He does snipe down 2 tanks, gets just out. A very cheeky attempted battle burrow, but Beyond does spot it still. That is pressure that a Laser is exerting. And I really got to say, I'm impressed that a Laser's still even in this game, but Beyond is starting to tighten the noose a little bit.
Oh, that's you lost so many Marines there.
Well,
that's enough to get back into it.
Turns out it wasn't a noose. He was actually just adjusting a Laser's tie right there, because that was actually so good for a Laser. And now all of a sudden the supplies are almost even. It's still a bad economy for the Zerg, but he once again takes a, well, this time, this was a mistake from Beyond. Beyond eating a lot of Banelings on creep right there, going deeper than he needed to. And finally, a Laser gets the chance to build himself a good number of drones in this game. Oh, man. I still don't hate Beyond's position, but a Laser is now in a genuinely playable spot.
Now, we do have to talk about Steadfast. That Beyond is getting his 4th base now, as this drop is going to take some damage from this 4th, but for the most part, should be able to unload. Beyond, he's getting that 4th base. He's got 3-3 on the way. He's continuing to develop his tech in a way that, realistically, a Laser is struggling to do so. He's got Infestation Pit on the way. He's getting +3, or +1 range, fine. But he doesn't have the same kind of late game ramp up that Beyond has access to right now. And these random drops, I mean, they're not getting a lot done, but they are keeping a Laser back, and they are forcing him to not run by, and they are forcing him to not just have as much presence on the map as he would like, which means that Beyond can have his army on the bottom side. That means he can get his 4th base. That means he can move into 4 Marauders at a time, and everything else you might want as you start to take advantage of moving up to 8 gas instead of 6, and start to develop your economy onto those 4 bases. So a Laser, really, it feels like he needs maybe 1 or 2 more fights to really start to pull forward here. If he gets some really good ones for now, though, that's a solid Widow Mine. The Banelings, they got good connections here as well, and finally a Laser's on the map here, run by Hank doesn't target the Banelings down. So, well, I guess there are Marines there, so the Banelings won't find their way in.
The Widow Mines did the heavy lifting there too. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is the drops, even though they didn't find a lot of damage, they kept the attention pen back, and they really kept the Laser from feeling comfy in his position. And it's less creep spread, it's less everything. And now Beyond has fully reasserted himself in this game. A Laser, he gave himself an opportunity, but unfortunately Beyond shut the door back on him once again. And now, you talked about the late game setup. 3-3 is closing in. We've got concussive shells on the way. That's going to make the Marauders more difficult to engage for the late Bane. Just everything for Beyond is getting better, while a Laser, he just can't really keep up, and he doesn't have creep either to take good fights. Beyond is pulling away in this game.
Yeah, this is written. You talked about the noose. Yeah, you know, he adjusted the tie, but it turns out that tie is actually a noose. And now it's really starting to constrict here. The base goes down. Marauders at the front, Banelings, they're really struggling to find any sort of connection here. And now Beyond, he's up 40 supply. He's up 50 supply almost. the army is overstimmed, and you have to be very careful as Beyond, but he's just gonna find his way off creep. And now the Widow Mines are gonna burrow. Now the Marauders at the front again, and a laser is just falling apart steadfast. He did a great job of fighting his way back into it. He did a good job of staying alive, actually in both games, as long as he did. But at the end of the day, the story's the same, regardless of how long it takes us to get there. A laser falls down, and Björn takes the 2-0 to round out our first round here of the Swiss bracket. And he does it very convincingly.
Yeah, that was convincing. That was really well done by Björn. He looked solid. He looked sharp, and I'm pretty impressed. A laser, though, honestly, especially with the mind games in game number 2. You mentioned like maybe you want to save it for, you know, somebody like Cyril or somebody like Rainer or maybe even somebody like Dark. But to be honest, making the game easier for yourself is always a good thing, I think, and I'm on board with using it against a player who honestly did show some dangerous stuff, like that engagement around the one that I was talking about in game 2 that kept him alive. Not the one where Björn ate a bunch of Banelings, because that was Björn like kind of staying a little bit too deep on creep. But the one before that did show that a laser is a dangerous player. Even though we think of Björn as maybe a little bit like a class above, a laser certainly looked. He showed a little bit of brilliance and definitely, in my opinion, earned the respect that Björn showed there.
Although in fair steadfast, that big engagement, right, where Banelings hit everything, that didn't feel like a laser win so much as a Björn loss. Like, you should be able to pick up there. You should be, like, the medevacs were in position. Björn was just a little slow, or the medevacs were a little bit over dead airspace, and it was kind of rough. But yeah, I think in general, a laser did a great job of surviving in this game, of doing a little bit more than just kind of taking the damage, rolling over, and dying. And as we can see, in this game number 1 in particular, there was that moment where all of a sudden the laser started to take some really good fights, and you start to believe. And then you realize that Björn has the entire map, and he's upgrades and everything else. But for the moment there, you start to believe.
Yeah. For me, I was believing more in game number 2. Even when the SCVs went down, like I looked at the worker count, I'm like, oh, a laser's only on 60 drones. Like, he doesn't really have a big, powerful counter swing that can actually get much done, or at least it didn't feel that way. Maybe on a different map that wasn't Neo Humanity, but on Neo Humanity, it didn't feel like there was a lot that you could do. Even on Gressvon, I think the way that a laser was playing would have been a lot more effective. Regardless, though, I mean, you know, the game. This is the engagement I was talking about here. This one right here, where even a little bit on the top side, we see a split of the Banelings from a laser. And this one wasn't the one where Björn like forgot to pick up his Marines. It was this one right here. Nope. No, it wasn't that one either. Okay, either way. Oh, this was actually after he'd already like basically won the game. But that engagement was the one that like started to give me a little bit of hope for a laser. Björn, though, like I said, he played a great game. We know him for his micro, for his macro, for his aggression, and he's so good at it. He showed it again today. And I'm excited to see how he does as the bracket's going to continue on.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see who he gets drafted into in round 2, because, again, we've seen 4 games. A-Stream has also had 4 games, so that's 8 total. And there are going to be 8 players that are at 1-0. There are going to be 8 players that are going to be at... I'm not going to try to do it. 8 players that are going to be at 0-1, which means that Björn, of course, he has his pick. Is he gonna run into Cyril? Is he gonna run into Hero? Oh man, Hero Björn is just all-time great matchup. Is he gonna run into Solar, or is it Cure? Like, you look at Maru, maybe. Like, there are all these players, and especially now as we move it around to a Swiss, that 1-0 match is going to be kind of disgusting. But that being said, we're not going to cast any of those 1-0 maps. Those are going to be on the mainstream later on today, because our next 2 series, as we figure out what the draft is, what the Swiss stage is, those are going to be the 2-0. Well, there's going to be the 4-0-1 games. So that means we're looking at players like a Laser and Oliveira and HeroMarine and Spirit. As I'm looking at my bracket link and realizing that every player on the right side of the B stream lost today and every player on the left side won. I don't know. But regardless, you know, it's still going to be fantastic games.
Oh yeah, the games are going to be amazing for sure. It's going to be really interesting to see what kind of happens there. I think for now, we might be taking a little bit of a longer break. I think potentially because we're still waiting on the first round to finish. It's, you know, obviously check that out on the A stream. If you're here, chances are you're already doing that. But for now, I am Steadfast. This is Beowulf, and we will be back in a little bit with the round 2 of the Swiss bracket.
die. Sometimes I don't feel like trying. From the walls I can't see high. When I look in the mirror, can't even see myself. I can't even see myself. I can't even see myself. I can't even see myself like I'm somebody else.
Last year's Gamers8 Festival welcomed some of the best-known esports titles in the world. So naturally, this time the event wouldn't be complete without one of the greatest, StarCraft 2. But before the players could start packing for Riyadh, they had to qualify through the Gamers Without Borders competition, which was a fierce one. So let's take a look at what went down in April. 24 of the best IEM Katowice 23 participants answered the call, with the Korean pool being the first to crank up the heat. Almost immediately, Solar and Bune showed everyone that they meant business, as both earned a spot after just 2 wins. But the battle was not done in the lower bracket, where Dark withstood the pressure coming from Creator and Gumio to take a seat next to the Marine Prince himself, Maru, who claimed his spot after taking care of Hero.
Look at the amount of tanks available. I mean, there is a disruptor, there it goes, but he's been building up to that disruptor hit for 30 seconds and it got a whole lot of nothing. Even the second one got sniped right there.
Stage 2, however, was all about the Protoss faction, as besides the Terran known as Cure, we could witness Classic forging a path through the upper bracket. And as for the lower bracket, let's just say that both Hero and Creator were really aching for revenge.
He gets the Raven. The drop comes back to try to unload. Hero doesn't seem to have noticed that. Now he does. He's going to close in on that drop. No escape for those units. The medevac will go down.
And in time, completed the Korean lineup for Gamers8. Jumping over to the World Pool, some familiar faces showed their prowess, mainly HeroMarine and Serral, who became the first 2 players to book their tickets for Saudi Arabia. Soon, however, the young Polish talent in the form of Spirit joined them, followed closely by none other than Raynor, who qualified for G8 after a one-sided battle against the reigning world champion, Oliveira.
Raynor has already dropped creep tumors as well outside of Oliveira's base, so even if he wants to stabilize, he's going to have to use scans in a game where he doesn't have the economy to work with. The Liberator run into a Spore on the other side, so nothing really going the way of Oliveira this game.
Prodigy Clem was the first competitor to advance from Stage 2 after taking care of Lambo and also Oliveira. He was then joined by Showtime, with the latter sending Eliza to the lower bracket. That did not discourage the Polish Zerg though, as only Lambo stood in his way, and before long, Eliza too was getting ready for a trip to Riyadh.
A laser is going to push it back pretty cleanly. You know, I think when you have a Spire in a situation, yeah, he gives 4 Gs.
And what about the last spot? Despite everything, Oliveira prevailed in the lower bracket, and the Chinese Terran could now set his eyes on yet another prize.
Yeah, and he doesn't really have enough tanks to try and initiate a base trade. They're barely enough to try and hold on to this ramp as Oliveira pushes through with the upgrade lead. A good split at the end as well, and Oliveira really dominating the end of that game.
And there you have it. 8 of the best Koreans and 8 of the best world representatives will now fight for fame, glory, and a $500,000 prize pool. So, it looks like summer in Riyadh is going to get even hotter.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time now. On to round 2. That was a long break we had, but for good reason, for excellent reason, Steadfast, because Classic just had the entire upset of the entire tournament. Well, we're going to have to find out if that continues to be true, but for now, Classic 2-0ing Rainer is a massive result, and it's going to make this Swiss Stage 2 all the more interesting, all the more complex, because Rainer is on the bottom side. He's going to play Oliveira on the A stream in just a little bit in the second set of 0-1 games. But before we get into that, before we talk about that one, and that's the A stream anyways, we don't care about them. We get to talk about this matchup here. It's going to be Spirit and Showtime. It's a rematch of Group B of IEM Katowice. It's actually more than that because they played each other 13 times in 2023 alone, Steadfast. It's a matchup we've seen a lot here, and as we take a look at the vetoes, what are your initial thoughts? Like, what should we expect out of this series?
Ooh, that's a good question, Spirit versus Showtime. As far as the vetoes are concerned, I mean, we can see they went through pretty quickly. No surprise, Showtime vetoing Babylon. The only thing that would surprise me is that it wasn't his first veto. Royal Blood is a little bit interesting. Ancient Cistern Dragon Scales, for the same reason Babylon is bad for Protoss. They are amazing for Protoss. Ancient Cistern and Dragon Scales have the biggest main bases. Once again, only thing that surprises me is order of operations. Dragon Scales just feels a little worse against 4-gate Blink Stalker all in. Royal Blood is the only one where I'm not like, you know, totally like, oh man, yeah, absolutely. But honestly, the 3 maps we get making it through makes a ton of sense to me.
And I think in general, this is a very solid Neo-Humanity, Gressfon Altitude. If we talk about what a Protoss player is looking for in PvT, they want long maps. They want maps where they can survive. They want maps where these 6 to 10 minute timings, these 2 to 3 base Terran pushes don't work out super well. But this is Spirit. You know, everything we're talking about, what a Protoss wants, but a Terran doesn't necessarily want, we throw it out the window. We just chuck it behind us because that is not the game that we're going to see here. Spirit wants this game to go late. Spirit wants this game to go all sorts of convoluted and complex and late games and Master Liberator play and ghosts and everything else. And, well, Showtime is also a player that wants to play into the late game a little bit. So it seems like that is based on the maps here. You know, it's long maps, big maps that enable that one. But looking back here, Steadfast, we talk about Spirit and Showtime having a lot of history. I think back to that Altitude game. Specifically, I think it might have even been, it would have been this year. Spirit and Showtime played this incredible map on Altitude, which we get where it was late game, all back and forth, Spirit playing all sides of the map. And it was almost a comeback from Showtime, but not quite enough. But anyways, late game, all that fun stuff, Steadfast. It's game 1 here. It's Neo-Humanity. It's not Altitude. And on the bottom right, for Berlin International Gaming, he's Die Mauer. It's Showtime.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left, a new addition to Psystorm Gaming. It is Spirit.
The soul of Terran. Yes, technically. Technically.
Count it. That's decent. That's good. That's solid.
No, because
by the way, I think I've detected an incorrect input on, unless I'm mistaken, an incorrect input on Aligulak. It shows that series that you and I were talking about, including the map on Altitude. It shows it as a 2-0 on Aligulak, but it actually was a 2-1 according to Liquipedia. And in this case, I would trust Liquipedia.
Yeah, no,
for that one, because we did in fact cast that series.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I'm like, I'm talking about this. I'm like, I could have sworn it was like we had two consecutive late games in this matchup, and one of them Spirit won. He did a great job, and then the other one, Showtime I think made a comeback, and he took us to 3 games. But I was trusting in the data, and you know, human memory is fallible, Steadfast. Generally, Aligulak is not. But in this case, yeah, you're correct. It was a 3-game series, which is just. I think that's a good omen. It's it's the biggest tournament we've had since then. Similar prize pool scales. So clearly, Showtime and Spirit are going to give us a 3-game banger here. And the maps kind of tell us that might be possible.
Yeah, it's a map pool that doesn't look particularly too bad for one side or the other. At least these 3 maps now. Everyone has been saying that it's a rough map pool for Protoss, but looky at what we have here. It is not a proxy starport. It is a proxy factory. That is bold. And this is going to go into a proxy starport. For a second, I was wondering, is he going to float the factory? No, it's not close enough. Could have potentially been Armory Widow Mines or something like that, or just, you know, Hellions, the cars. But this is absolutely going to be a proxy starport. It's going to be a 3 Hellion drop with this.
And I love this. We see from when we were talking about this, Steadfast, we talk about Spirit. He's a player that wants to go late game. And in fact, his map vetoes kind of give us this idea that he wants to go late. He doesn't want to hit these crazy early timings, but he's going for it anyways. That being said, the fact that we have a Stargate opener from Showtime in this game number 1, assuming he goes Phoenix at some point, ideally out of this Oracle. Ideally, you start with Phoenix, but assuming he goes Phoenix out of this Oracle, that's probably the best possible solution, because then, well, the Hellion drop happens and you just lift the Hellions and they don't get damaged and you deal with the medevac. It's really best case scenario here for Showtime, but that is assuming he gets more than an Oracle. That's assuming he goes into Phoenix behind that with Steadfast. That's not a guarantee. That's not a given.
No, but he is going to send the Oracle straight across the map. This is something Showtime loves to do, is he will use that. He'll get the Stargate. He usually gets 1, sometimes 2 Oracles, and he'll drop a very early revelation on his opponent's base. And what that is going to show him is that there is something missing. And he did go for a 2nd and 3rd gateway behind this before any tech. He's going to see this and he's going to be like, wait, why are there 2 barracks here? This should send some alarm bells here. I think, okay, yeah, 2nd Oracle is great. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, it's already getting here. Oh, there is vision on the right side, and he did have units in position. Great job from Showtime already. He actually got the kill on one of the Hellions before its shot could go through. So the first shot was not a one-shot situation. 5 probes for 2 proxy buildings?
Not enough.
Okay, he gets a 6th, but wasn't quite able to get the 7th. I think this is just fine for Showtime. I think, especially with the relatively quick Twilight Council behind this, I think this is just fine for Showtime, yeah.
Yeah, no, this is not enough from Spirit. You commit to that. You commit 2 proxy buildings. You build all this on the other side of the map. You want 7, 8, 9, even more than that, because now Showtime has all the map control in the world. He's got these double Oracles. He's got 3 gate, and that's interesting. He wants to end the game. He wants to punish Spirit hard for this. It's not going to be Blink Steadfast. It's not going to be this standard thing. He's going charge first here. And this is not like, okay, you know, I've gone a couple units. I got Stargate units. I've got Colossus on the way. I want charge to buttress this. This is charge before the robo is complete. Spirit he's going to have to batten down the hatches here. Showtime wants to have all the power in the mid game.
Yeah, this is really interesting to me. I'm still not sure. I think you might be right about that it could be a very aggressive play. I can't quite tell, though. It definitely gives him a ton of aggressive options, but he may be scared about a really quick follow-up push, because he did scout the 2nd and 3rd barracks rather quickly, which means that stim and combat shields are not that far away. So it's entirely possible that he's just worried about this push, so he wanted charge really quickly. I think that's what it is. And it is going to time out pretty darn well here for Showtime. Good observer, but a great scan right there from Spirit. There is this proxy pylon and gateway on the other side of the map that's going to give potential counterattack. But this is a good, decent setup here for Showtime. Adding on the singular Phoenix is really interesting. I was wondering if it might have been Phoenix charge lot, but yeah, I guess not.
Yeah, I think that's a good call, Steadfast. I was getting excited about the charge. Oh, you know, he's going to try to run. It's hard to break a 2-base Terran, especially on No Humanity, but that's kind of what it felt like. But I think you're right. Showtime got the scout. He saw that Spirit had those extra barracks. He knows that Spirit didn't get enough damage, so you got to find maybe a little bit more. So you go charge, and it gives you these counterattack potentials, and it means that any sort of big pressure finding its way in is not going to be as effective. And now, Spirit couldn't pressure. You know, if those Zealots had been low Zealots and it had been Blink Stalkers, I think Spirit could have stemmed in and really found value, but instead he can't, and he delays the third base that Spirit was trying to put on location to bring himself back into this game. So the third base much faster for Showtime. And now he's able to get into what he wants. It's a Robo Bay just about done. Second, or Robo Facility just about done. Second Robo Bay on the way here, or vice versa. Regardless, second Robo, right? He's going to be able to build what he wants, 2 Colossus at a time, very quickly into Disruptors behind that. And now he's actually kind of moving into Phoenix Colossus. We are seeing those Phoenix get made now that he survived that kind of scary 6 to 7 minute timing.
Yeah, it's he survived the first move out. This is the first one that has a significant number of medevacs. Big stim coming in here from Spirit, and yeah, he definitely sees the stasis ward. Oh, splits off 3 Marines. That was I think that was unnecessarily rushed. He could have just split off 1 and it would have been the same. I don't oh no, that one was about to expire. He gets a huge stasis. That one he did not see. That is certain. Oh boy, these Widowmines, they do better than I expected, considering the fact that Showtime saw them, but he wanted to chase the army away so he can go for a big crush right now. This looks very scary for Spirit, and Spirit's gonna have to find a way to keep this army. But I don't, oh, that Colossus is moving very close. Yeah. Okay, it's fine.
Okay, so it's just not gonna work out here. And by the way, Spirit's distracted. That a great move from Showtime. He put Zealots into the third as Spirit tried to make that happen, because Spirit, you knew, he had all the bio in that trap, right? He couldn't fight, so he's gonna want to go and try to sledgehammer through, bring his reinforcements forward, deal with the left and the right, and turn it into a big surround, right? That's the ideal. And Showtime just pulls Zealots into the third. He says, "Fine, Showtime, you want to do that? That's great. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna make it so you don't have the opportunity." That being said, something found its way into one of Showtime's bases. It got 11 probes, so I don't know what it was exactly, but Showtime did take some economic damage on the other side, and now that's a ballsy drop. 4 medevacs here getting ready to move into the main, and I mean, they're gonna run into 2 Phoenix, but 2 Phoenix do not stop this steadfast.
No, they certainly do not. I think it must have been a Widowmine drop. Spirit loves those mid-game Widowmine mix-ins. This is a little bit funky. Simultaneously, the SimCity works very poorly and very well for Showtime. It works well on the top side, very poorly on the bottom, but with oh, hello? Showtime? Hello? What just... Okay, I don't know what just distracted him. I'm looking at the minimap, but I didn't see anything else. Still, even though he loses 7 probes, he cleans up the entire army. It is now a gigantic army supply lead for Showtime. He's getting into his 2-1 upgrades. This is a fantastic position for Showtime. And if Showtime just pushes, how many Colossus does he have? I think he's got enough to maybe just end the game right here and now.
Yeah, this
he's got a War Prism almost certainly.
This is a powerful pushing position that we got in here from Showtime. He doesn't have upgrade. I mean, he's got +1, but he doesn't have his upgrade timing just yet. These Vikings, actually, they get some solid pot shots. But the Phoenix, they just jump on top of them steadfast. So you need more than that. Spirit needs to be on double starport right now, but he just can't afford it. And now this army, what is Spirit supposed to do here? The Ghost on the right side, they get targeted immediately. EMPs are solid. Absolutely, they are. And the SCVs, though, they have to get pulled here. The Colossus are doing so much. The Warp Prism Micro is fantastic. And the Colossus, they're just not dying. The Phoenix, they kill them all off. And with 9 workers dying, with 10 workers dying here, Showtime does an incredible job. He holds on. You know, the drop found nothing at the start of the game. And then he holds on, he holds on, he holds on, has that massive play, distracts with the run by, so he can make sure the stasis trap gets what he wants. And then, well, by that point, that Warp Prism Micro was classy, clean.
Yeah, Showtime looked very good in that game number 1. Obviously, he started out 0-1. We didn't get to see the games, but he did play against Maru there. And here, this is kind of the game-breaking moment right here, is this medevac drop ends up getting cleaned up. Obviously, you know, Showtime left it a little bit longer than he could have, but he'd already wiped out the vast majority of that army. And I think he was just frantic to get back to the front line in case there was another attack coming on in. And then from there, I mean, there's like nothing that Spirit can do unless Showtime makes a huge blunder. And not only did Showtime not make that blunder, like you said, he displayed some nice Colossus War Prism Micro and was able to close out from there. And he's looking good going into game 2.
That he is. I mean, we see Spirit at the end of that fight. He's able to finally get the Warp Prism down. But I feel like there's so many targets that those Vikings have to hit Steadfast. You get the Warp Prism, so there's no Warp Prism micro, but the Colossus are killing everything. Do you kill the Phoenix, so you can kill everything else? I mean, that feels rough because, I mean, technically if Ghosts out, and then you shouldn't have to deal with lifts, but still a little bit happening. Do you target the Colossus and have them get saved? There just weren't enough Vikings. Showtime, he hit this timing before Spirit had what he needed. Give him another minute, maybe he can defend. But there was just, he wasn't ready. And now that means we get to move into game number 2. And in the bottom right, on Grespon in the red, looking incredible in that first game, in that game number 1. For Big, it's showtime.
And his opponent looking to turn the series back around. Spawning up at the top left, it is Sidestorm Gaming Spirit.
Rather spirited play, but more from Showtime than from Spirit in that game number 1.
Yeah, honestly, Showtime looked really solid. Spirit did some nice micro to try and get, the max value out of that Hellion drop, but ultimately it really didn't get enough done. And then that stasis ward that connected on it, that was what, like 15 supply of bio at a critical point when the Terran is, sorry?
More maybe, yeah, I'm agreeing.
Oh yeah, more, but yeah. No, it was a significant amount of bio. Like it was quite a bit. And then from there, like Showtime wipes it out. Like you said, a really nice play to counterattack on the other side of the map and ensure that Spirit cannot focus on that big hammer blow on the other side. Oh my God, he almost loses the SCV here. Jeez. Yeah, just everything. Showtime just did everything well, and Spirit wasn't able to match the decisions, match the tempo. But Spirit did go for a bit of a weird build. And let's see if he plays a little bit more standard and is able to make a little bit more happen this time.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna see a much more Spirit game out of this game number 2, where you do play greedy and you do get into the mid game, you do get into the late game. But what kind of to put a pin on what you're talking about, Steadfast, that stasis trap had the potential to be very scary for Showtime, right? That on the same metric that is a lot of supply that you stasis up that's not available to the fight. When that's done, if you don't position properly, it's so hard to punish, because then Spirit could hit with a big two-pronged attack. And those zealots that run by just at the proper timing meant that Spirit wasn't in position to be able to reclaim that army, and then it got all sorts of awkward. But look at this from Showtime. He's going Stargate in game number 2, Steadfast, but this one's not in Showtime's base. This one is a proxy on the map here. So taking advantage, he's up 1-0. Might as well do something a little bit interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. This is your opportunity to kind of do something a little bit unexpected. And people think of Showtime as your stock standard player. They don't think of him as the guy who does weird stuff. And Spirit, he's going to get in behind this. He sees that there's no tech building in the main. He didn't get a chance to check the natural. So is he going to expect a proxy Stargate? And that's the big question. Because if he doesn't, and this gets in, finds 3, 4, 5 SCVs, we could be looking at a very quick series potentially.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at this series and we're like, oh, that Katowice series was fantastic. They're 6-7 or 7-6 between the two of them this year. Like, it's very, very, very close. And Spirit, he goes for a weird build game number 1. It doesn't work out, and then the follow-up drop doesn't work out, and Showtime just plays very well. And now Spirit has no idea that this Oracle is going to show up. Now, that being said, Oracle, bit of an awkward path, doesn't run into the mineral line just yet. Very worried about the prospect of a Widow Mine, which is there, by the way, in probably a more visible position than we're used to seeing. But this is still lots of damage, your Oracle.
Oh, that was balls of steel from Showtime right there. He managed to click the SCV in a full stack and gets out without triggering the Widow Mine. Only 3 SCVs, but at the same time, he's up 12 workers right now, and he has eyes on the medevac drop. This is an amazing start for Showtime. If he can manage to avoid taking extra damage, he's got Blink on the way behind this. He's already on 3 gates. Oh, D-Mauer is looking sturdy right now.
That he is. And, you know, Steadfast, you say it's only 3 probes. This is a single proxy Oracle. It takes 3 shots, effectively, for an Oracle to kill an SCV. We don't see, or Oracles don't kill SCVs all that quickly. So with the Widowmine there, right, Balls of Steel, very, very edge of that, losing the Oracle to that. So getting 3 workers
Cyclone
is actually really nice. Dude, that being said, you pointed out that Cyclone. Well, we're talking about how nice it is that the Oracle stays alive, Steadfast. Oracle failed to foretell its own future, and the Cyclone will knock it out here. And that actually takes so much of the power out of Showtime's army. Oracle into Blink is so good in part because you still have that high ground vision.
Yeah.
You can blink in the main. You have that Oracle available to you. And now, Showtime, I think I saw a sentry in that army so he can hallucinate up onto the high ground, but that's not nearly as nice.
How many tanks do we have is my question. Oh, that's a really nice find for Spirit here. Gets the Stalker, sees the Warping, crucially. And, oh, good job from Showtime. Does break the second lock on and will kill that Cyclone. But this buys a little bit of time. Is there a Widowmine drop on the other side of the map? Okay, I swear I saw the blue thing. Was that must have been Spirit moving out with the mine drop or something? Maybe? Or maybe he was just thinking about it. Either way, Spirit now has the time to pull the SCVs. He knows how much danger he is in with no siege tanks. But Showtime wisely just is like, okay, well, I'll just start targeting down SCVs, trades the blink for SCVs. That puts him even further ahead. He's up 14 workers right now. This is such a great start for Showtime.
Now, the one question I got to ask you here, Steadfast, is there's the Widowmine drop. Actually, a really interesting angle there, finding its way into the natural, but Stalker, this is not going to work here. Stalker's blink on top. There's no vision on the high ground here, except for the fact that Showtime, just before this, he built a single Phoenix, which may find its way back. There it is. There it is.
Boom, baby. Oh my God, that was so smart. He predicted the future. There's no way he was actually thinking of that. I'm sure it was just to actually chase down the medevac, but it ended up working out. Even if you didn't kill the Widowmines, just killing the medevac is almost worth building that Phoenix, because then you just kind of have a mobile spotter. But the fact that he denied both Widowmines, prevented them from doing anything, Showtime is going to explode in supply in the next minute or so.
You know, it's funny, Steadfast. Right before that happened, I was about to ask you, I'm like, this is a single Phoenix. Like, what's the point here? It feels a little kind of at a weird timing. And then, you know, it shuts down the drop. Yeah. I'm like, oh, well, Showtime's just smarter than I am and smarter than anyone else on the map here. And now he's got a 4th base. Just done. It's done right now. It's
4 bases versus a Terran whose command center is like just finished being at past the halfway point.
Yeah.
The 4th Nexus finished at 2.5 base, basically.
Yeah. He's not miles ahead. He's leagues, he's furlongs, he's parsecs. He's whatever long distances that's more than a mile. Like, he has put himself in such an incredible position in this game. But Spirit does have opportunities available to him right now. He knows he's probably locked down on his 2-base setup pretty well.
Spotter pylon.
Oh, the hallucination's not gonna wrong spot. But yeah, the spotter pylon is gonna deny this.
This is so dangerous now, actually, for Showtime. Oh, he recalled. Okay. He wanted to recall to get back. Okay, for a second, I thought he was going to pincer the army with a bunch of charge loss, and then the Stalkers were going to blink in on the medevacs. It's going to be something similar to that, but he did have to use his blink defensively. That is so many charge loss right now. If he had siphoned off and killed off that whole army, I think it would have been game. As it is, he is going to try and jam it in right here, right now. I don't know if Spirit can hold.
That was a massive Widowmine shot, but even still, you're right. It's going to be so hard right now for Spirit to be able to hold on to this. He's down 30 army supply. He's actually, upgrades are going to be just about equivalent here, but there's this +2 timing as the Widowmine doesn't get that much. There's this +2 timing right now that Showtime has, and it's going to be a little bit longer for Spirit to have that +1 armor. So he's going to be down an upgrade. He's down effectively 2 bases right now. He's down an army supply. But he is adding Ghosts Steadfast, and Widowmines are solid against, you know, Zealots because they do splash damage and they shut down all these shields. These tanky units aren't all that great. Ghosts do the same thing. EMPs shut down so much effective HP, so much beef out of this army of Showtime that with 3 or 4 Ghosts on the field, Widowmines as well, it feels like you might actually be able to make something happen. He's down army supply, absolutely. But this army from Showtime is on a significant timer, at least until he adds the Colossus. Charizard Blink Stalkers against a solid 150 supply, 160 supply of Terran Bio is not all that great.
Yes, I do agree, but I think the Colossus timing. Oh well, he's already got the first one on the field. Extended Thermal Lance starts up. Showtime thought about going straight into +3 weapons, did not. Oh, Spirit just meant to scan, and he accidentally dropped a mule in the middle of the map. We saw it kind of running back into the third base location. Meanwhile, War Prism will get into the main base. That's going to be able to, it'll get a couple of SCVs. Pretty well handled, honestly, by Spirit here. Doing a good job. But here comes the jump in the middle of the map. Both Widowmines will go down. The EMPs are mostly just to try and prevent a chase. Showtime is maxed out right now, and he is chomping at the bit.
Yeah, of course, Spirit's win condition is surviving until he's maxed out on, 60 workers and going up to 140 army supply. Showtime doesn't want to let that happen. +1 armor is going to be done just about right now. He's got +3 on the way, second forge. Oh my God. And look at this Steadfast. He's got 2 Colossus right now. That's fantastic. He's going up to 4. He understands that there's not a lot of anti-air in this army of Spirit that he's trying to make. It's very heavy on the bio. So build yourself 4 Colossus. Have that just massive bulk of splash damage, of sieged up units that are going to make it very... Spirit, realistically... Oh, nice Widowmines. Actually, half damage on a Colossus. Spirit will really struggle with just this bio to be able to deal with 4 Colossus. It's past the point where you can just kind of split and engage onto it, but 3 Colossus is a different story. That's a dead Colossus there. Nice catch, Spirit.
Yeah, but I mean, that was a big mistake from Showtime right there, leaving that exposed. That's the kind of thing that can let Spirit kind of get back into this game. Now, we're not there yet. Oh, huge stim coming on in. This is a massive concave from Showtime, though. And there was a lot of firepower. Vikings are going to find... Oh, no, they don't quite find that Colossus. Widowmines do get taken out while they're trying to burrow. And Showtime, so many Blink Stalkers. They are on the chase with their +2 weapons. Couple of Vikings barely surviving. But it feels like Showtime is just winning out on the trades.
That was such a weird fight from Spirit. I mean, you're going downhill into spread out Colossus. Maybe the thought was, he's like, I got 1 Colossus. Surely I'm fine. But the answer is no, he was not fine here. Scan gets dropped just to see where the reinforcements are coming from, I guess. Maybe see if there's an observer. Regardless, this army from Showtime right now on 2-1 with disruptors getting added in, it's a problem. So SCVs are going to get pulled and then run away because there's the sun. That Nova is making it so hard for Spirit to... He can't even take the fight. He can't even take that savior of a fight, that idea of a last fight before you tap out. The disruptors are too powerful, Steadfast, and Showtime. That was a dominant 2-0.
That was a really strong showing there from Showtime. Spirit, you can see he looks a little bit stunned right there, and it's hard to blame him. This is a pretty big tournament, obviously, and he ran into a bit of a monster in Cure, who currently is probably the 2nd best Terran in the world, and not as far out of first place as a lot of players would probably think he is. And then he goes up against a player who is, definitely someone who's had his numbers historically, but this year it's been very even. And we can see, boom, this could not have been better timed. That is what I was building to, is that it feels like everything for Spirit kind of went wrong for him. And that Stasis Ward, it was on the verge of expiring. And then just before it expired, it got that massive connection, gave Showtime a lot of control over the game. And Showtime, it feels like he just never let go of that control, even extending it into game 2.
I didn't even talk about this Stasis in game because it was so clear that it was going to expire. And I guess maybe that's kind of what Spirit was thinking. It's like, by the time I run forward here, it's on. Actually, no, he wouldn't have seen the timer, so I'm just going crazy. Regardless, yeah, you're right. You seize control right there. And the big thing that we're seeing out of Showtime in this tournament that we don't always see, Steadfast, sometimes we do, is Showtime's understanding of his win conditions. He is so well known for his late game, for his ability to not die, to withstand drops all over the place and everything else. You're like, oh, wow, he's not dying here. This is really impressive. He's withstanding this pressure. But a Showtime that knows when he needs, like when he has to have that killer instinct, when he has this advantage and can run across the map, that's not something we always see, but we are seeing it here today, which is just fantastic for those of you that are wanting a Protoss to make a better run than we've had in the last couple tournaments?
Yeah, I mean, it's early, but Protosses are doing pretty decently so far in this tournament. At the very least, they're doing well enough. With Classic 2-0ing Raynor, Hero went 2-1 over HeroMarine, which was a close series, but still did obviously ultimately go in favor there. Creator did get 2-0'd by Serral, but I mean, Serral is Serral. And of course, Showtime got beaten by Maru, but yeah, he got the win. For now, though, we're going to go into a very quick interview, or quickly go into an interview with D. Mauer himself, Showtime.
Hey, Showtime. Congratulations on going up to 1-1 now in the Swiss stage. I want to ask you about actually the series as a whole, right? Because you and Spirit have played each other 13 times, now 14 times in 2023. When you go into a matchup like this that has so much history, so much recent history, how do you kind of go about prepping for that?
Yeah, I used to beat him a lot in the past, but this year he stepped it up a lot and he's been beating me. Like, I even lost 4-0 in one of the tournaments recently. So I was a bit worried about it. And there wasn't really much preparation because we literally just got the matchups like 10 minutes before we had to play. So I just went into it thinking I just do my usual stuff, you know, like nothing fancy, just play my style and hope it works.
Gotcha. And then looking at game number 1, we saw Spirit do something that is somewhat out of the ordinary for him. We saw the proxy factory, the proxy starport, that just very aggressive play, and you handled it very well. What kind of, you talk about you're just kind of prepping for regular play. Did that kind of wrinkle that we saw from Spirit playing maybe counter to how he normally plays, did that change your thought at all about how you were going to approach the series, or just, oh, okay, you know, we're in a good spot?
Like the Hellion shop he used in, I think, I don't know what the tournament it was, but he used it against me before. So when my Oracle went to his main base and I saw there was no factory, no starport, I knew immediately what it was, so I brought all my units back. I kind of gambled on him dropping my main base, because if he dropped in the natural, I would have had nothing there. So I got a little fortunate in that case, but yeah, I realized the build immediately, and if you don't take a lot of damage, you're very far ahead, because they lack like the factory and the starport production.
Gotcha. Is that fast?
Yeah, so I guess... Oh, I only have one question now. First of all, congratulations. That was very well done, very impressive. I guess then for game number 2, you really went heavy on the Zealots there. That kind of reminded me a little bit of like Zest back in like 2021 into the double Robo Colossus, which is exactly what he was doing. Is that kind of your comfort zone, or did you feel just really good off of, you got a little bit of damage with the Proxy Oracle, obviously lost it to the Cyclone, but it was a good economic start. Like you were up like 12 workers at, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes. Like, is that something where you're just like, okay, I want to slam down the charge lots? Or is that something where you're like, yeah, I kind of feel good about it right now, I just want to really dominate the map?
Yeah, it's just if you proxy his target, you can't really go into like Phoenix Colossus or anything from that. So I thought, okay, I have to follow up with Blink most likely, and then it's just like making charge lot is just such a natural follow-up. And I was a bit worried about the 2-base timing, so I stayed very low on the gases, and I just wanted to kind of destroy his timing and then tech up. But he never really moved out, so it was a bit weird because I got stuck on so many Zealots, but I felt like I was so far ahead that it didn't really matter.
Yeah, it kind of felt that way to us too. Just fantastic play though. Great to see you doing well. Obviously, I feel like for the last maybe 3 months or so, you've just been on an absolute tear, dominating the ESL Open Cups, and it's really nice to see see you doing well here. Obviously, 1-1 is a tough scoreline, but as we give you your shout outs, whatnot, last thing before you do those shout outs, who would you like to play in the next round if you kind of had a choice?
Well, it's hard to say because I don't know who wins or loses. So in general, I just want to avoid like the top Terrans. Like I don't want to play Cure. I already played Maru, which didn't go well. So it's good that I can't play him anymore. Maybe like I don't want to play Clem either. So I guess if I had to choose someone, maybe like a Protoss. Like I kind of want the Protoss players, or like maybe Elise, or yeah.
Fair enough. And yeah, anyone you want to give shout outs to as we wrap up the interview?
Just shout out to everyone watching. Hope you enjoy the tournament and the games. And shout out to my team, Big, for supporting me. And yeah, that's it.
Perfect. Thank you very much for taking the time. We do appreciate it. Good luck in your next matches. And yeah, hope you do well.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So Steadfast, I'm hearing that a laser is going to beat Dark next round, because that's the only way we could get a Spirit Showtime or a Spirit of Laser round 3. And he said he wanted that. So, you know, I'm hearing that's the story I'm hearing.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see how that shakes up. You mentioned it before. Dark is a dangerous opponent, certainly. Or sorry, a laser is a dangerous opponent for Dark. Dark's a dangerous opponent for anyone. But this is going to be really interesting to see how this one shakes out. We're going to head to a quick break, and then we will get back with our final series here on the B stream for the day. I am Steadfast. I'm joined by Bamwolf, and we'll be back in a little bit.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up in. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
welcome back, everyone, to our final series here of day one of Gamers 8. And we've had some fantastic ones, but now we look at one that you might look at this and you might say, wow, it's a laser and Dark. Dark's going to go to 1-1. It's crazy that he's not 1-0 right now, but I'm okay, fine. This is a matchup, Steadfast, that has a lot of historical background, and it's a matchup where Laser he's had Dark's number quite a bit over the history of this game.
He certainly has, and to really highlight that point, there was a period of time where Dark never lost to non-Koreans. It just didn't happen. He was 34-1, but that one map that he lost, or that one series that he lost, was to a Laser at a BlizzCon in the group stages there. So the only time that he has lost during that period was to a Laser. And then a Laser also won an event at the GSL versus the World event. And then the last two times that they've met in the World's Team League, they've gone 1-1. It is a lot of history, like you said, where it's kind of been a lot more even than I think a lot of people would expect. And it's something that makes a lot of sense too, because a Laser is an extremely good mechanical player, very good with the mid-game type plays, very good, you know, with Lings, with Banes, with Roaches, with Ravagers, with Mutas. And that really works well for someone like a Laser in ZVZ in its current form. But let's take a look at the vetoes right here.
Yeah, we got, of course, I don't even know how much, it's a mirror. I don't know how much the vetoes matter from a perspective of like who has an advantage, so much as it kind of tells us what type of games that these players want to play. We can see a Laser banning out Crestfon and Altitude, those long maps. He doesn't want to play a Hydra Lurker Viper late game, right? He doesn't want to deal with that. He wants to hit with the Roaches and the Lings and, you know, do the whole Evilist Roach idea and then all these other ideas. Meanwhile, Dark, he's kind of getting rid of the short maps, you know, Dragon Scales, Babylon. So someone wants to play into the mid game and someone really doesn't.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the other thing is like ZVZ is kind of one of these matchups right now, especially where there's so much instability to it. It is a very volatile matchup. It's always been. We've always talked about knife bite in a phone booth. That's the meme. But like, even more so now with all the number of builds we have where you can kill someone with a random 2-gas Roach timing, you know, there's just so many more things that make it more difficult.
Yeah, that is very much true here. But now as we get into Ancient Cistern, the biggest map in our series, in the bottom left, he's for Dragon Kaitsa Gaming. His name is Dark. A Lord of Darkness. That's a new one.
Oh, yeah. And his opponent, spawning up at the top right for Team Liquid, it is a Laser.
So Steadfast, we're talking here about how a Laser has this decent history against Dark. And yeah, you know, recently he was 3-0'd by Dark in the round of 8 at Valencia last year. But in general, the other thing we have to bring up when we talk about this matchup is that Dark has been actually very vulnerable to foreign Zergs over the last year or so. I look back at earlier this year in an EPT. It's an EPT Cup, right? It's not a $400,000 tournament, but even still, he was 2-1 and 2-0'd by the South American player Eric, excuse me, in that matchup because it was weird stuff. It was 15 pool gas cancel shenanigans, but he lost 2 series in a row to a Zerg that we would not expect even say Scarlet to lose to, or maybe even Bly to lose to, right? He kind of put him a little bit lower down. So Dark seems right now to be very vulnerable to this kind of Western style of ZVZ, these interesting ideas. And yeah, Steadfast, you know, is this 15 pool gas cancel shenanigans? No, it's not. But it seems like Dark has a very regimented way, the way he likes to play ZVZ. And when you flip the table on him, he doesn't always respond in the best way or figure out what's happening in the best way.
Yeah, I mean, I will say we got to take that with a grain of salt. It was an incredible achievement, and it really is worth mentioning. But I do think it's the kind of thing where if Dark were given a little bit of time to deal with it, and, you know, let's say he had to play Eric in a tournament like Gamers 8, that would be The kind of thing where he'd be like, okay, I figured this out. I get the ins and outs. I'm not going to fall victim to it. Because it was 1 week and then the next week right afterwards. And I don't think he put too much thought into it right away. Not to the point where you're preparing for a tournament of this magnitude. But at the same time, he didn't know he was going to play a laser in the second round. And the chance of him preparing ZVZ, I'm sure he did some preparation, but it wouldn't have been specifically for a laser.
No, and we talked about this. A laser is a very different player than, say, you run into Cyril and you know what you're going to get, right? He might throw some shenanigans in there, but he is going to go into the mid game. He's Cyril. He's this master of the mid game and the late game. Raynor, maybe a little bit more aggression, but not in the style of a laser. He's not gonna, he's not gonna skip his Evo chamber so he can get a roach pressure a little bit better. He's not gonna really lean into these ZVZ memes. So you're right. Even if he preps for these top Zergs, these Cyrils and these Raynors, that doesn't mean he's prepped for a laser. It's not fair to call a laser a 4th race, right? He's not that far away from kind of the meta of ZVZ, but he's like a 3.5 race, like he is very far off kind of the standard, or some level off that standard setup.
Yeah, and to that point, even like we've got this kind of funny scenario where Raynor was playing ZVP or PVZ against a laser for a little while because he didn't enjoy the matchup going up against the instability and unpredictability of some of the 2-base builds that the laser was throwing his way. That's its own whole thing, but it's just a funny little scenario. Now, Dark is going for a lot of Lings here. In fact, he's building a second Bane or a second gas. This is a very dedicated attack he's going to be going for. Is he morphing Bane somewhere? I don't think so just yet, but this is a huge commitment coming in from Dark, and a laser. Has he over? Okay, we got to see the production tab right now. I want to see if he's building more drones. Okay, he is going for a lot of Lings. This is really going to hit hard. This is almost like a Targa-Bane type situation from, Wings of Liberty.
Man, I know we saw the history of StarCraft at the start of the day, Steadfast, but that is way far back. Here's the Banelings are going to find decent connections on the left side, and now there are no Banelings for a laser anymore, so you don't even have to detonate them at this point if you're Dark. You just zone out the Lings. The Queen will fall. This third base is it's gone. It's going to be very hard to defend here as now the Banelings into the natural. Queen target fire has to be really good, and they're clumped.
Oh, the Bane
clumped for the Banelings. They got to get together. 11 go down. Oh, that's the big problem. And now there are no Queens. A laser's kind of dead here. He's popping roaches, but Steadfast. Roaches 1 by 1 are not enough right now.
No, they are not. He's already taken critical damage. If Dark were to focus on killing that third hatch, he would get it and put himself in an unrecoverable position for a laser, but instead he's just going to continue in and win the game. A laser knows that the writing is on the wall. GG gets called. That was a fast and furious attack from Dark. He did not hesitate there.
That he didn't. I mean, that was a great play. A laser just didn't quite have the read. He got a Ling into the main base in the natural. He kind of he scouted through, but it was maybe 10 seconds too early, 5 seconds too early. He didn't see all the Lings popping. And I think, so it was like 33 drones for Dark, which is 2-base saturation. You have to check the third to see if Dark is committing to this or not. And I don't think the Ling checked that in terms of seeing how many drones were mining or were not. So a laser didn't see the Lings popping, and he didn't see anything too amiss outside of the mineral lines about, okay, well, not enough drones here. Drones have been cut. Clearly there's a timing happening. And between those two things, he was just caught totally off guard. Wasn't ready.
Yeah, he certainly was not. And you talk about specific preparation for a player, and I talk about the instability and the insanity of ZVZ. Well, that's a build that people don't really think about that much. Like 2-gas Ling Bane, just throw yourself at your opponent and just see if you can get a win. And I mean, at 0-0 in the series, it's a great time to go for it. And we're going to be getting, into things pretty soon here for game number 2. But at this point, you got to wonder, what's going through your head as a laser? You're down 0-1 in sets. You're down 0-1 in this series. I'd be a little bit scared at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the mind games. We talked about a laser playing different, and then Dark hitting him with that. And Dark just so much power there are so many things that as a laser you have to start thinking about on different timings. Is it an early pull? Is it a 12 pull? Does he pull drones? He's up 1-0. He can do that. Does he hit with a weird roach timing? Is it Carapace? And does he hide the Evo? There are so many early aggressive options that Dark now has open to him, that he had open to him in game 1, but now especially sitting up 1-0, he can throw something. He can go a +1 melee timing for all week here. He has the room, but for now, we're into game 2 in the bottom right. He's up 1-0 steadfast. His name is Dark.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left for Team Liquid. He needs your energy. It is the Polish Zerg, a laser.
And I know we asked about this earlier, but where in the, like, you have one game, because I think realistically here, a laser going down 0-2, you can, of course, a Swiss stage means you can make that comeback happen. It means that you can, run into some other 2 players. You can kind of run it back to the final setup, but there's no room. There is 0 room for error at that point. So at this point, a laser, you're treating yourself as if your tournament life is on the line. What is your best ZVZ build? How can you bring yourself back into this series? Because Dark has just the whole, we talked about this, the whole myriad of builds available to him.
Yeah, he does. And that's the tricky thing, is there's no surefire build. And that's why a player like Dark is so good in ZVZ, is he is a master of not just chaos, but he loves making games weird so that it's difficult to get a read on them. And he'll do that in ZVT, he'll do it in ZVP, but in ZVZ, it's even more difficult to deal with. Now, speaking of things that Dark could do, and Dark does, is he has started adopting and adapting his play to incorporate a little bit faster of a first gas, which, as you can see, he's up about 20 gas right now. His lane speed is going to start just a little bit earlier. And Dark is the kind of player that will exploit those little timings. He'll be like, okay, I get my speed, 5, 6, 7 seconds earlier than you do. I jump you and I go for it. And sometimes he lings floods with that. Sometimes he just doesn't do anything with it, but he can. And it's just, he does little things that make it so difficult to prepare for him.
Yeah, certainly. And even that last game, I mean, you were talking about it's so hard to scout, right? That all in the Dark hit. It was an off timing. Like, generally, if you're going to flood lings, you're going to do it off your third base, off 28, 27 drones, something like that, right? You're going to put pressure on the map. You can flood lings. That's kind of how it works. So doing it 5 drones later, and you're right, it allowed him to get that second gas, it's an off timing. It's not something that a laser would have expected. But this is interesting, though. And unfortunately for later, a laser, it's going to get scouted immediately. But he is going to take the rich gas base. That generally means, right, more roaches, more ravagers, more banelings, maybe. But the fact that Dark scouts this so early, and this is so far away from a laser's natural, means that it is going to be a difficult scenario for a laser to defend.
It certainly is, and it is going to be a big ling flood. It is going to be really difficult to deal with here. We won't have a scenario where, like, more than one ling maybe gets run down, but the fact that this base is already taken a little bit of damage, a laser has to morph in banelings because he's outnumbered, means he can't really delay the damage on this. I think this base is just going to go down. I think it's going to have to be canceled.
Yeah, it feels like one of those things where you kind of have to just hope that it doesn't get scattered. And there we go. There's the cancel. So now, he's going to get the drone too, so no rebuild. So now your third base is very delayed as Baneling just gets yeeted into a single ling. Your third base is delayed, right? Dark's is done. Yours is only just now getting started again. I don't know how much I like Laser's decision to try to retake this. At this point, like, just go expand back at home. It's going to be, because it feels like we're just going to cascade lose the base. It feels too hard for a laser to hold.
It really does feel that way. A laser just almost took the baneling of a lifetime to the face right there. We do see way more lings, but those are some pretty big baneling connections. Way more lings for a laser initially. Dark, it is worth noting he was down significantly in drones while he was attacking, but he droned up as he was getting the cancel on the base, so he's now up in workers. He's continuing to drone. Even though a laser does defend, of course, Dark has that third base that his opponent does not. And it's So I actually do respect that Laser went for the retake on this because he was already behind, and if he doesn't try and get a little bit greedy, it's going to be rough. But the fact that he got himself into trouble by playing greedy already does make it just feels bad.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Dark's not committing too much to this right now. Nice job there knocking a Baneling out. It's not a lot of Lings. It's not a lot of Banes here. It's a couple Banes trying to make a run by, but Laser handles that very well. Seems like we had a big connection right on the other side of the third. It wasn't quite on screen, hard to tell. But Dark is going to get himself supply blocked. Right, that's something here. He's going to lose the Overlord. He can't produce anything right now. And this actually buys a Laser a lot of time. And in fact, he's almost up double the army supply. He's got roaches on the way. And this Baneling steadfast. Gonna get anything? Hey, 4 workers. This is starting to be something.
That is promising. Now, it is worth noting Dark is already on 3 gases. I think a Laser, I think he actually took this base as a fake out. I think he was trying to bait Dark and be like, oh yeah, I'm taking his base, so I must want a big economy. Like, you know, that's what I'm doing. You know, pay no minds to the man behind the curtain. But Dark, as we can see right there, good scouting throughout. He is so good at that. So good at staying on top of things. He sees no drone in the mineral line. Well, he sees 1 drone in the mineral line, but no significant number of drones. And he knows that an attack is likely coming. Now, funnily enough, a Laser actually is droning behind this, which will actually put him back ahead economically. But now it's this funny thing. If Dark had committed, maybe it gets a little dangerous. But this is kind of like a weird ebb and flow state of ZVZ, where I think actually a Laser, because he's got that high yield gas base, will actually come out of this just a tiny bit ahead. Or maybe not even a tiny bit. He's actually way ahead in drones. Dark supply blocked at 90. Oh my goodness, really bad supply block.
Does Dark have a lair, though? That's kind of my next question here as we look at how we stand. Yep, obviously a Laser, pretty significant economic lead. And yeah, a Laser's lair is done. Dark doesn't have one.
Yeah.
So Roach Speed is going to be the next big thing here as we see a Laser. Steadfast, in ZVZ, what has a Laser been memed upon for like the last 6 to 9 months now? As I say that, he's got an Evo. He's building plus. Never mind. I was gonna say, oh wow, look, the evilest Zerg timing, the evilest Roach timing, but that's not gonna happen here. Dark though, he's putting a lot of pressure on the right side, and one of the issues with this base setup is that your ability to circulate between your natural and your third, if Dark finds way in, is very difficult. But this high ground position is beautiful for a Laser right now, and even as Dark steadfast is up a couple workers, there are queens, there are so many Banelings here on the defense. I really struggle to see Dark really making the comeback happen or the push through happen. The Banelings, they get great connections. For Laser, for Dark, they don't. A Laser holds on to this position, and now Roach Speed, 2/3 of the way done. This is looking beautiful for our Polish Zerg.
It certainly is, and you kind of... So that was a very weird segment of events where things looked like on paper they should have been really good for Dark. You get the cancel on the 3rd base, but Dark scouts the natural expansion, sees a bunch of roaches, and is like, oh, okay, my opponent's attacking. As that comes in, a Laser's like, I know what your response is going to be. You're going to think I'm attacking. So I drone. And he drones, and that catches Dark like with the wrong response, unfortunately. And then a Laser builds a bunch of units, defends, and is now so far ahead. And it's that weird, like, counterintuitive mind game play that you can see why a Laser has such a good record versus Dark relative to so many other players.
Yeah, it's funny we're talking about this. Like, oh yeah, a Laser has a great record versus Dark. He has had some big results. But on the flip side, it's not like he has a winning record versus Dark. Like,
yeah, no, that's why I said relative. Yeah.
It's like, you got a 40% win rate versus Dark. Congratulations. It's like talking about Cyril, and you realize that there is not a single active player in the game that has a winning record, that has a positive matchup versus Cyril. The only one that, like, anyway, a Laser here runs forward. He's got a random drone because why not? But he's really trying to leverage this Roach speed timing. That being said, Steadfast, it's still, you're running into Ravagers. It's still really hard. And this Ling run by is going to get a queen. It's going to get a couple drones maybe. This is a solid move from Dark. It's buying time because this Roach speed timing from a Laser is a problem that Dark will struggle to deal with.
It certainly is. Now, we do see something a little bit funky where a Laser started up Burrow Burrow move, but forgot to get Burrow for a little bit. Now it is an upgrade. I think it's about 7 or 10 seconds faster for Burrow than Tunneling Claws, but obviously that was a bit of a mistake. He will amend that. Dark, though, is a player that is difficult to kill. And especially in ZVZ, he is so difficult to kill. Laser did have a big timing, maybe a minute and a half ago, where he could have just jammed his way through. But if you don't know that for a fact, against a player like Dark, you really don't want to. We are going to see a good concave on the top side. On the bottom side, it's kind of even. And actually, a Laser kind of jams him back into his own natural. A Laser, though, it's on the top side and he's winning through, and he will find that timing. He will take game number 2 and he will send it to the ace match.
Yeah, a Laser just saw that. You talked about, oh, a Laser's going to have a timing. Maybe he's not going to have a timing, whatever. A Laser hit that timing. It wasn't with Burrowed Roaches. It wasn't with Roach Speed, but it was when he took advantage of that setup you talked about like 5 minutes ago, where he's got an extra 10 workers. You know, he's in a great spot, and that turned itself into 20 more, or into 10 more Roaches, into 20 more army supply. And with all the upgrades being the same, with all the, with being 1-1 or +1 versus +1, Roach Speed, everything else, when you have 10 more Roaches, you can hit that massive concave on Neo Humanity, which is funny, by the way, Steadfast, because that setup with Roaches on the right side just forming around the middle on 2 concaves is something that I think of as a Dark thing. Like, he loves these one-run Roach timings versus Terran, and that's how he wins it every single time. That being said, this is ZVZ, and a Laser just looking really solid in this second game.
Yeah, he looked great here. Obviously, losing the first hatchery, having to cancel that hurt a lot. It led to this. There was this like weird set of trades, kind of where Dark kept, trying to get stuff done with the Banelings at the beginning, but ultimately a Laser held the retake on the third base, and Dark didn't leverage his advantage as much as he could have. That's a big. I actually really like that as the highlight. That big sigh of relief, because obviously there's a ton of pressure at these tournaments, but I think the big moment was, when Dark tried to like shove up the ramp into a really well-defended position. A Laser had like 3 or 4 high-energy queens and a great concave. Dark continuing to attack up there is like, that wasn't it. Like, by no means would it have been an easy scenario for him to back off, but like taking a bad fight off of a bad setup is much worse than just having a bad setup.
Yeah, the issue was he morphed like 10 Banes. Like, though Banelings are not units that have any sort of scaling in a ZVZ. I mean, you can run by, you could have overload dropped if you eventually got the lair, but in general, Banelings, outside of some very specific scenarios, have really no point 6-7 minutes onwards. So the moment that we started Dark commit to that, it's like he almost felt like he had to. We're going to have to see what he's going to commit to in this game number 3 here to determine who goes to 0-2, who goes to 1-1, because in the upper right, in the red, he took game 1, fell in the second. It's Dark.
And his opponent trying to complete the upset, spawning down into the bottom left for Team Liquid. It is a Laser.
He absolutely flowed around the map in game number 2.
Like a liquid, I get it. Yeah. That's good. That's good. Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't, but thank you. I appreciate the vote of confidence anyways.
Interesting note, by the way, from both players, every single game, they've gone for a hatch first. Neither one of them has done an early pool or an early gas. I mean, like Dark had a slightly earlier gas timing. Like, we're talking like, 5, 6, 7 seconds. But nothing, super wild. And I don't know, it's just, it's interesting that we don't see that. And it obviously speaks to the magnitude of a tournament and the magnitude of a match like this, that they don't want to risk something with a 12 pool. And of course, obviously 12 pools are not as good as they used to be because drones are stronger now. Workers are stronger. So even just a macro 12 pool does not have the power it used to.
Yeah, I think that's very true. And the other thing we have to talk about here, Steadfast, is like, you are 1 game away from going down 0-2, which is, I know we talked about it last game, but that is a horrible situation to be in. You really can't afford to lose all that much. And in fairness, you're running into other players who are 0-2, but right now, right, that is HeroMarine and that's Spirit. So I think both those are players that Dark could comfortably run into and say, yeah, this is fine. But a Laser in particular, his Achilles heel does seem to be Terran players in general, and Korean Terrans, and granted, you know, that's not HeroMarine and Spirit, but his Achilles heel does seem to be Terrans. So he would really rather not run into one of HeroMarine or Spirit in that next round. So you play safe, like you're talking about, keep yourself in a solid position, and that means that we get more mid-game and, more importantly, Steadfast, more shenanigans eventually. We don't see much of it yet, although Dark is in fact going without speed. He's kind of gasless.
Yeah, well, not gasless, but he is going speedless. He is going for a very quick layer here, and that is remarkable. That is something that is not that common on this map pool, because the third bases are, you know, first of all, the maps are quite long. The third bases are quite wide open, so trying to secure third base without speed later on is very difficult. There's just a lot of things that discourage you from doing something like this, but it doesn't mean it's not a viable play. It just means it's less common.
Certainly, and you know, you do have a decent choke in your natural. It's a 2-building and plus a queen wall. It's not that bad to wall off here. The question is, Steadfast, I think we're going to get an answer in just a second. Yeah, what variant of an early lair? And it seems like Dark, he's going mutas here in this final game. He's going 2-base muta, and this is just about the quickest possible muta play that you can possibly get to. So now the question is, whether a Laser figures it out, is he going to have any inkling that there are going to be 8 to 10 mutas on the map in about a minute and a half? Is he going to figure out what's happening? Is he going to be ready for this?
That is the question. I wonder if we're going to see, oh wow, we do see quick missile with this. A Laser did scout in here, saw that there was no wiggle on the Evo chamber. I was wondering if this was going to be Ling Muta with, like, you know, you get fast +1 melee and you play mutas behind it. A Laser is checking to see if that is going to be a canceled upgrade. And I think this is going to be what I like to call the Bly Spire, the Bly 2-base. You could call it even the Blyer if you wanted to, where you get that +1 missile, you get the roach speed, and you get the Spire as well. And you can kind of play either side. And if you feel a weakness, you can just go for it. Now, Bly, when he would do this with a Nidus Worm a lot of the time, but it is a dangerous play style to play, and it's dangerous to play against. Now, I like that Dark shows the roaches here. That will get a Laser to build a lot of his own roaches. Oh, this already... Well, actually, I mean, a Laser's on 54 drones to 45. Yeah, this is gonna get weird. It's gonna get really weird. That's what we can say with confidence.
Yeah, my eyes are just locked on the production tab. Whether or not Dark ends up canceling that one at the last second, I think, you know, we're 80% complete. I feel like at this point you're right. This is just going to be +1 speed roaches, adding mutas for flavor. And the problem, I mean, the Overseer's going to scout this. Yeah, it's going to get the scout. Okay, finds the mutas popping out here. So a Laser's now aware what's happening. 3 more queens on the way. Key thing though, okay, now spores are going to get added in. But this is not a lot. This is what he made, like 3-5 mutas. This is not a heavy muta commitment at all that you were talking about. There were roaches on the way behind this, +1 missile on the way behind this. But we have to remember, Steadfast, as you know, powerful as this might be on this concept of forcing a Laser into anti-muta play and then not going for it. Also, a Laser's been on 3 hatch for so much longer. He's got so much more money, and he's just turning that into roaches here. So, yeah, you know what? A Laser doesn't have +1. That is very true. But a Laser's going to have so many more roaches if he decides to lean into it. That may end up making the difference anyways. Although, as I say that, if a Laser allows Dark to get to 2-1 versus 0-0, that's when it becomes very painful.
Yeah, and I mean, Dark did drone up behind us. He's going to match his opponent's drone count. But it's, I mean, the mutas kind of give you that security against some kind of roach push in general. Like, it's not going to work out too well. For me, the big strength of this play for Dark is the fact that he blinds his opponent. He makes it, and this is when players would do really well against Serral with lots of preparation, and this is why Serral didn't like playing with or against mutas, is that, by the way, really nice little chip damage with the mutas. He's kept them all alive. He's found some good value. But it's the big value play is the fact that you, yeah, like I said, blind your opponent. And a laser, he realizes he can't really actually push out here, not without kind of risking the entire game. So he's just going to back away. But I really like it as a game plan here from Dark.
Yeah, I mean, I
like
really
the
am not a
blind
fan.
play, I mean.
Yeah. No, I get you. And I'm really not conversely, I'm really not a fan of a laser's position right now. He's building a bunch of Hydras. Like, he's getting Hydra range. He's building a bunch of Hydras +1 on the way. He is committing so hard to the anti-muta tech. Like 11 Hydras on the field, that when we just have a metric ton of 2-1 Roach Ravager as Dark maxes out faster, because Hydras are very expensive. Down upgrades, this army that a laser's building, it's so fragile. You can just dive on top of the Hydras, go down, and yes, Hydras are better than they were pre-patch, before Katowice. You can stutter step with them. They're a little bit faster off creep, but is that enough to justify this build that a laser's going for? I feel like just the upgrades, and B, just the extra bulk the Dark is going to have, it just doesn't justify the Hydra response.
Yeah, and well, for me right now, I'm looking at this, and I look at this attack timing, and I have no idea how you're going to deal with a 3 upgrade disadvantage. Dark is moving in on the left side, finds 2 high energy queens. He's going to snipe 3 queens right away. If he goes for the hatchery, it is dead. And this is already so good for Dark. I talked about the blind play. A laser had no idea this was coming. How could he?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, yeah, I got to spray creep, I guess, but even then the mutas can deal with that one. So a laser just clicking on top of this, there's no way you take this fight, a laser, not with the biles, not with the upgrade lead. Yeah, a laser's got +1 now, but Steadfast, it doesn't matter at all here. Now the Hydras are going to go down, and Dark, it seems like we talked about how dangerous of an opponent a laser was. Well, a laser took him out. Dark will take this series, and Dark moves on 1-1. A laser falls down to 0-2, and now his tournament life is going to be on the line against what seems like a bunch of very scary Terrans.
Yeah, it's looking really tough, and it's Terrans that I feel like match up really well against him in the form of HeroMarine or Spirit. We don't know what the third player is going to be, but I think it would be either Rainer or Oliveira, which is terrifying regardless. But yeah, taking a look at this game, we see that honestly the mutas themselves were not superstars, but they did very well for what was effectively a like any damage they got besides clearing out the overlords that were already on the map, which is like 3 or 4 of them, was just gravy. And Dark did just a great job with them. And we see at this point, I mean, honestly, by this point, the game was almost over from a purely strategic standpoint. Dark won this one with nothing more than strategy. Obviously, the execution, as we know from a player of Dark's caliber, is always going to be brilliant. But the strategy was very well done.
Yeah, you're right. He won that game with his mind and not his body. And sometimes that works out really well. You know, obviously, his mechanics are good, but it's good to see a player of Dark's caliber beating the players that he is supposed to beat, even if we talk about how a laser is potentially a trap game, and he is. I stand by that. We saw what happened in game 2. And despite that, it's good to see Dark moving on at 1-1, as I think realistically Steadfast, it's hard to say who's the tournament favorite when we look at a tournament that is stacked as this tournament is, but he's one of the 5 or 6 players I think we maybe expect to say, yeah, you know, they are absolutely kind of the players we expect to see in the top 8, in the top 4, in that finals, making that run. So yeah, to see him win when we expect it's good to see.
Yeah, no, it would have been a really awkward scenario if, you know, he wakes up tomorrow and he has to win 3 matches back to back to back. As it is, 1-1 is not comfy in a situation like this. Like, he is not going to have an easy time ahead of him. But it's much, much, much better than going into day 2 in a 3-in, 3-out format where you have no extra life. At this point, he's reduced his situation to now a shorter, like an 8-player Swiss, you know? So it's obviously it's not that, but like that's how you can simplify it down in your mind to make it a little bit more straightforward.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, we talked about how Laser's going to likely run into a couple of very scary Terran players in HeroMarine and Spirit, and maybe Oliveira. Might be Rainer, we don't know. It seems like I'm kind of looking at the bracket here and looking at results that we have and results that we don't have yet, but look somewhat likely. And that it seems like Dark is going to run into a Protoss. In that middle section there, we have Showtime and Creator sitting at 1-1. Hero plays Sterile, and I like, Hero's great. I think he still loses to Sterile. Classic has a very real shot at beating Beyond, but also a very real shot at losing to Beyond. That's a very even series. So somewhere between 3 and 4 Protoss of the 8 players in that setup. So I kind of like Dark for that one. Dark's ZVP is very good. It's it's a very aggressive style as well, which, as we've seen in a tournament like this, if you can shove through the middle, if you can really start to make your opponent uncomfortable, when we're talking about $150,000 for first place, I mean, there's a lot on the line, and you can absolutely start to play around with emotions a little bit, maybe make your opponent really uncomfortable and work from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dark is one of the better players at playing almost like a terrorizing type style of StarCraft, where he just he's in his opponent's head, and it's just, you're like, how do you even deal with this? It's just so scary. But we're talking about things that's all going to be on the A stream for the rest of the day. For now, we are wrapping things up here on the B stream. We've got, our 6 matches. We did them today. They were, honestly, a lot of them were pretty great. Some of them were a little bit one-sided, but mostly pretty great series. I would say especially Oliveira versus Solar was a pretty awesome one. But tomorrow we are going to be doing 7 series. It is going to be the decision point for who makes it into the round of 8. It is going to be amazing. For me, I'm going to take the rest of the day off, take a look at the A stream, and enjoy some amazing matches. What are you going to do for the rest of the day there, Bayo?
I mean, I'm honor bound. I have to watch these incredible games that we got, because Steadfast, I mean, you got Maru Cure, right? GSL round of 4 rematch. Cure should have 3-0'd Maru before Maru made the comeback. And realistically, in that game 3, Cure was in he was in a 90-10 position. Like, he really should have won. And then we have Cyril Hero, the best for the last year, the best PVZ in the world, versus the man who had a year never lost his EVP. We have Clement Solar, which is less exciting, maybe, but it's still a fantastic TVZ. And then we have what is my favorite matchup from EPT Korea for the last year in Classic and Beyond. 2 styles just headbutting into each other. I mean, I don't know that there's one series I'm looking forward to more than the rest. They're just all fantastic. And then, yeah, day 2 is going to be even more fun there. So Steadfast, it's been a good time. Hasn't been quite a long time, but I'm very okay with that. It means I get to watch more StarCraft. So, as we look at going into day 2, any final thoughts?
Not really. I mean, yeah, I'm excited for what we've got tomorrow. Obviously, we don't know who we're going to be covering until later, but regardless, with this field, they're going to be so good. I have been Steadfast, of course. Thank you for joining me, Beowulf, and well, we'll see you all tomorrow.